If you had the chance to change your fate, would you?
Hello, ghouls and gals out there. Welcome back to a very special night here on Change of Fate. How is everyone doing? Welcome to the only interactive D&D show on Twitch where you control the direct outcomes of what is preordained. Perhaps tonight you can help your fellow monsters and miscreants survive the Carnival of Darkness. I know the story tonight will be enough to at least change your hearts. Welcome in one and all to a very special, spooky episode of Change of Fate, the Dark Carnival. Look, chat, if you are new here, welcome to Change of Fate. If you've not seen these streams before, they are interactive Dungeons & Dragons-esque streams where you guys can actually control the outcome by spending channel points and bits and donations and all other crazy stuff, which is amazing. So you guys will not only get to help, but also hinder and save the players in tonight's session, which we will get into in just a minute. Tonight's poll, channel points for you that you can spend. Channel points to name something. You guys can suggest a name for anything. There will be times where I will ask you to do this, and you can spend those channel points to name either a place or a person. Very fun. You can redeem, a piece of candy, which makes sure that the next location our adventurers go to has +1 item to find. You can redeem treat, which is you give a player of your choice advantage on their next roll, which is great. You can redeem for the king, which gives a character of your choice a Dark Carnival ticket. More on those when we actually get into the game. You can redeem trick. A player of your choice must make their next roll with disadvantage. If you'd like to cause a little bit of chaos on this spooky night, then you're able to do that. You can also redeem Spark of Darkness, which grants a Spark of Darkness to a player of your choice, which, long story short, allows them to re-roll any dice of their choice, but they have to take the new result. And finally, we have Tears for Fears. You get to instantiate a fear of your choice to any non-player character. Maybe that weird, bedraggled old man that the party just ran into seems a bit too stoic. Maybe you'd like him to be afraid of bees. Well, you can do that if you redeem the channel points and input all the information. However, just because you have these various lovely ways to support the channel does not mean you don't have other ways as well. Thank you to everyone who has gifted subs and bits so far. You're making my heart very warm and easing the tension away for tonight, which is really, really helpful. You can also go to the donation link by typing !donate to see some of our premium actions for tonight. These things affect the game in some stronger ways, including a benefactor for $1 or for 100 bits. You gift a hero of your choice, or at random if you want, a random item from the magical items table, which could be very important indeed. We also have Till Death, which is where if a character ever reaches 0 integrity, which we'll get into the rules in just a minute, usually they perish and head back to the Dark Heart. However, if you buy Till Death, they will rematerialize with 3 integrity and stave off death. If you want to purchase Do Us Part for $5 or 500 bits, you can call upon the persona of any pop culture horror icon of your choice to aid our heroes for a short time. You really think Freddy Krueger would make a great appearance right now? Spend those bits, baby. And finally, my personal favorites, Assistant DM for $10 or for 1,000 bits. You can concoct an NPC of your own to join in the story, which we've had many times in the past before. We've made some awesome characters. You guys can generate with 5 sentences and let me know what NPC you want. Maybe you want a self-insert character, maybe you want a villain of some sort. You let me know and I will put it in the game. Sound good? The poll is still running. How are we doing on the community challenge? We are so close to finishing that community challenge, chat, already. We'll see if we can hit the true ending by the end of the night. And you've all finished your first poll. How many people have died at this carnival? The answer, with 59% votes, was 666. Oh boy. Okay. Well, I guess it's a very, very dangerous carnival. Okay. Finally, there are a couple of times tonight where I will free ask you for something, and if that ever happens, you can just shout it out. Maybe there's a less important NPC or the name of something that I didn't think of beforehand, and I'll just say, all right, chat, I'm free asking for the name of a juice. And you guys just shout out, no points required, names of juices that you want added into the game, and I will pick the best one. Stick around till the very end of the stream for an extra special message about the future of Change of Fate. The game that we are playing tonight is a game known as the Dark Carnival. Now, if you've ever played Call of Cthulhu before, this is a rule set of my own design. You can type !TDC if you want. It'll bring up the rule sheet. You can go play along with us at home if you want. You can go see, everything that I've made. I kind of simplified Call of Cthulhu and mixed it a bit with, like, Honey Heist. So it's a D6 system where everyone is a spooky character indentured to this Dark Carnival, which we'll get into a little bit more in a little bit. And they have 3 stats. They have Trick, they have Treat, and they have Integrity. You can think of Trick being a stat to do anything negative, like fight someone or deceive someone. You want to make a trick check. Treat is for anything positive or uplifting. Maybe you want to talk to someone, you want to search for something. That would be a treat check. And finally, Integrity kind of works as a catch-all for mental state, physical health, you name it, is kind of all a catch-all be-all. And if the player's integrity ever reaches 0 and they have not been saved by the community, then their character will perish to be reabsorbed into the dark heart. But hopefully we can avoid that, yes? That's pretty much it. That's the game kind of in a nutshell. There's a couple of other mechanics that we'll get into, like the characters being able to invoke the power of the heart. But 0, thank you very much. That is it. 100% funded. You will now all see the true ending of this Change of Fate, which, if I say so myself, might be the wackiest true ending we've ever had on the show. Well, then I think if we're ready here, it's time to introduce you all to the cast of the Dark Carnival tonight. And then our adventure shall begin. Hold on to your pants, ladies, gentlemen. As we enter the Dark Carnival, there may be scenes that you find unnerving, spooky, or downright horrific. Viewer discretion is advised, as we are not encroaching on anything truly out of the ordinary tonight, but still, it is a horror stream, and there may be points of imagery that do not sit well with the younger audience. So, you have been warned. Let us bring in the rest of the cast, shall we? I will also have to undeafen. You can see their lovely faces, but... there we go. Now they can hear you. Hello!
Hello.
Hello.
How is it going, friends?
Good.
It's going well.
Are you so ready for this?
So
Yeah.
ready.
Sure.
So ready.
You look amazing.
Yeah, chat. I didn't show them my costume before this.
I'm blown away by your
This is
costume.
the first
You look
time they're seeing this.
Stunning.
Thank you. Ash did fantastic. Welcome in, Great Bambini. That's the perfect name for this. I love that.
Bambini
So-
is my IRL best friend.
Oh, I love
Aw,
Bambini.
yes.
That's
I
amazing.
figured they came in with sleepy emotes.
Yes, of course. Actually, that's a good point. I didn't even notice that. So, welcome in everyone to the Dark Carnival. Tonight, I am joined by a very illustrious cast of friends and streamers in their own right. I'm just going to go right down. You guys can just introduce yourself, say your name, and you can say the name of the character that you're playing as well, but I'll give you a chance in-game to actually introduce more about them. So we will just start at the top. Joining me first is the lovely Desandrakao. Hi, Des. How's it going?
Hi. It's going.
And who are you playing tonight?
I will be playing Marie Onetz. Because
Yes.
I'm a puppet.
That is, yes. Marie Onette, of course, the puppet. They all look fantastic as well, chat. Yes, Des, thank you so much for joining us. And this is your first Change of Fate.
It is on the other side.
Yes, that's true. You do help a lot on the back end, as well as create your wacky paradoxes of characters. The Bartholomew verse, you know.
Yes. My own little Bartholomew universe.
And next up, of course, we have the lovely SleepyScrubs. Sleepy, how's it going?
It is going fabulous. Happy spooky season, friends.
Happy spooky season to you as well. And you are playing who tonight, Sleepy?
I am playing Mona Shriek, the banshee of the carnival.
Yes. Chat, also let me know if any of them need to be individually louder or quieter, and I will turn them down. Just let me know.
We need to be louder. He'll turn us down.
Yes, yeah, it will. Louder or quieter, they go down, chat. There's no, it's just one direction. All right, it's a singular direction.
If you let us
only
know,
goes
we will
Mona,
get
Mona
quieter.
yells. Yeah, we're gonna have to.
That's
calm
true.
down.
That's true.
Just screaming the whole time.
I do scream.
Mona does shriek.
Mhm,
Yeah. All right. Yes, and of course, jingle and jangling underneath Mona. Of course, we have the fantastic IvyAnixi. Ivy, how are you doing?
I'm so good. I love this hat.
The hat is so good. Little jester clown. Who are you playing, Ivy?
I am playing Fred Pound, the clown, a little trickster.
Yes, that you are. We are all excited for some Franpon action. So this is Des, Sleepy, and Ivy's first change of fate from this side of things. Are you guys nervous? Are you excited? How are you feeling?
A throw up.
Very nervous.
They're gonna do great, chat. Make sure you guys give them some applause and some words of encouragement because they are so ready to play. Let me tell you, drinking with this glued-on mustache is not something that I thought I'd need to challenge myself with.
Is that a ghost mug, Kip?
It's a little mummy mug. Yeah.
I love it.
I know the ring light's kind of blaring it out, but yeah, it's a
Amazing.
little mummy mug for tonight. And last but certainly not least, my veteran Change of Fate player, Yona. How is it going, the Undying Prince?
It is good. I am a veteran. Way back in Skeleton Land. All right. Yes. Hello. I am playing Connor Torsion.
Yeah.
The contortionist, as you might guess. I have a guest right now who is going to need to move. But
Oh, Phoebe. Kashi, let me know who you messaged if you've messaged them already for your NPC, so I can make sure that I don't forget about that. All right. Well, we are starting off, of course, in the Dark Carnival. I'm about to message. Okay, thank you. So again, this is a little one shot that I've created about our 4 guests here, and let me give you guys a little background as we enter the Dark Carnival here. I'm just gonna. So. The Dark Carnival itself, let's talk a little bit about it here. It is a mysterious attraction that seems to appear and vanish at will. Unknown to the mystified public, it's powered by the Dark Heart, an entity of unknown origin that lends its dark powers to maintaining the monstrous caretakers that work there. By enticing guests and generating fear by whatever means necessary, they in turn give power to the heart, which will whisk the carnival away to another realm when it becomes sufficiently full. Such is the cycle of the Dark Carnival. But should something threaten the integrity of the heart, then all those who call the Dark Carnival their home may be in grave danger. And our story tonight takes place at this Dark Carnival. Are you guys ready? Are we ready to jump into the game?
Yes.
So ready.
I'm so ready.
So ready.
I'm so excited. All right. Thank you, Kosh. I will make sure that I change this me. Oh my god. Oh, I like it. Okay. Oh, that's great. Yeah, I can do that.
I'm a little scared by how
The
much you like
change
that.
of reaction.
Yeah.
Well, for a second there, it was very par for the course, but he's fleshed it out into something I really, really like. Which is fantastic. All right, chat, remember, as we continue on this journey, you are welcome to vote in any and all polls that show up. Please do spend your channel points, redeem dice rolls and things for our cast, and if you're feeling extra generous, remember to tip your ringleader and head over to !donate for some premium actions tonight. Is my cast ready?
Yay.
Yes, sir.
Ready.
Okay. Then we shall enter the Dark Carnival. So the first thing that we need to note is chat has already. I'm a ringleader. Franpon is a clown. Not quite true. I don't know. Franpon, you're a clown, right? Not a jester, although you are kind of wearing a jester getup.
I am a clown. I'm quite confused.
Fair enough. It's very important to note that chat has decided at the Dark Carnival, in the history that you guys have been working here, which is a very long time, 666 people exactly have died.
Check it out.
Whether or not you guys stopped killing people after 666, just because it was a really good number, remains to be seen. But for one reason or another, that's how many people have died at this carnival. So it's important to note that. Thank you, chat. And we will get into just a second where the actual carnival is right now. But chat, for your very first redeem something, I need you to all name something right now for those who want to. I need a name for the forest that the carnival is currently residing in. Chat has decided that the carnival itself is residing on the outskirts of Jersey City, but we do need to know the name of the forest. And go ahead
I feel like I have to change the voice I was gonna do now.
No, you absolutely do not. Ash has renamed the Jersey Shire. Okay. Valid. Any other options, chat?
Very fair, Ash.
Yeah, that's very fair. The not New York Woods. The Jabberwocky Woods. That's also pretty good. I do like these. I do like the not New York Woods.
Not New York.
I think that's what we're gonna go with, chat. We're gonna go with the not New York Woods. Little Bush. It's a very large forest. So true. All right, yeah, we're gonna go with the not New York Woods if he wants to input that. So, let's head over to our very first scene here at the carnival. Okay. And chat, if anyone's curious, we are using Alchemy RPG to play our tabletop tonight. So, there's that. Okay. Just turn up the music a little bit. Our story tonight begins in the veiled mists of the woods, specifically the not New York woods, not too far from civilization. Within the not New York woods, even in the dim evening dusk, lights permeate through the darkness and draw nearby wanderers like moths to a flame. Nestled in this murky forest lies the Dark Carnival, a mysterious place of laughter, fright, and ghoulish mystery. Tonight, much like any other, the inhabitants of the nearby town of Jersey City have made their way through the night to this haunting attraction to partake in its fervent events. But much like any spooky story, the carnival isn't all fun and games. For the people who work and tend the carnival hold a ghastly secret. Not only are they not of mortal life, but they are also indentured to a strange entity known only as the Dark Heart, which keeps the carnival going. Speaking of which, let's check on our staff now, shall we? So that is the setting. Of course, we are in this mystical, haunting carnival that appears when it wants to in various forests around the world. I guess Jersey City is where you guys are currently pulling in all
Smells great.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, all the local Jerseyans. It's gonna be great.
All those forests in Jersey
Smells
City.
so
Yeah,
good.
Yeah.
you guys know all the forests in Jersey City. Definitely
Yeah.
not where we also had Honey Heist take place, but it's fine.
Why are there so many bears here?
Yeah, you see a bear mafia just careening through on a sports car.
We have to teach them tricks.
That's exactly right. Ooh,
That's
piece of
true.
candy. Thank you,
Bears could
Judge.
be in the carnival.
Yeah.
If we need a Deus Ex Machina, now we know what to do.
That's so true. That is great. Judge, thank you for that. I will keep that in mind, that in the next area they will be able to find an item if they are so perceptive. I hear the honking of clown noises and car horns, exactly. So that is where we are in this dark and spooky setting. You guys have all worked in the carnival as long as you can remember. Either you originally came here from another life, or you were simply spawned as a creature of darkness. It is up to you. But I will go down the list right now because the very first place that we visit is the carnival's funhouse. Like so many attractions here, it is designed to entice customers into its dark, winding halls, filled with frights to hopefully make it out the other side, with their integrity still intact. And for those that don't make it, well, a much more sinister fate may befall them. Des, if you would like to introduce your character and just kind of what you're doing. This is like an in media res sort of thing. You're in the funhouse. I'll sort of transition over to your scene. So give me your sort of general
Pretty.
description of who you are, any background that you want to share with everyone.
Sure. Okay. Hello. I am Mary Onette, but you can just call me Mary. I am what you would call a living doll. I may or may not have snuck into the carnival a very, very long time ago, and may or may not have become one with the funhouse. And now I tend to it and its very interesting secrets.
That's very true. And as you're sort of within the funhouse right now, Des, you can see sort of based on where you are at the end, you hear the general sort of laughter and frights that are coming from children that have wandered in here. And as the footsteps get a little closer, they kind of turn the corner around the Hall of Mirrors. And the children kind of stumble in. You see there's about 4 of them, you know, maybe about like 12 years old. And they just kind of stumble in and they start looking around the room and awe. Wow! Oh my gosh, look at that. I wasn't scared. No, I wasn't. Kind of like poking each other. They haven't seemed to notice you yet. What would you like to do?
I'm going to very quietly walk up behind them because I have no weight. I'm a puppet.
Yep.
And I'm just going to kind of tap one of them and just be like, make sure to be careful. You wouldn't want to get hurt.
Roll me a trick check. Which will be the first roll, which is just a d6 plus your trick stat modifier.
What is my trick? I think it's 1, right? It's a 5.
5, okay. You immediately sort of tap one of the kids in the shoulder and say this as you do. And the kid kind of turns around and whoa! Lets out a shriek as they kind of jump back a little bit and they kind of grab onto the other kids and they... Did that doll just talk? Do you say anything, or are you gonna just remain there?
I'm going to be like, I'm not a doll. It's just a costume, and I'm just very short.
They kind of
Don't worry about it.
They catch their breath for a second. They kind of look around and this place is really creepy. It's a really good costume, miss.
Thank you. I made it myself.
One of the children kind of like looks behind their shoulder and they look to you and goes, miss, do you work in this funhouse?
I do. Actually.
Well, we came in with our friend Zachary and I think he got lost. We haven't seen him in a while.
What does he look like?
Well, he's short, he's got stinky hair, and I think he was wearing a yellow t-shirt.
I think I may have seen someone of that description in the ball pit, if you would like to check it out.
The children's eyes kind of light up a little bit, and they go, "What? We didn't see the ball pit? Wait, of course Stinky Zachary was playing around in the ball pit." And they just kind of go, "Oh, which direction is it, miss?"
Well, you will have to make your way through the other 2 obstacles. But then it'll be a very big, colorful, fun room full of very fun little spots to play in.
They are you gonna try and convince him to go deeper into the funhouse?
Sure.
Okay. Roll me a treat roll, we'll say, as you're trying to guide them back to your friend or their death, I guess.
Yeah, let's kill these kids.
That's not okay.
We're off to a great start.
Yeah.
7. Oh no, it's plus treat, right?
Yeah.
So 6,
Oh
7,
god.
9?
A 9? Oh
Yeah.
my god. Okay. So yeah, so you say this, and the kids kind of like look at each other and they go, "We like colorful obstacles. Thanks, miss. How long should we look for Zachary in the ball pit?"
Well, I would hope until you found him if he's your friend.
Until we find him. Okay. And they kind of just they turn around and they go back and start to make their way towards the ball pit. perhaps never to be seen again. As they were basically just right next to the exit, but that's fine. They're in the house now. You kind of giggle to yourself, awaiting the fate that may befall them in the future. And this is your job. This is what you do. You run the funhouse. You generate fear, for better or for worse, for the heart. Do you have anything else to add, Marie, before we move on to our next contestant?
No, that is everything.
Okay. Our vision now pans out a little bit, as we've seen sort of what it looks like for a day in the life of Mary Onette. We also now, elsewhere in the carnival, we have the ever-present sales of the ticket booth. The flow and tally of the populace entering the carnival. Yet, the ticket master is rumored to not be crossed, lest you face wrath. And Sleepy, would you like to introduce your character? Kind of what they look like, who they are. Give us a little background on Mona.
I would love to. Mona is the ticket master of the carnival and also a part-time puppeteer. You can frequently catch her carrying around our favorite little puppet in the funhouse. And she has worked in sales for far, far too long. She was the first person to find the carnival and just sort of became the entity that she is now, aka a banshee, because she finds thorough enjoyment in screaming at rude customers.
Yes, that's honestly so true. So true. And speaking of which, chat, here's a free ask for you to practice. I need everyone right now to give me the name of a problematic customer from Jersey entering the carnival right now.
Oh boy.
Maybe, say, don't shout your friends' names out. Don't shout Soph, okay? Maybe just, give another name. A problematic carnival customer here. Karen, of course, that's a classic. Mario, also Karen. Hi, Radish. Judith Bursey. Okay. Sandy.
Attacked by anxiousness.
Sandy. Plot twist is just me. Karen. I'm seeing a lot of Karens. All right. We'll keep it in the network. We'll make it a Karen. That's fine. All right, chat. Good job. So, Sleepy, Mona, as right now it is, like I said, it is dusk. There are people still kind of entering the carnival. Not many. There's not many people left as it is getting late, and most people are kind of already in the carnival. And as you're kind of sitting there bored in front of the ticket booth, let's just move over to your actual scene so we can see. Now, keep in mind, these are never going to be one-to-one because they are AI generated, but there is Mona's scene at the ticket booth. There you can see her. Okay. Sleepy, as you are kind of bored and just generally doing ticket sales as the next doldrum of face kind of comes in and leaves the booth, the man that you were helping just kind of, so if I'm to remember right, you were saying that there was a 2-for-1 deal and I only got 1 ticket. What's that about?
There is no 2-for-1 deal.
Well,
I don't know where
yeah,
you heard that.
but see, that's what people were saying on the outside of the carnival, and I thought it was kind of like, a need-to-know kind of basis, that if I came in here and asked for the 2-for-1 deal, you give me 2 tickets for 1 money, right?
Well, you thought wrong.
Well, can I have my second ticket then?
If you pay for it.
I paid for the 1 ticket, I'm here for the 2 tickets.
Please leave.
He kind of grumbles to himself and he kind of like walks off to the side. And as he does, behind him, you do see this female presenting individual kind of walk up with like a bob of a cut. She comes up, she's got like a little sweater on, a white scarf, it's not really that cold out. She kind of steps up, she pushes her glasses up her nose a little bit, and she goes, finally, do you know how long I've been waiting in this line?
Since I have neighbors, I will not be screeching, but Mona will be screeching in her face.
Immediately?
Immediately.
Okay. You just immediately scream in this lady's face. What's your objective here? Are you trying to get her to go away? Are you trying to get her to comply? What are you trying to do?
Just trying to get her to go away.
Okay. In that case, I mean, you're a banshee, you can scream. What I need you to roll a trick for is how well this works on Karen. So
Fabulous.
give me a d6 roll, and I'll say you have advantage because you usually do this. So you can roll twice and take the higher one.
Right,
Okay.
this is your go-to.
This is literally yeah.
All right. So I rolled. My highest one was a 4.
Okay, and then add your trick.
And my trick is 3, so 7.
7. Okay, that's pretty good. You just let out a "Rah!" to this, Karen that's just kind of in front of you. She kind of looks a bit flabbergasted. Her eyes kind of widen, and she kind of catches herself for a second. Are you trying to give me a heart attack? I'd like to speak to your manager, please.
I am the manager.
Her eyes kind of widen as you say that, and she goes, well, then you won't be getting my business. Good day. And she walks out of the line.
Bye.
You are just used to this kind of encounter every day. This is what it's like in ticket sales for you. Anything else before our vision begins to pan out?
No.
Mona continues with the doldrum of ticket sales for the rest of the night. The front-facing desk of the carnival. However, now we go to a much more exhilarating and exciting scene. Mona, you've also been tricked, so your next roll will roll with disadvantage. Roll 2, take the lower one.
Nice.
First trick of the night. Okay, we are now moving over to somewhere a bit more high energy. Welcome in to the big top. Of course, it wouldn't be a carnival of darkness without a big top to hide inside, isn't that right? Well, of course, in here, far away from the ticket booth and within the big top itself are many jaw-detaching acts. One of these is an acrobatic performance of magnitude and mischief. Yet, those who don't applaud may be punished most foul. Ivy, would you like to introduce your high-flying character tonight?
Sure. I am Francesca Dupont, aka Franpon the clown. She's a clown school dropout that got kicked out from the academy because she has violent tendencies. She loves to play tricks and fly around in the big top in dangerous situations, and she revels in the fear of the people that watch her.
That's right, yes. We do love Franpon. Speaking of which, right now, Franpon, you are about to put on sort of the finale of your act. You're sort of at the top of the trapeze as you are. There's a roaring crowd of Jerseyans below. Hey, yo, come on, jump! Just, generally yelling up towards you. Hopefully you can do something that helps generate enough fear here. Tell me, you describe to me, what is your act like? What are you gonna do here?
Well, there's a lot of trapeze up here, so I think I'm gonna do a little flippy floppy up here, and maybe let's bring out some broken bottles to juggle while doing it.
Okay.
Broken glass bottles.
Yeah, right. Okay, so you are going to, well, actually, let's do this first. Roll for me I guess this is the different definition of trick. You tell me, Ivy, do you think this would be a treat roll or a trick roll?
Well, I hope it's a trick roll.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a trick, again with advantage.
Okay.
To be fair, Des, I also should have given you advantage, but you succeeded so hard anyway.
So that's a 9.
A 9! Oh my god!
We're starting
Okay.
off strong.
You're starting off very strong. Yeah, so sure enough, Franpon, you described to me exactly how this scene goes. Spoilers for you, it goes perfectly. So you just tell me visually how this goes.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Okay, so I'm gonna do a little flippy floppy up here.
Okay.
Knees hooked over that trapeze.
Yep.
I'm gonna fly through the air, juggling those broken glass bottles, catching the handles perfectly, might I add.
Of course.
But alas, one quote unquote accidentally falls from my hand and lands right next to the closest person to the front.
It certainly does.
And I stick the landing.
Yes, you do. It's an incredible performance of incredible magnitude. And a couple of the front watchers of the line kind of gasp audibly as the bottle just shatters near them. And you've done this enough that you know it's not like within damaging radius, but it's just close enough that people are like, "Whoa, yo, did you see that?" As the glass kind of shatters all around you. They don't really know if it was part of the act, but you do stick the landing perfectly as you kind of get up and you smile to everyone around you. There's some applause. There's a couple of gasps and screams as you've done this. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good act. And you revel in the applause that you get. Yeah. Anything else from you, Ivy and Franpon?
No. I'm real glad you guys are screaming for me though.
Okay, good. Then we will move out, zoom out one more time here, because of course, around the carnival you may see various eye-catching sideshows, including fire breathers, sword swallowers, and of course, legendary contortionists, like the one in the West Wing now, gathering a large crowd. Yona, would you like to introduce your character?
Yes, I am playing Connor Torsion, the contortionist who has worked at this carnival for, let's say, enough years. Really, whenever he describes how long he's worked for, there's a terrible eldritch noise and nobody can actually hear it.
Yeah.
He's been here a long time, suffice it to say.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason he is able to be such an effective contortionist is that he is in fact a ghost who possesses multiple different bodies over the years. And at this, I think at this performance, he's fully dislocated one of his legs. And it's...
Yeah, performances for Connor, of course, include detaching limbs in a way that still looks vaguely real. Also, yes, Kashi, I did see, Franpon, you have a Spark of Darkness from Kashi, which you can hold on to. I think there's a place you can put it in your character. And
Sweet.
You can use that to re-roll a dice at any point. Just keep in mind you have to take the new result, even if it is worse than your previous one.
Got it.
So that is what the
Thank
Spark
you,
of Darkness
Kashi.
does. Yes. Yes, Connor, how's your act going?
So far, so good. I think we've come to the portion of my act that I always do, in which I invite audience members to join me in trying some contortion out themselves, which of course will break them forever.
Yes, actually, chat, can I get a volunteer from the audience? Who would like to come into Connor's act? Can I see a show of hands or a me maybe of someone that would like to self-insert?
Can I get a volunteer from the crowd, please?
Lovely. Oh, I see a lot. A big pass from Ash. Yeah, fair enough. I see, yes, okay, yes, a good crowd we have tonight. Yes, how about, you, in the back there? I believe, Gosh, she's throwing money
Cheer
at the
100,
contortionist
cheer
right
100, cheer 100.
You, simply in the back, Soph, I believe. Yes, why don't you come step on up here, Soph? A villager from Jersey named Simply Soph, steps up to the plate, Connor. You take it from here.
Yeah, so I think, how are you doing today, my dear Soph, was it?
She does kind of nod her head. Soph, you tell me, are you excited? Are you scared? What are you so ready for this?
Love that we're role-playing with chat now. I love this.
Yeah, this is the future of Change of Fate, is we actually just role-play with chat. With a 10-second delay on everything that we get. Oh my gosh.
If we want to speed through the what happens here for brevity, I can also do that.
It's, yeah. She says, a little nervous, but excited. Or more Jersey. Oh yeah, a little nervous, but excited.
Oh, nothing to be nervous about. Just do what I do. And I pull my arm back far enough that it tendons rip. It's awful. It's the worst.
I'm sorry, are you asking Soph to do this?
Yes. And when they cannot, I will do it for them.
What do you mean?
So what's I'm inviting so to do what I do.
Okay.
And like I basically rip out some of my arm, kind of go like
yeah, you can do this. Soph cannot.
Yes, I can do it. Soph is I imagine will try.
Yeah, she does. She does. She gives her best imitation. She's like, can't. It doesn't stretch anymore.
And then I will take it the rest of the way by tying my Lion Tamer's whip around Soph's wrist and pulling.
Oh my god! Jesus!
This is just how the act goes every night.
Roll me a trick check to
There
see
we go. There's
how
the
well
roll.
you do this. Are you attempting to like break her arm, or are you just dislocating it?
I think the goal is dislocation.
Okay.
It's not to like rip the arm off.
I hope not.
Put it back. Put it back.
Yeah. Okay. What are we getting here?
Yeah. Let me get that D6 for
This
ya.
is also what you can do. You have advantage.
Oh, advantage.
Oh,
Oh
that's
my
pretty
God.
good.
Oh, yeah.
This was a trick roll.
Yep.
So that's gonna be a 10.
A 10, which is nearly the highest you can get in this. Okay. Also, Kashi, I very much appreciate the bits, and I will use your participation. I appreciate you. Sure enough, you kind of, ladies and gentlemen, watch closely, and you Lion Tamer whip around Soph's arm, and Soph kind of goes, wait, I didn't sign anything. And as you do this, you just kind of yank back, and you hear like a to her arm, and she just kind of yells out, my god.
Well done.
It's quite painful with this big popping sound, and everyone in the audience is like legitimately aghast of like, oh my lord, my jeez, did you see what he just did to poor Soph? Oh, not little Soph, she's not gonna be working at the orphanage next week, that's for sure. Just really laying it on thick here. And I mean, it goes great. Everyone's super terrified of this. Are you going to set Soph's arm back?
I think before I will at the end of the act, but the rest of the act includes having Soph do wild contortion with her arm.
Soph, how willing are you to continue wild contortion with your arm?
We'll see how Soph takes it.
Yeah, that's fine. It's one heck of a contortionist act. Getting non-contortionist into a contortionist act. I know, Nikki, can you believe it? I'm trying to run away. Soph is doing their best to run away. I
like take Soph into like this whole dance routine in which I'm like spinning them by the dislocated arm.
Sure. Yeah, because the whip doesn't end well. Yeah, it's kind of this like macabre dance troupe where the audience is like, oh, okay, maybe she's in on it, and Soph is like, I am not in on it. As she's being spun around with her like, you guys remember from the second Harry Potter movie?
Like, isn't her acting amazing?
When he loses all the bones in his arm.
Yes.
That's kind of what's happened to it's like flopping all over the place with Soph. Eventually you sort of let Soph go and set her arm. Soph, yeah, it's been a memorable night for you, that's for sure. Connor kind of gives you a little slap on the back as you return to the crowd. Do they name something? Bank? No, they have to be timely, Nikki. Yona, anything else from you and Mr. Torsion?
No, I think the rest of this act is just on Connor. But you know, it may involve some sharp objects, who knows?
Who knows? Hard to tell. Okay, so that is our 4 characters. How do we feel, chat? How do we feel about them? We liking these characters so far? These 4 colorful characters are our anti-heroes tonight. Each with their own specialties and powers, together they work to generate fear to be absorbed by the Dark Heart. Whether by choice or by force, their lives are directly tied to the Heart's power, something each of them knows vividly. As such, they treat the carnival as their home, and each other as a macabre sort of disjointed family. Yeah, and that is sort of you 4 kind of closing up your own acts for the night. I'm scared of Connor. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm trying to be like the recap narrator from Legend of Korra. And as the fire ferrets came through on the left side. Yeah, pretty much.
You actually do sound just like
Yeah.
It's the one I
didn't
practiced
even put that together.
in the mirror. So thank you.
I love them
Soph
less
says I
than
love
3.
them.
We love you, Soph.
We just adore you.
Good job. Good sportsmanship, Soph. Yeah, so as you four finish your acts, I will say you all kind of like head to the main sort of I want to say campgrounds, but like the food stalls of the carnival. You know, where there's like plenty of seats and food for you guys to get and stuff like that. You may be undead, but you still work up an appetite. Yeah, sure enough, you guys kind of all end your stuff. The carnival begins to die down. It's not quite over yet, but you all kind of wave hello to each other as you reconvene. Eventually, Sleepy, you shut down the ticket sales, Mona does, and you kind of come in to join your friends around the table, and I love it, Des, and you all sort of convene like high school style around the same table, and the scene is yours to talk and do what you wish, my friends.
What you witch?
Merry on brand!
Hi, Mom.
Hello.
I run up to Mona, give her a hug.
Okay. Franpon kind of runs up, jingling as she goes ching, 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 ching. As she does this, a small grenade falls out of her boot, and just kind of rolls on the ground.
Marie is going to walk very slowly because she's very tiny towards Mona with
Yep.
her little arms up for uppies.
Puppies.
So, Franpon has already
I will
come
pick her
over.
up.
Okay, yeah. Franpon has come over. Also, hi, Ellie. Thank you for the lurk. Yeah, Marie comes over. You pick up Marie. You hear kind of like the wooden joints creak as she raises up to you. Franpon kind of comes over. She's all excited. A grenade just kind of rolls out of her boot. She doesn't seem to care. And they both just kind of
Happens
come
all
up
the time.
either side of you. Yep.
I'm
My
more where that
children.
came from. Where's Connor?
Where is Connor?
Hello, everyone. And Connor, like, slinks around a column horribly.
What are you, a snake?
No, but his legs have just been recently reattached.
Amazing. Okay.
You look like you had a fun night.
Oh, yes, it was delightful.
What did you
But
get
how
up to?
delightful.
We had, well, only one audience member was willing to participate today, but
Did they die?
Was willing.
No. I just had a little bit of fun with the pain today.
Oh.
I do have 5 new friends.
As long as they stay on their side of the ball pit while I sleep.
Oh, in the
Well-
ball pit! Congratulations!
Phew. They lost one of them, and I just, they had to go find him. And now I have 5 more friends.
Yay.
As you say this, it is pertinent to mention that for Marie, making friends is very important. And to do this, very FNAF style, stuffs the souls of the lost children in the funhouse into puppets. That is something that happens here for Marie. So 5 new friends, you know what that means. Yep.
More dollies.
More
More
dollies.
dolls.
More children for me to watch.
It's okay.
You like us.
They
You're
behave.
right.
Mickey, no.
That's really good. That is, my mustache is gonna crack. Yeah. Anything else between you guys?
Just I feel like lots of banter and talking about all of our scares for the day.
Yes.
Yeah, I feel like there's a bit of just like logistics and scheduling for like the next day we open and like feel like there's a murder quota kind of is the situation.
Yeah, did we hit
See.
667 today?
Actually, that is very important because chat did vote on this for those that are just joining us now. 666 people have died at the carnival. You tell me if you fudge that number, or if are you keeping that at 666 despite the shortcomings today, or are you actually bumping it up?
I think what happens is there's some necromancy people in the carnival, so we have them raised dead so we can keep it at 666.
Well, actually, it's funny you say this.
Oh, great.
Why don't we play this out?
What do you mean?
Well,
for this.
What a good segue, because sure enough, Connor, you say this to the rest of the group. You guys all kind of admit, yeah, there's definitely a couple deaths. Mona, a couple times there's a lake near your ticket booth. You actually told people, yeah, it's just right through the lake to get to the carnival. Drowned a couple people, you know, you don't give a shit. It's been great. Yeah, so sure enough,
heart attack during
Connor, you tell them this, and you go over to Tao's resurrection tent, which is in the carnival. The four of you kind of go over to it. You get in front of it. It's this kind of like, it looks like a haunted house funeral home. In like, you know, as like a let's go through the funeral home as like a spooky thing, but it's actually a funeral home. But the people don't know this. So
it's just like a fucking catacomb.
Yeah. Sure enough, you guys head up to the front as you've done so many times in the past. And Connor, you kind of wrap your fingers on the door. And as you do, the door opens and you are greeted by a shorter female individual with a bit of a ghastly air to her. Let me just make sure.
She'll fit right in.
Yes. Because this is within the carnival. This isn't like, this is an intrinsic NPC that you guys know, more or less. Okay. And they kind of look up at you and they go, "Ah, well, hello. More souls to resurrect today?"
Always.
Yes. We need to keep the number significant to the heart, you know.
You know this NPC as Miss Tao, or more prominently, Miss Hu Tao. She is a ghastly member of the carnival. Patron saint Kursen Kakashi. And she resurrects things. And she goes, yes, well, how many do we have to resurrect to keep the number at 666?
I imagine we must have figured this out when we were bantering.
Hey, you tell me, dude. It's up to you.
Yeah.
I like to think that mine don't count because they're still alive. They're just in choice.
Sure.
Yeah, they don't count against. So I think in total, probably, I don't know. What do you think, Franpon? 12?
12 sounds good.
That sounds like a good number today.
Hu Tao kind of smiles, and she goes, so, and as she says this, she kind of like snaps her fingers and a ghostly notepad appears in front of her, and she goes, what are we thinking? Maybe 6 in the skeleton mines, 6 in the haunted babies manor? What are you guys feeling? Do we need more people in the ooze pit? Where should we send these folks?
Ooze. The ooze is so squishy.
Yeah, and the onlookers really love when there's like souls that bubble up out of the green pit. You know, that's always good.
Yeah.
Sucks for the souls. You know, it's probably one of the worst jobs.
Ooze pit.
Yes, me too.
I would personally like a couple more in my lake.
Oh yes. Oh, of course. Yes. The
ooze pit and lake.
Yes. She
sound good,
starts,
everyone.
Writing down. Yes. And she looks at you, Marie, and she kind of gives you a little nudge, and she goes, "So, Marie, when are you gonna donate some of your souls to my foundation?" And you guys aren't like exactly rivals, but you do similar things, just in very different mechanisms.
They're my friends.
Yes, right, but you know, what are friends but just unpaid workers? You know what I mean?
They're my friends, Miss Hu Tao.
Now, Miss Tao, you know, the souls in the funhouse are off limits.
And she, yes, I know. I just, I figure Marie gets more of them than most of us, so it's just one of these days, you know. She kind of chuckles to herself a little bit. And she goes, all right, well, I'll mark that down. Is there anything else you guys need from me?
Franpon's gonna go up and be like, if you leave Marie alone, I'll hand out more coupons for you at the big top.
And she, oh, would you just? And she, okay, Marie, you know I only jest in jest. So yeah, of course, Franpon.
I
Okay,
pat Marie's head lovingly, and I tell her I will not let who touch her friends.
You
Yeah.
do that to Marie.
Yes.
I'm gonna hold out my hand. Give me more coupons.
Oh, thank you, yes. Kind of stuff those real quick. And she goes, all right, well, if there's nothing else for you, would you like to try the Hu Tao riddle of the day?
A riddle.
Well, yes, I've kind of deviated from macabre poetry recently, anyway.
I do like fun puzzles
Sorry.
and riddles.
If
quite
you
like
can,
riddles.
if you can get it correct, I will give you a blessing, she says. Are you ready?
Yes.
Very well, let's hear it.
She looks very proud of herself. Who makes it, but has no need for it? Whoever buys it won't use it. Who uses it won't care. What am I?
Now we have to actually think with our player brains.
With your player brains.
Wait. Can you say it again?
Yes, of course. Who makes it has no need for it. Whoever buys it won't use it. Who uses it won't care. What am I? I will just keep in mind that she is a funeral director, and you think most of her poetry and riddles are in the same vein. So you at least have a generalized category
Right.
of potential answers.
Is it a coffin?
She looks down at you, Marie, and she goes, ding, 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 that's correct! It is, in fact, a coffin. Well done, Marie. You've been studying up.
I did.
As she says this, she snaps her fingers. Her eyes glow orange for a second. And we'll say for you, Marie, because you got it right, you now have advantage on your next roll.
Woo!
Very well done. Very well done. This riddle was in our most recent D&D session? No way. That's insane. Hu
Oh,
Tao
I
kind of...
definitely thought she meant a D&D session with you.
No. That would be even funnier. We're using this everywhere. No, that was a Kashi riddle.
Oh.
Good job, Kashi.
Well, she's now
It was
permanently
fabulous,
part of the
Kashi,
carnival.
thank you.
So, yeah, okay. So she bids you farewell, and you guys kind of head back to your sort of generalized area. But as you are walking, you are stopped, of course, by, how could we forget, the carnival's ringleader, who, of course, if you guys open tactical mode right now, you can see him in
Ooh.
all his lovely glory.
Hello,
It's
sir.
Oh,
just
look at
you.
him go.
Yes.
Look at that hat.
Nazi.
Isn't it such a good hat?
Does he have a name?
He does have a name, yes. He walks up to you all, and he says, "Oh, yes, just the four I was looking for. How were your days at the carnival?"
Very fun.
Sticky.
Good to hear it, Franpon. You, of course, know this individual as none other than Reginald the Ringleader. As he is here. Good old Reginald the Ringleader. Matrix, you can thank Ash for this costume and makeup. He looks at you all and he said, did we have any spooky surmises or any untimely demises today at the carnival, folks?
I made 5 new friends.
Unfortunately not at the front.
Excellent job, Marie. He kind of reaches down and pats your head a little bit. And he said, the heart will be very pleased with that.
Yay. The heart.
You guys know Reginald, although not like the leader of the carnival, kind of acts as like a liaison between you guys and the heart. He's been here longer than you. As far as you know, he was the first one in the carnival. And in all this time, you don't really know what he is, but then again, you don't ask. A lot of the staff members that kind of come by are just generally ghoulish and ghastly, and it's not as evident, whereas, like, you know, a skeleton is pretty evident what a skeleton is, but some people have dormant powers, you know, and aren't as sort of visibly accessible as others. But nonetheless, Reginald sort of spends a good chunk of time with the heart, kind of like facilitating the passage of fright that you guys generate. And he says, well, seeing as the carnival is closing up for the day, shall we all head down to you know where and, you know, partake in the next journey? And he kind of gives you a little wink.
I go where Mother Mona goes.
Yeah.
That sounds
I
marvelous,
suppose we
Reginald.
shall.
Mona, just so we're on the same page, you're not actually their mother, are you?
Oh God, no.
Okay, I was just, never mind. And he kind of, let's walk and talk, and he kind of spins around with his cane. He's a very well-dressed individual, you know, he generally has, like, the lay of the land, this air of confidence around you all that he currently exists in. And you guys, you continue to follow Reginald. Now, normally at the end of each of your sort of sessions in the carnival, you all head to the Heart, which is where you guys kind of convene and make the passage to somewhere new. Because eventually you guys kind of exhaust the fright. After all of your acts are seen 1 or 2 times, then people know about it, right? And they kind of know what to expect. So to keep it fresh and generate the most amount of fear, the Heart uses the fear you generate to transport to new worlds. And that is where you guys are headed. So we've already had a poll. So chat, thank you very much. Just reminding everyone out there, you can spend channel points to do all sorts of stuff throughout the stream, including voting in polls like the one that you guys just had a couple minutes ago, which will, of course, influence things like we're outside of Jersey City, and only 666 people can die in the carnival, and all other crazy things, including the one that I will get into in just a second. Okay. Anything else on the way to seeing the Heart? Is there anything you guys want to do, shut down, pick up before we actually get where the Heart is?
I'm gonna skip the whole way.
Okay. Sounds good, Franpon. I love it. Okay, Mercy. I will keep that in mind. So yeah, so you guys make your way to sort of the back of the carnival, where you know there's this kind of like cave that transports with the carnival wherever you go. It's weird. It's magic. It kind of warps around with the carnival, and that's where the Heart resides. This kind of like underground cavern at the back of the carnival. As our anti-heroes approach the strange open-mouthed cavern that seems to protrude out of the ground of the carnival, you are all immediately aware of the beating that is coming from within. Unnerving at first, it has long since become a comfort to you and your fellow staff members, as it means the carnival is still your palace of safety. The air grows colder than it already was as you descend toward the Heart. The last traces of warm light flicker at the mouth of the cavern behind you. It isn't long before the space opens up around you and you are greeted with a familiar sight. In front of you, measuring more than 20 feet tall and 15 feet wide, the Heart stands suspended in air, via its thick, veiny tendrils that extend into the cavern and the ceiling. The floor of the ceiling, even. The dark energy that fills this room is palpable. It is a welcome feeling to you all as you watch this strange, alien entity pulse and writhe with eldritch rhythm. Despite being under its servitude for a long time now, none of you actually know where the Heart originated. There are some rumors and conjectures amongst you, however, the most prominent being, according to chat, it is the dying heart of a god, forgotten god of some sort that has ended up here within the carnival, according to chat, anyway. Right? Yeah, so you guys are led into this cavern that you've been in many times before. It's not too spacious, but there is this kind of monstrous, dark beating heart that exists in front of you, which gives you all life. It gives the carnival power. You know, you're all sort of used to it by now. It's kind of suspended in the middle of the air. This thing, though, I mean, I do not want to understate. It is strange. As much as you guys, you know, you live for it and you work for it and you do your best for the Heart, you don't understand it, and none of you attempt to, because it is by nature, eldritch in its understanding. You cannot fathom what it is, its purpose, its power, anything like this before. Nor why would you? It gives you life and it gives you meaning, and that's enough for you. At the carnival. So Reginald kind of like ushers you guys all down in here. A couple of your other staff members are here as well. You can see a couple of mummies nearby that work the kissing booth. There's Netch, everyone's favorite Wheel of Fortune zombie. He kind of comes, he kind of, slinks past you all. There's a couple of ghosts that permeate through the walls of the cavern, just general ghouls. Chat, also let me know how the music has been. Hopefully it's been at a good volume. I'm doing different audio sounds. Get a lot. Cult, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, so you guys are brought into where the heart is. Yeah, anything you guys want to do, talk about the heart to Reginald, anything, as you guys are just kind of waiting for everyone to gather.
Marie is going to giggle as she does and make her way between people's legs to the front,
Sure.
sit down, and just start talking to the heart about her day and how she made her friends.
Precious. What do you say?
Just like kind of like she's talking, like she would be talking to Mona, just like, I had a lot of fun today, and I made 5 new friends, and they got lost. They lost one of their friends in the ball pit, and so I told them they should go find him, and now I have 5 no friends.
You say this to the heart, and you have no idea if your words fall on deaf ears or ventricles in this case. But it's comforting to be able to talk to the heart and have some semblance of connection, which is an interesting feeling for a puppet. Those that feel so tied by strings. And let me be clear, Des. Marie is not physically confined by anything. Sure, there are strings that run through her body to keep her sort of intact as a doll, but no one is controlling you from behind the scenes. But many times in your life, you do feel almost an invisible tug of strings behind your head. But every time you sort of reach your arm back there is nothing there. It's more like a nervous tick.
Oh yeah.
A spark of darkness for Connor. Thank you, Judge. Connor, enjoy your spark of darkness, my friend. I will say,
able to touch the heart?
You can certainly try.
I don't know if I like that.
I feel like Marie would like try to jump and she'd still just be way too short.
Yeah, you
anywhere near
cannot reach it. No, you cannot.
You're what, like 3 feet tall?
Yeah.
Yes.
Tiny.
Very tiny.
I'm gonna look at Connor. I'm gonna be like, have you ever wondered what the heart tastes like?
So at this point, Connor is doing what he always does when we kind of commune with the heart, which is he has left his body behind.
Okay, sure. You've left the lion
He is now in his ghostly form. And he says, and without vocal cords, so it's sort of a whispering thing, and if it doesn't come through, I'll just speak normally, but we'll see. He says, I have often wondered what tasting is like altogether. As he sort of lists himself towards the heart.
I got
Good evening.
tingles when you said that.
Robo has given a For the King to Marie, which is our first one. Marie, if you head into the equipment section of your character sheet, you can search for a Dark Carnival ticket and add it to your inventory. And we'll talk more about those later. Thank you very much, Robo. Also, hi, Pen. Welcome in.
And Mona, as she convenes with the heart, will simply stare at it as she usually does, and a trickle of blood tear falls from her eye, and that is the only semblance of emotion that she has.
Sure, I love it. Chat, I'm gonna need a free ask here. Whether or not Connor and Franpon know, someone knows. What does the heart taste like, chat? You do not have to redeem points. This is a free ask. If you're new here, it just means shout out anything in chat that you think a literal heart of darkness, the dying heart of a god, would taste like. Oh my gosh. Speaking
there
of
they are.
hearts,
There are the friends.
Anami! Welcome
Yay.
in, friends. Heart tastes like candy corn. The heart tastes like grape jelly. The heart tastes like rotten flesh. Love the brand Mercy. Black licorice. Burger, you understood the
Ooh.
assignment.
I'm gonna taste it.
Grandpa would don't. Milk duds, milk duds, milk duds. Heart tastes like
Oh.
orange
Ooh.
peanut candles. Blackberry jelly. Ooh, I like that. I love Change of Fate. Hanami is a previous Change of Fate player. We love Hanami. You should go check her out. If you have-
Personally,
We do
like
love
the
Hanami.
option candy corn.
Mhm.
Yes.
All
I
of these
love
are so good.
options.
Can I taste it?
Well, you can try. Sure. Do you don't want to? Yeah, you fine. Yeah, fine, Franpon. You could try to taste the heart.
Okay.
So, Franpon, it's an interesting experience as you take your clown body and you walk towards the heart. As you get like within touching distance of the heart, you can't actually put a physical hand on the heart. It's kind of like a barrier. It's not like a solid glass wall, but you do feel like you just physically cannot touch the heart. Your hand won't go there. But as you just instinctively bring your tongue down anyway, the aura around the heart does in fact leave just a couple notes of blackberry jelly mixed with waxy candy corn.
Ooh. I'm gonna turn and look at everyone and be like, well, that was an experience.
You get some
Did we
real.
all taste it?
I mean, go ahead, but it's up to you.
I'm a puppet. I can't taste anything.
That's so sad.
That is
I
so
know.
sad. I'm gonna pat her on her head.
She just blinks confused.
Do you want to all taste it?
Well, I'm kind of curious now.
Mona, you
think
tell me.
I think that Mona and I are the only ones that taste it.
because Marie and Connor can't. I
Yeah.
feel like I have
Yeah.
to for them.
Okay, sure.
Do you want me to go get you a bag of flesh, Connor?
It doesn't work that way.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting the community licking the literal heart of a dying god, but that's fine.
That
Mona,
you weren't expecting that surprises me.
somehow I wasn't.
I feel like it's on brand since
Oh, it
I'm
is.
usually a sky celestial.
That's fair. Yeah, Mona, you do the same thing. You come in and you and Franpon just kind of just start like licking at
Uh-oh.
the air together. Reginald is kind of like, what on earth are they doing? As he kind of looks at you guys get a bunch of weird stares from the other monsters. And Netch kind of and he kind of walks over as well. And he tries to take a bite out of the heart, but he can't get his teeth around it. He's next sad.
Aw, Nep.
And
Aw.
Reginald goes, can I just remind everyone to stop trying to eat the literal thing that's keeping us living, or at least undead. He kind of like
Eating it.
extends his cane towards the heart, and you guys kind of like chuckle away a little bit. Definitely getting
Just
dizzy.
wanted to taste.
Oh, relax, Reginald.
Well, you know it's our duty to protect the heart under all costs, and while it is very difficult to interact with, it's probably not impossible. We shouldn't be too careful, you know? It's literally our life force, Connor.
Yes, I don't think they can do any real damage.
Well, you never know. Some of them may have barbed tongues. I'm pretty sure there's a mimic among us, although I've never actually seen them. I've only seen an extra carnival worker every time, so who knows who it is? So...
That's amazing.
Yep.
That's so good.
That's why the big top moves.
I'm sure there's a mimic among us, but I just can't figure out who it is.
Among Us.
Among Us.
Gonna BRB, so giving this to Sleepy and Mona just in case. A treat for Mona. Look
Thank
at
you,
that,
Meta.
Mona. So Mona, I believe you have a trick and a treat, correct?
I do.
Okay, well, you will use them both, but they will cancel each other out. Which we love to see, right? Okay, you guys, as you're standing there, Reginald says, all right, well, everyone listen, let's get this ceremony started. And another trick for Mona. All right, you're one in the negative right now. We're just gonna have you
God
roll
damn it,
5
Kashi.
dice. That'd be great.
I have a quick question.
Yes, Marie.
The ticket, is it the raffle ticket?
It's the raffle ticket, yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure I was adding the right thing. That's all.
Also, Marie, I will say, as you are the closest to the ground, and because there is a piece of candy, someone has dropped, for some reason on the ground, a small golden, like, plant seed, like a sunflower seed.
Oh, I'm gonna pick it up and she's gonna put it under her hat.
Yeah, you can add 1 seeds to your inventory. That's fine.
Yes. I have to figure out how to do that.
So yeah, it's also in the equipment. It's there. I think they're just called seeds or golden seeds or something. Okay. So Reginald says, "All right. Well, listen. You've all done a fantastic job over the last couple days, spooking the shit out of Jersey City," and everyone kind of, "Woo, yeah, Jersey City!" You know, it's some big applause.
The best place to spook.
Exactly, the best place to spook. You'd be surprised how hardened these veterans are, but nonetheless, you guys got through to them and generated enough fear for the heart to take us somewhere new, somewhere exciting, somewhere we have never set foot before, and you know what that means, right? Kind of like lends an ear to you all, waiting for you all to shout.
More friends?
Well,
More fun.
Yes, more friends, more fun, more fright. That is the slogan of our carnival now, I guess. So that's what you all shout at the same time. Yeah. And he says, "All right, well, everyone, if you are able to, I would recommend holding on to something. Otherwise, you know, just anchor yourselves or souls in this room as we begin to transport through the night." And with that, Reginald sort of prepares. He kind of like knocks his cane on the ground a couple times.
I hop back into my body to like secure it to things.
Sure.
I will hold on to my sweet little Marie.
Okay.
Yes.
You see a couple of the other ghosts do the same, Connor, that you do. Yeah, you guys all hold on. You've done this a million times before. And Reginald just kind of shouts out, echoing over the reverb of the cave, and just says, "Feast on the fear of the living and the dead, and bring us to a new world so that we may scare again." And as he kind of like announces this, you all kind of stand back a little bit as the heart begins to convulse faster and faster. Although it's a process you've seen 100+ times, you're still a bit put off by the sheer tenacity of the tenebrous tendons. Suddenly, small iridescent sparks begin to shoot out of its core and up into the veiny strands holding the heart in place. It's almost as if the heart is squeezing out any remaining light, dared breach its cardiac high, far, far away from its shadow. As the sparks continue to travel upward, a rush of warm air blows in from the mouth of the cavern behind you. You watch as Reginald merely steps back from the hearth and leans casually against the wall. You all know what's coming next. With a jolt, the floor lurches beneath you, and you all feel the sensation of spinning, though no visual cues would make your senses believe you are doing so. Then, as quickly as it started, with a faint pop from outside the cavern, you can tell the carnival has relocated. Yes, a faint poyo, thank you.
That's the sound it makes.
Yep.
That is the cannon sound. That's the carnival.
arrived!
Poyo!
It's the
Yeah.
confirmation sound that the heart makes when we transport.
Yep. Mind the gap. Poyo! You can tell the carnival is relocated as the feelings of motion slowly begin to subside. The heart's convulsions slowly ebb. And it eventually reaches the steady drumming beat that it maintained before. Chat, there is a new poll coming up for you right now, which will determine what the party does next. As they've just landed in a new location, it is up to you, chat, to decide whether or not they go and explore the outer banks of this area. Maybe heading into the forest and hoping it's not Jersey City this time. Or is it up to them to prepare more of the carnival and make sure all of the rides are working the way they want them to? Yes, Fiona?
The idea that we would use our eldritch god heart to transport to a new world, and then we walk out and it's just fully still Jersey City.
You never know.
Oh my god.
Love it.
We will let chat vote here. Chat, get your votes in. Vote multiple times if you desire. This could determine the fate of our anti-heroes tonight. Speaking of which, as the four of you have been transported, how do you feel? What are you doing inside the cavern?
I'm
Sort
gonna
of just,
throw
like,
up.
shaking out my joints.
Sure.
I'm just gonna like, as it settles, I'm gonna like stumble back a little dramatically and like look like I'm about to puke, but instead just like ribbons of tied colorful handkerchiefs comes out, and then I look around at like all the other ghouls and I'm like, gotcha.
Mona
It's just
just
their
Mona
clapping.
checks her nails and her lip gloss and
Sure.
is unfazed.
Sure. Marie, do you have any reaction to the fake throw up of the handkerchiefs?
Matrix,
Yes,
no.
She's very giddily clapping, just as she would, giggling away.
I do it all for Marie.
Well, chat, we've had the poll decide. It looks like our group is going to explore the new area rather than tending to the carnival, which is totally valid for yourselves. Okay. So Reginald pipes back up again and he says, "All right, listen up. You guys know the drill. It's business as usual from here on out. Go and explore. You know, take your time to reset some of your carnival contraptions and maybe scout the perimeter. We want to make sure that the villagers have a clear path from wherever the nearest town is to the carnival. Thanks to the spirit of the Dark Heart, we should have landed at least within, a couple of miles of the nearest village, so it should only be a short few hours before people start wondering, geez, what the hell was that carnival tent that fell out of the sky, and want to come and investigate, you know?" And he kind of points around and he says, he kind of comes back over and he goes, "You four! If you want to go and poke your heads around the woods, around this area, you're more than welcome to do so. See if there's anything we need to be aware of or any threats to the heart that we must know."
Marie is gonna go over to Mona and just like tug her pants a little bit and just be like, "Oh, can we go? Can we?
Yes, we can go. We must go. We must protect the heart.
Yay!"
Yeah, I'll look at Mona and say, "Yes, we have to make sure this isn't Jersey City again. Wouldn't want to do that a third time."
No, you think after the second time, we would have got a little, the heart would have got it right, but you'd be surprised how many parallel Jersey cities are in need of a good spook.
It's
Oh, I
just
can only
Jersey
imagine.
City
I'm-
backwards.
I'm frankly tired of them.
Do you remember that first Jersey City we went to where everyone was made of rats and then there were rat-sized people in the sewers? That was a weird one.
It was smelly.
It certainly was, Franpon.
Remarkably
Like-
easy to scare, though.
Yes,
It could be worse. It could be
surprisingly.
New York City this time.
It could be. We've still never been to New York City. We've been to not New York, the woods outside not New York, the woods outside not New York. We've been to Jersey City, we've been to not Jersey City, we've been to Jersey Jitty, and of course we've been to upstate New York, which as everyone knows, nothing like NYC.
Honestly,
It's
wild.
beautiful.
We've really been like to a very small region of the world, if you think about it.
The heart really likes the tri-state area.
Do we ever go to the West Coast?
Literally never.
I do not know.
We have to get the paperwork in order. We gotta get the paperwork. We gotta become a
West Jersey
series.
City.
Yeah.
Well, if we could control where the heart warped, then maybe we could. But the heart wants what it wants, so it is what it is.
It wants apples.
It wants. Well, evidently not the Big Apple, though, huh?
Apparently
No,
not.
it's too big.
It's
gonna get
too
smaller.
big.
Well, maybe the heart's just short on souls. Let's see what we can do about that.
Right. Well, anyway, have fun exploring the new area. Remember that all of the carnival's utilities are of use to you. If you want to go and spend some time at Netch's Wheel before the villagers take it over, you're welcome to do so. Or, of course, you could head over to Spookle's shop if you have any seeds to spend.
Noodles.
That's always a good
I
time.
swear to God.
But I'm sure you'll be welcome to do that once you come back. Why don't you go scout the forest and report back of any threats you may find.
Yes, sir.
Very well.
I salute.
Okay, nice. Reginald kind of like gives you a tip of his hat. And he leaves you to it.
Hi, Mr. Reggie.
I tip my head,
Hi.
which isn't quite attached.
Yeah, it's a nearly headless Nick tip. Yeah.
Really headless Nick.
Yeah. Okay, we should have, either there was a new poll or there's going to be a new poll. I think there's going to be a new poll in just a second here. So you four, you have been out and about many times before as you've sort of investigated these various areas yourselves. But it's still always exciting because you never know, what the outside world is going to hold. You live your life tethered to the carnival, and now that you think about it, you've never actually gone, like, physically too far away before. You don't know what that would be, if the heart would pull you back, if you would grow weaker. You imagine it would be bad, but you've never been left behind before or anything like that. And, sure enough, you guys make your way out of the cavern, past all of the carnival stalls, and eventually, you sort of head to the entrance. Mona, you won't need to start selling tickets for a good chunk of time as the villagers still kind of figure out what's going on in their woods. So you guys, are you ready to head out into the next area?
I am.
I think so.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. In that case, we'll still have the lovely poll going. Chat, spend those points. We got a lot of good options here. Oh God, I see where chat is. I see where chat's going with this already.
Oh, what have they done?
You'll see. You'll see.
All right.
Okay, so as you guys get to the entrance of the carnival, you feel a chill in the air as you sort of begin to leave. As you leave the carnival grounds, you are met with the dark and eerie air of Kipnump Valley. You only know the name because Reginald told you as you guys were leaving, and even then, it's best not to question whether he actually knows where you guys are or if he simply made it up on a whim.
I trust him.
You have no way to validate.
4 a.m. in the morning.
Exactly. As you gaze out into the dense forest before you, you can at least validate one part of this place's name. It is indeed a valley, and a very compressed one at that. Although there are many gnarled, twisted trees cascading a forest in front of you, you can easily see where the ground begins to slope up on both the east and the west, and turn into two incredibly steep hills, painted with even more trees. Yes, Bugger. Yes. Thank you, Teedle. That's very true. Yes, I did see quartz. Your piece of candy was actually how long? Here, I have one piece of candy. I have 2 pieces of candy. 2 pieces of candy. And Connie, you did get another spark from Hanami. I don't know if you saw that.
Yep, I marked it.
Okay, thank you. In fact, even stranger is the dim light you can see not a few miles from you in the center of the valley. You must have landed rather close to civilization this time. The light is strong enough to reach you here, even through all the trees. With anxiously excited breaths, you all step into the woods to explore your surroundings before the masses inevitably come to parade in your Dark Carnival. Okay. Now, chat, you and the players are in open season here. We did, of course, have the poll, yes. We will get into what that actually does. For you 4, you've been sent out to explore the surrounding area of Kipnump Valley. What would you like to do?
Personally, I would like to head towards the glowing light because it seems interesting and unfamiliar.
Okay. You can, like, make your way in that direction. It is very far away, but you can sort of begin to walk in that direction if you want.
Yeah, first and foremost, I think looking out for threats is the first thing. Any signs of really any life or undeath,
Sure. Yeah, you kind of gaze around a little bit, and there's nothing like immediately around you. I will say you do notice as you guys are like stepping out into the forest and you're looking around, that there isn't anything that's necessarily like, oh my gosh, this would jump out at you. But what's strange to you, even you as monstrous entities, as you look up at the dense copse of trees around you, these dark gnarled wood trees, instead of leaves at the top, now that your eyes have adjusted a little bit better, they are instead growing what appears to be humanoid organs. things that resemble lungs, kidneys, and trust me, you've all seen your share of humanoid organs with this carnival. So you have a pretty good idea of what they look like. One could say they
I'm
are
sure
organic
Grandpa is
organs.
quite excited.
They were expecting us.
Yeah, Connor like looks down at probably an exposed organ. He's like, ah, yes, I recognize it.
Marie is going to walk up to one of the trees and just kind of stare up at it because she's so short, so she can't touch it. But
Sure.
she's gonna try to poke one,
Okay.
but just never reach it.
Just kind of getting higher and higher. Sure.
In which Mona will lift Marie very politely so that she can touch the tree because she deserves to be able to touch the tree.
Yay! She's gonna pluck an
go ahead.
organ.
She's gonna pluck an organ. Clip it. Yep, that's the quote of the night, everybody.
Clip that
Welcome back
right
to
out,
Change of
chat.
Fate. We're here to pluck some organs.
Are we going to grow our own organ tree with this?
The other very clip-worthy thing, it might be too late now, was the heart loves the tri-state area.
Yeah. Where's Supichi when you need her?
True.
Goodness.
I don't know if Ranpon, does that include skin as an organ?
Oh, I love skin. Yes.
That was such an unsettling sentence.
It's probably gonna
Perfect
be
for
a
the
lot of
carnival.
that tonight.
Oh yeah.
Well,
She's gonna look at Marie and be like, I know you put something under your hat already. Do you want to put that in mine hat?
Yes.
She takes off her hat. Yeah. Buckets
it.
it for her.
what is it? The seed or the organ?
The organ.
The organ. Yeah, you. It's. I mean, you can't quite tell. It looks a bit like a liver.
Mm.
We love
The
that.
tastiest organ, I guess.
Ranpon, since your hat has two little tails to it, can you put one thing on each side?
Yeah, I have to, or else it'll tip. So I'm gonna go down and just grab a bunch of dirt and then
Sure.
put it
Well,
into the other
We can
side.
pick another type of organ so that we can grow
Oh.
multiple organ trees.
Yeah, let's do it. Why doesn't Cotter pick one up?
Yeah, I'll reach up and grab an organ.
Sure. Yeah. You grab a little gallbladder.
Oh, that's perfect. Mine.
Thank you.
If mine goes out, I can replace it.
Perfect. Reduce, reuse, recycle.
That's Connor's motto with all of his bodies.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Jesus. Sorry, that's Phoebe knocking things over.
Okay.
Oh, Phoebe.
Yeah, Franpon, you put 2 organs inside of your jingly jester hat.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Franpon does. And the jingles are now accompanied. You get jing, 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 and as they kind of squelch around inside the hat. Truly remarkable. Thank you, chat. You did this. Are you gonna spend some time organ plucking, or would you like to do anything else?
We can get more on the way back.
Sure.
More on the way back.
New campaign goal: grow an organ farm.
We're going organ picking.
Yeah.
It's the modern day family's version of apple picking. I don't know why you guys seem so shocked.
Yeah.
I like to think that none of you have ever been apple picking, but like some of the villagers like talk about it. So you're like, oh yes, let's go apple picking. And now you're doing whatever you can to get by.
This is what we imagine apple picking is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Our versions of apples.
Crunchy. All right, what are you doing?
Well, I think Mona is probably still holding Marie, so she'll just hold on to her as she does and go where she goes.
We're walking towards that light, right?
If that's what you guys want, yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, collectively, you guys just sort of begin to traipse through the woods. And all of the trees here are growing organs. There isn't a single one that doesn't have organs attached to it. You do notice something peculiar, though, which doesn't make much sense from the limited amount of knowledge you know about plants. Sorry, Ivy. Is that each tree is not growing a type of organ. They seem to be growing just a collection of various organs. So rather than a tree sort of, like flowering into an organ, it rather just sort of produces varied organs that you would find in a human body, which honestly brings more questions than answers. So you just don't think about it too much as you pluck a couple on your way through. You know,
Connor continues to think about it.
Sure. Marie, as you're kind of like on Mona's shoulders, you know, every once in a while you take like a little sewing needle from out of your puppetry and you just like pop a lung or two, you know, as you're kind of passing through them.
Oh God.
Yeah, for fun.
Yeah, for fun. Exactly.
All the air wheezes out.
Yeah, it goes.
Yeah, just
He just giggles as she does it.
maniacally, yeah.
I'm assuming she does the same thing to Frampon's balloons.
No, I treasure the balloons until
fair
they
enough.
pop on their own.
Yeah. If the cheese grew like church organs, that would have been hilarious, Teetle. The different kind of organ. So you guys, you continue making your way through this dark forest. The darkness sort of permeates the air around you. Connor, another lovely thing for you. You find a Dark Carnival ticket on the ground. You don't know where it is, but you get to add it into your inventory. Now, I will say, because we had 2 pieces of candy, who would be looking along the ground while you're walking along?
I'm gonna.
Always.
No, yeah. I'm gonna walk on my hands.
Okay.
So,
So you're pretty
feel like-
close.
yeah, see the Maria eye.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Franpon, as you are walking not too far away from the carnival, you come across a universal soul vial. You know these to be kind of the equivalent of, like, pick-me-ups for undead. They're basically condensed, bottled, liquidated, and flavored souls, and sometimes carbonated. And when you ingest them, you can regain an integrity point. So you can hold on to that soul
Thank
vial.
God.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Ground. Mwah.
you kiss the ground. I
Yes.
love Franpon. You guys, you continue walking, some of you on your hands, and you make it deeper and deeper into the woods, the sort of crackling of the branches around you as you step over the dirt. Connor, you're still in your lion tamer body, correct?
Yes.
Okay. It's dark, it's eerie, so naturally you guys are right at home in this sort of monstrous thing. Mona, you're floating along with everyone. You kind of get a little bit of a bird's eye view. Marie is still on your shoulders, I presume. And, you know, you guys are kind of just, like, looking around. Honestly, there's not much here in the way of, like, wildlife. You can't really see any birds or, like, wolves of any description or other things in the woods. But eventually, you do get close enough to the light where you can make out what it actually is. And sure enough, as you kind of like leave this dense clearing of thorny metallic bushes and trees, you come upon what can only be described as a very large farm. But instead of, like, you know, rolling fields of wheat or animals or anything, there is this, like, big field, but it looks like it's filled with large, strange orange fruit that are growing en masse out of the ground, and they are gigantic. Like, I'm talking slightly smaller than the heart, is how big they are.
Oh my God.
And what does catch all of your eye, besides the sort of, like, faint torch glow, that you can see these kind of, like, torches that have been positioned around the perimeter of the farm, which presumably is kind of emanating light through the woods, is a solitary scarecrow standing in the center of this farm. And if you guys would like to open tactical view, this is relatively what it looks like. You at least get a little bit of a concept.
Well, that's my friend.
It can be.
He looks like me, but different.
Yeah,
Have
so
I
this is what
have
you
I
represent.
been able to discern whether or not we are still in Jersey City?
Roll a treat check
Okay.
for determining if you are outside of Jersey City, which, as we all know, is a good thing. So that's why it's a treat check.
Okay. That's a 4.
Would you like to use one of your fate rolls or no? The fate of Jersey
For
City rests on
Jersey
your
City.
shoulders.
I've got 2. I'm gonna use one of them.
Okay. Now, no matter what, if the roll is lower, you gotta take it, but you're welcome to spend one of your darkness sparks from chat to re-roll your die here. It's also
It
a
was
3.
the same roll.
Would you like to use your other darkness sparks
No.
to roll it?
We'll never
Um,
know.
You can't tell from where you are, although you don't have the distinct, like, you can't smell the distinct smell of beer and honey that permeates constantly out of Jersey City. So, yeah. Connor, you've been given another spark of darkness from Kashi.
Thanks, Kashi. I appreciate it.
Chat reminder on cooldown, you're welcome to spend your channel points in chat below to, of course, manipulate the game in ways. Thank you very much, Kashi,
I just
for
wanted
that.
to know if it was Jersey City.
Well, you don't quite know.
I'm not sure.
Nope. What are you doing? All of
Smells just like Jersey City.
you.
Can't say I'm surprised.
Dirty.
I can't smell anything.
You don't have a nose.
Poor
I took
Marie.
it. I show her my fist with my thumb between it. I have your
Oh.
nose.
She's just.
I slap it back onto her face.
Fadoosh! A little forceful, but not hurtful, and you're just you feel like you may now have a nose, Marie. Just don't go lying about it now, okay?
Never. I'm a good girl.
Yeah. What are you guys doing in the pumpkin patch?
I want to know if the scarecrow is alive. If it has any like
Or at least
Human-like
autonomous.
Yes.
Sure. How would you like to figure that out? You tell me.
I'm going to get closer to it and just kind of look at it a little bit here and there.
Sure. So you perceive it, yeah. You float a little closer, a little perturbed by it. Do you let Marie down, or are you keeping Marie on your shoulders?
I'm gonna keep Marie on my shoulders.
Okay. You get a little closer to this thing, and roll me a treat check, Mona.
A treat check.
Which, hold on, we have to do all your things. I believe you've been negatively affected here, so you have 1, 2, 3, 4. Is there any, like, fun way that we can do this? No, roll 2 dice and give me the lowest. That's where you are right now.
Okay.
Sadly.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
Des, Radish wants to know, how does Marie now feel about the sudden intense pumpkin smell?
She just really suddenly craves something called a latte, and she has no idea what it is.
I love it. Is that a natural 1, I see?
God damn it, Kashi!
No.
Mona,
Marvelous.
you head over there, as you are perceiving this thing. Hi, Blueberry, welcome in. As you're perceiving this, you kind of bend over, and as you do, you're kind of like looking around. Marie falls off your shoulders, and lands on top of this scarecrow. It's not necessarily painful or anything. You just kind of tumble down, Marie, onto like this scarecrow's hat. And Mona, you're just convinced this thing is just a normal ass scarecrow.
Marie is going to like crawl to the end of the hat and just kind of look over and see if it's like her, if it's alive.
Yeah,
as well.
you slowly kind of like inch your way over the brim of the hat. And as you do, and you kind of like look down, you see this like kind of perturbed looking face looking back at you. Before you can really get a grasp on it, 2 straw hands shoot out from its sides and grab onto you on top of the hat. And it just like holds you there, and it very gingerly kind of like pulls you off of its hat and just kind of holds you in front of it and just kind of cracks a crooked smile, and then just kind of drops you into the hay below.
She's just gonna go, hello? As she like falls into the hay.
Yeah.
And she just kind of kick her little leggies and just be like, help!
Oh no.
Is anyone gonna save Marie from the hay?
Mona is going to pick her puppet friend back up.
Sure.
So right now the scarecrow is just smiling at us, not
Yeah.
doing anything else.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get a closer look, and I kind of want to figure out, like, do I recognize any, like, you know, a ghostly presence within this, or like something that is alive or, you know, undead?
Yeah, you
that is
also
controlling it?
roll me a treat check, see if you can tell.
Treat, that thing I'm great at.
Yeah.
Right there with you.
Well,
all right.
Oh.
That's a 7.
so
Dice said, say less.
you can tell, Connor, because I think you're probably the closest to this thing, is that it's not anything possessing this scarecrow. It is some kind of animation that is causing it to have life, but it is life beyond. You can sense that there is some kind of, like, intelligence beyond just being an animated object. That is there. You don't know what it is. It's not quite like a human died and its soul was put in a scarecrow, but there is something that is giving it this kind of, like, even animalistic sense of intelligence.
Is that tied to any source I can sense?
No.
Okay.
Is it the only thing that gives off that vibe in this pumpkin patch?
Well, Mona, you certainly wouldn't know, but yes, Connor knows that yes, it is.
Okay. Some sort of animated scarecrow for some reason.
He made me fall.
Not a very kind scarecrow.
No. I just wanted to say hi.
As you say this, its mouth opens a little more ajar and goes, "Hello."
Marie's gonna just like squeal with excitement.
Oh,
and
hello,
just, like,
you
wait.
speak.
He kind of, like, adjusts his head to you, Connor, and goes, "I speak."
And who might you be?
Guard field.
What is there to guard?
Head kind of snaps over to you, Mona. And the Lord of the Gourd demands it.
Lord of the Gourd?
Yes.
Just want to take a moment to pause and just say that's excellent. Anyway, moving on.
Yep.
Where
Lord
can we
of the
find
Gourd,
said
you
Lord
say?
of the Gourd?
You don't find the Gourd Lord. He finds you. If you've been bad.
Oh, I'm
Well.
really good at being bad.
Well, is he interested in an employment opportunity?
He. What a sentence.
Listen, he sounds like he'd be a great fit for the
He
carnival.
does, doesn't he? He kind of turns to you and he just kind of cocks his head. He doesn't say anything.
Well,
Seeds on seeds, mush on mush. Grow, bitch, grow.
Did you call me a bitch?
Kind of snaps head. You. Hello.
Oh, do you want my seed? I have one on my head.
Are you gonna take it out?
Yeah, she's gonna like take her hat off and just like hold it up.
It kind of extends its, like, straw hands to see if it can take it.
Yeah, she's gonna put it on his little straw hand.
He takes it and he. Us, and just gets stuck in a loop.
Oh no, I
Us.
broke him.
You broken.
Mommy Mona, I broke him.
Mona is going to lean very, very close to where presumable Scarecrow's ear would be if he had ears,
Sure.
and just do a little test shriek to break him out of it.
Sure. You just you
Shriek.
give a little test just into the Scarecrow. This does seem to have some semblance as he kind of shakes a little bit, and he seeds of us.
Oh,
Seeds of us.
they're gourd seeds.
Oh. Well, can I keep it? And then I can make a friend with one of you.
Insides become outsides. Enjoy.
So they're
I like this
essentially
guy.
like pumpkin organs.
That they are. Hi, Rad Racer.
That would explain the trees.
She's gonna put her hand back out and just be like, "Can I have it back?"
Yeah, he kind of drops it into the palm of your hand.
Gonna put it
Okay.
back under her hat.
Okay. I will say at this, by the way, Mona, you do see there is actually another sort of golden seed nearby in the hay.
Okay. Well, I suppose we can have that one as well. So I'm going to reach for it.
More
Sure.
friends.
You reach for it, you grab it, no issues whatsoever. You pocket it. You can add some seed into your inventory.
Eh.
I mean, this thing is it's just here. The Scarecrow.
It's just hanging out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna turn to Connor and be like, "Can we keep him?"
So at a glance, does it look like it's possible to move?
It has limbs.
I'm gonna look at him and go, "Yes, you're coming with us now." And I extend a hand.
A voice comes back and just says, must protect, stay, while village enjoys show.
What show?
He kind of like jabs a hand towards the top of the sky and goes,
Lights fall, fall, fall. Villagers go to sea.
Marie's just gonna like put her hands up excitedly and just be like, "Oh, that's our lights! We fell from the sky!"
he kind of cocks his head at you
Good show.
and just kind of slowly claps his straw hands together.
Would you like to
Wouldn't
come
lo-
see the show?
Wouldn't you like to join us?
I
Oh, please.
stay. Lord of the gourd, Lord of the gourd.
So, feel free to just give me a hard no, but can I force him to come with us by getting rid of this body and possessing him?
I
Possessing the
will let
Scarecrow?
you legitimately make a roll for it, but it's going to be an integrity check because he's not going to let you do this.
Okay, very fair.
You want to do that?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, give me a base integrity check. Connor, you've been treated. If you would like to, you can roll with advantage. Just in
Okay,
time from meta.
I will roll with advantage. This
Okay.
isn't using a spark yet.
Oh.
I'm gonna use a spark.
Okay. Well, yep, just re-roll one of those dice.
All right. So obviously, I'm going to re-roll the 1.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Let's roll a d6.
Ashi, thank you.
Oh.
Benefactor gift from Mona to make up for the disadvantage. All right. A generous
Ashi.
benefactor in the chat. I will get to that in a second.
Okay,
What are we
so
at,
I'm adding
Connor?
my integrity to this.
Yes. Yep.
So that's a 10.
A 10.
Because the
Let's go.
final roll with the spark was a 5, and I have 5 integrity.
Well, we'll do this by the book. I'll roll.
Very
Okay.
fair. Yeah.
Wildly, you
Yes, we got a creepy
you
scarecrow.
leave the body of your lion tamer, which
I got it.
is definitely not going to have repercussions later.
Listen,
and-
he died years ago.
Don't worry about it. We have a plan.
Okay. As you do, the body, you watch as Connor just kind of falls limp on the ground. And this blue spirit of Connor Torsion vacuums out of this dead lion tamer. And you force your way into this scarecrow. I don't know if you've ever seen like a Jimmy Timmy Power Hour back in the day. But this is when like Professor Calamitous and Jorgen merged together. And you're like trying to meld your minds and like force each other out. You kind of like, you push in and there is this kind of magical force that you feel inside of this scarecrow. And there's a little bit of tug of war of you physically trying to push against this thing of, no, Gord, let me, don't make my insides become out. And as you do that, you just, and the voice goes silent.
Oh,
No. Did we just kill him?
Oh, I'm sure he'll be back.
Jesus.
Well, it's a great look
Grandpa-
on you.
Franpon, we should probably take the other body that Connor had inhabited.
I got it. I'm gonna go over to Connor's old body, and through my dark heart powers, immortal powers, I'm gonna blow up Connor's body like a balloon, and it's gonna float.
You now
Behind
have
me.
Leonardo the Lion Tamer balloon.
And I'm gonna hold his hand like my little friend.
Yep, you until Connor Torsion's old body is inflated enough magically with the power of the Dark Heart to levitate near you as you hold his corpse hand.
Now there's two of you.
So there is.
Connor, to answer a couple of questions, this scarecrow does have legs, but you are all made of straw. You are very fragile.
Oh boy.
Nikki gives a spark of darkness to Franpon for making the Connor balloon.
Thank you.
Nikki knows what's up.
Okay. Are you leaving this patch of orange fruit, or what are you deciding to do?
I think we should probably go so that we can get the body back, and we'll check out anything else along the way.
And we can show Reggie our new friend.
We're
Very
very excited to
well.
show Reggie our new friend.
Okay. In that case, yeah, you make your way back with this scarecrow, which was unintentional. And you go all the way back to the woods. Nothing else like of note happens. Although, as you do start to make it closer and closer, oh my God, Soph. We've had our first Tears for Fears in chat. Reginald is afraid of pumpkins. Man, if only you knew the story I had written. Okay, anyway.
Oh no.
So, yeah. You guys make your way back to the carnival. As you get close enough, you can see trailing from elsewhere in the woods as well. As you kind of get closer through the tree line, it looks like there is a line of people walking towards the carnival. So you guys know you don't have a ton of time at this point. You can kind of like race and beat them there, and you can like begin to set up. But eventually, you know, the show begins as the ticket sales will open. You guys will be able to see all of the new villagers that enter the realm. Anything else you want to do or grab from the woods?
Bree is going to grab another organ as they pass it. Just
Sure.
Add to the
Can
hat.
I grab some organs to like reinforce the straw situation?
You.
Like a sausage.
Oh,
Can
God.
he get a skin organ and wrap it around this?
Listen, I didn't want to be too explicit because I know it
Be
might get
so
to be a
happy
lot.
you're subscribed, chat, for conversations like these you won't miss. When everyone else is in ad jail.
I mean, I've got plenty of flesh back at the carnival.
We'll see. You can shove some organs inside of your straw body, but there's no like inner apparatus, so there's a high chance they just fall out of the straw.
Okay.
What if we put the straw body inside of the old body now that it's blown up?
Wait.
That's confusing as all hell.
I can fix this.
Yeah?
I have strings like a spider. I can just like knit a string as a skin, and we can just use that to keep everything together.
You could web together this horrible hay scarecrow of human-grown organs with puppet string, which is a sentence I figured I'd be saying at some point tonight, but still, it's a little early.
Yes.
Is that what you want to do?
That sounds great.
I will absolutely do that.
Okay.
For
On the
my
way back,
favorite.
our lovely carnival capers commence as Marie kind of starts shooting some string out of her hands, begins to kind of like knit around Connor as Connor's walking. Connor, you and Franpon are shoving organs inside of your body. And by the time you make it back to the carnival, you kind of have like a lace covering around you, and there's just evidently like sausage poking out of your hay.
Marvelous.
Yeah.
You look great.
Thank you, my dear.
It's gonna be a little hard for you to pass this one off as a costume, but villagers are dumb.
Well, hopefully it's for our friend, you know?
As soon as you guys get back to the carnival, what do you do?
We go straight to Reggie.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay. If you tactical mode, Reggie will be there. Okay. Yeah, you head back to the carnival, and Reginald comes up and he says, "Ah, there you are! I've seen the torches of the villagers from a distance for a while now. I'm glad you're back. Oh, what is this?" And he looks up at the balloon of Connor floating above Franpon. Franpon, you know you can't just blow up Connor whenever you want.
I'm in
She's
here,
not Connor
Reggie.
anymore.
Yeah, she hugs Connor by the waist, but like points with his hand. And he's like, "That's Connor, not this one."
Reggie kind of looks down in shock and, another new body, Connor. I must say it's a bit of a downgrade from your last one. What can it do?
Well, I think you'll find it better at the immediate fear. And like, I think his hands like rotate like fully 720 degrees. They just keep going.
Sure. Just incredible. Yeah, why not? And Teetle. And yeah, Reggie goes, "Well, that is certainly unsettling. Regardless, I would get to your positions, or at least head to the front of the carnival so we can all welcome the guests together as a troop. Are you ready?"
I'm always ready.
Always ready.
Okay, well then, let's go. And what are you gonna do with the old Connor?
He's my assistant.
Right, of course. Franpon, I'm not going to ask. And you all sort of traipse back towards the center and the entrance where the villagers are now lying. Let's head over to that scene, which is this one. Okay. All right, chat. Be prepared. So, as you sort of head back to the beginning of the carnival, you can see that a line of villagers begin to form outside as they slowly, kind of en masse, begin to approach the ticket. You love getting to greet the new potential, victims of the carnival, as you all go up, with smiles or deadpan for Mona. And you're all, hoping for some new fresh meat, as it were. These villagers look strange, even from a distance. Blueberry! Thank you so much for the bits! You find another soul vial. I grant an item to Connor. Connor, I will also give you a soul vial as well.
Yeah, you're
Very
gonna need
well.
it.
Thank you very much, Blueberry. You
Not
generous.
that you're
God.
gonna need it.
Per usual. Oh my gosh, Quartz. You may also. I don't know if you can. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Fine. Fine. I'll work that in there somehow. Thank you, Quartz, for proving my point there. You guys are messing up the story. Okay.
So,
Just in case for any
yes.
character needs it in the nick of
You
time.
can donate it in advance, Joy. Oh my gosh, the hype train. Jesus, that's loud. Thank you, Joy. Oh my gosh.
Tier
What is this
100
for? So,
Marie
just for
Hilda.
fun? Marie! Marie! All right, Marie. Don't be left out. Get that soul vial.
Get that soul
Heck
vial.
yeah.
Thank you so much, guys. Level 1 hype train. Oh my Blueberry!
thank you so
Party 1000 for the hype train laughing face.
1,000 bits, Blueberry, you legend! Oh my gosh, this is now everyone's gonna see my makeup run. Blueberry, for 1,000 bits, you can design an NPC of your choosing to enter into the world as well, as I now have to fit Bartholomew in here somehow. Knight Blueberry would like, and I quote, buff orc lady who's a wizard, question mark?
Blueberry.
I love it, Blueberry.
Stick around, Blueberry. She'll turn up. Okay, so hold on. Devin, you gotta be writing this down, Chief. I have a buff muscle orc mommy lady named Yuri that I have to input somewhere for Blueberry. It's a great one, Blueberry. I have to input Bartholomew, aka the Lord of the Gourd. Thank you, Radish,
All
for
right,
that
of
one.
course.
And it's gonna be whatever chat can come up with here. Thank you guys so much for the generosity. This just means we can keep making these ridiculous change of fates get bigger and bigger. I'll say you got 2.5 minutes before this NPC becomes aggressively French. All right, this is an aggressively French NPC, so here's what we're gonna do, okay, chat? As soon as I say go, for 60 seconds, any adjectives that you shout out in chat somehow will be morphed into this NPC. Okay, we've never done this before. We're doing it live for the first time, okay?
We're doing it live.
So we're almost out of level 5 anyway. So I'm gonna say on your mark, get set. Thank you, Judge. Go! Shout your adjectives. Shout them. Whatever you want. We'll see the flood. Someone's gonna have to write them down. Good God. Okay. Cluttered, fruity, kind, amphibious, bald, stinky, Ivy, uncanny, sweaty, flirtatious, cluttered, massive thighs, scaly, merciless, lustful. Guys, this is not a good. You're building a big alligator lady.
You're just making like a fuckboy gym rat.
You are.
You're just making Sal, guys.
Oh my god.
Yes, welcome back, Kelp. Soupy Mommy. Oh, God. Howl Moving Castle. The most interesting man you have ever met. Says Caro at the end of some sentences. Quadrupedal. Hairy swamp creature. Moaning. Sal loves pickles. Says that RR. Okay.
Oh, this
We're
is
gonna call it there,
amazing.
chat. That's it.
All right, I definitely didn't get all of it, but I do have a list.
Well, I think I have a picture of what chat was kind of in sync for this crocodile mommy that has been built here. We have a quadrupedal, amphibious, aquatic, sweaty, also bald, but mommy with thick thighs, aggressively French and lustful NPC, which to me screams scaly. So I think that's kind of where we're at right now. Did I miss
There's
anything important?
uncanny. There's sweaty mustache.
Okay.
Needy, funny. I wish I didn't see this one, but lustful.
Yeah, I know. Yep.
This is just the shape
Soupy.
of water.
Yep.
Loves pickles.
Chat, this is gonna need a redeem then. Any of you can redeem name something. Someone's got to give a name for this NPC. Someone's got to name
Also,
her.
the last one was says that ada thing.
Yeah, we'll see about that. Thank you, guys.
In French, yeah.
Yeah. That's true. Pikachu. Nikki has said the name of this NPC is Pikachu. We almost beat our all-time record, guys. That was insane. I'm so close. Holy crap, we were so close. Thank you, guys. Okay, all right. On with the show, somehow. D, you got all that? Did you write all that down, buddy? Truly, this is what Change of Fate is all about.
Anyways.
As the masses begin to pour into the entrance of your Dark Carnival, like so many times before, you can't help but feel a little excitement deep in your heart. If you still have one, that is. Or now if you have more than one, in the case of Connor. The chance to scare a whole new land of unsuspecting guests is too great a prospect. Sure enough, you watch as villagers with mystified looks enter through the gnarled arch at the entrance. And make their way up to the information desk and ticket booth. Although, at first impression, these villagers do seem a little different than the frail pink meat sack people you're used to. Some of their faces appear to be slightly rounder than average. And in addition to that, rather than the satisfying crimson glow of blood beneath their flushed cheeks, there seems to be an almost amber sheen to them. For a minute, Franpon even considers maybe these flesh sacks have honey for blood instead of, well, blood.
Yummy.
Absolutely delicious. It's so true, Kel. It's so true. Oh, and we've had a new Tears for Fear. Pikachu is afraid of balloon animals.
Oh no!
That can't possibly go wrong.
Okay.
No.
I have to put Connor away.
Okay. Oh no. Okay. All right. Anyway.
The parents are gonna have a field day.
Yep. Stranger still are their garments. You've been traveling all over with a carnival before, mainly the tri-state area, so you're used to people of different climates and cultures, with strange and or ceremonial garb. But every single person seems to be wearing a rather obtrusive robe of varying builds and colors. But every single one of them reaches down to the earthen floor beneath them, which seems like it would be a nightmare to walk around in. Before you have too much time to think to yourselves, though, a rather rotund-looking villager makes their way to the ticket booth and comes up to you four directly. No, this is not gonna, no, D, this is not that character. No, that's not right. Don't worry about that, though. I guess...
Welcome back.
I guess this is... Okay. A character comes up to you, and says, "Well, howdy." He just says it sort of plainly, as he approaches you.
Howdy?
Oh, there was a picture, but it doesn't look like it's there anymore. It's sad.
Oh no.
Imagine a villager. Oh my gosh, Quartz, what is this? What have you just done? Oh, good. Thank you for that. Okay, that's an NPC. Yona, not Yona, you're here. D, write it down.
That's me.
The bears are back. He continues and says, "Well, you lot sure came out of nowhere to set up your show right near here for our village, huh?"
Yes.
We have the element of surprise.
We fell from the sky.
He
With
kind of
lights.
looks up a little bit. Right. Well, where are my manners? My name is Bartholomew. He says as he extends his sort of orangey hand forward to you all.
I am just standing there, not moving or making a sound.
Okay.
Maria's gonna take his hand with both of her hands very excitedly, kind of like she's meeting a celebrity kind
Sure.
of thing without
Oh,
even
of course.
knowing it.
Yeah. He's
Yeah.
oh yeah. He shakes your hand a little bit. He extends his hand. And after he does this, much like you've seen people do in the past, he also kind of does like a bit of a slight bow. And as he does so, the top of his head is now kind of level with your shoulders. And you can see a smattering of like short, messy hair on his head, and what looks like a small bump or protrusion coming out of the very top of his head. And you know, he kind of waits to see if you guys do anything as he's kind of bowed to you like this.
Maria's
gonna-
do the same.
I'm gonna whisper to Mona and be like, "Is that man a unicorn?"
Mona?
He would fit in. Mona just asks him, "Do you want to buy a ticket to the carnival or not?"
Oh no, I already bought a ticket, but he kind of like stretches back and he goes, "It's a bit of a Kipnum custom. Never mind. I act as a bit of a liaison, or that is to say, I'm a public speaker for the residents of Kipnum Village. I'd just like to, as you ask you fine folk a few questions about your fine setup here before we explore ourselves, if that's all right with you."
What kind of questions?
Oh, you know, just the general stuff. What kind of entertainment you provide? You know, how much it costs. You know, is it safe? All the general stuff that you might expect of totally normal villagers from the woods.
Of course. Why wouldn't it be?
Great. He says, chat, I need a free ask. I need a name for these people. What do they call themselves? For example, if they come from Kipnump Valley, maybe they call themselves the Kipnumpians. What is a name, like a collective name that they call themselves, with Bartholomew leading the charge? We have a name something redeem for Gordgins, okay? Nice. This is a redeem name something. Oh, no, I said free ask. Sorry, Matrix, you didn't need to spend those points. I said free ask. The Kiplings, the Kippers, the Gords, the Kipkins. That's cute. They're just the Clippers. Oh, God. I do like Kippers. I think we'll go with that. I think these guys are the Kippers. That is...
You're saying you don't like Gordgins?
I do like Gordgins as well. That is a good one. That is a really good one. Man, there's so many NPCs to fit in here. How much can you guys overwhelm the story? We'll see. Yeah. I did see that, D. Put it like at the bottom or where the other ones are. That's fine. Yeah, okay, so Bartholomew kind of like looks to each of you in turn and goes, well, all right. First thing we're kind of curious about is, where'd you come from?
Jersey. Or not Jersey.
Or the woods outside of not New Jersey?
They all sound the same.
They kind of like looks back to the other villagers and he goes, I'm sorry, you'll have to forgive me. What's a New Jersey?
I don't know either.
The tri-state area.
Oh, the tri-state area. Oh, you're a long way from home then.
Do it for the guests.
Right. And speaking of which, what exactly does your carnival entail?
Lots of things.
Like?
I have a whole fun house, and there's so much to do inside, and sometimes I get friends.
Well, that sounds lovely, Bartholomew says to you. I should say, you lot are welcome to call me Bartholomew, or my more nickname colloquial, Lord of the Gourd. You know, whatever's more pleasing to the ears is totally fine.
Oh.
So, has he made any sign that he recognizes his...
So he looks over to you, Connor?
I've been specifically trying to pretend that I'm not animated.
Okay, sure, okay. And he kind of looks over and he goes, What's our scarecrow doing at your carnival?
Oh, this is your scarecrow.
Yeah, I set it up in the gourd field.
Oh, we're borrowing him. We have a crow infestation.
Ivy, roll me a trick check.
Hell yeah.
I honestly don't know if you have an advantage or disadvantage. You'll have to tell me.
I don't.
Okay. That's
yeah,
a 6!
Ivy.
Yes.
What's the total, Ivy?
11.
11! Oh my gosh. Bartholomew looks up at you and his eyes wide and he gets really serious for a second and he goes, a crow infestation? That's not something to joke around about. You keep our scarecrow as long as you need. And you can see like horror in his eyes as he leans into you and says this. He kind of like scratches at his head a little bit and he goes, please, defend yourselves. If there's crows here, I'm not sure us kippers want to be at this carnival.
Oh, we'll take care of it. Don't you worry. You enjoy yourself.
move my arm, like it like cracks multiple times, and my hand goes up to a salute.
Okay, he kind of oh well, it was animated. He kind of he squints again though. Now that you do that, and he goes, "What did you do to his hay? Why is there like stuff sticking out of it?"
He wanted to dress up.
We had to make him fit in.
He kind of like looks around and he goes, "Fit into what?"
The aesthetics.
I think I will speak up now because presumably he knows I can talk.
Sure.
And I said, the ringleader of this carnival is afraid of pumpkins, apparently.
He looks at you and goes, "Is that so?"
I know, I thought it was weird too.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so my previous questions, how much do your tickets cost?
How much are you willing to spend?
And he kind of like, he reaches into his robe but doesn't let you see inside, and he pulls out a sack, and he says, "As much as it's willing to take."
What kind of currency do they have here?
Sacks, clearly.
Do you want to ask him, or are you asking Kip?
I'm asking Kip.
You have not seen anything that would tell you what their currency is.
Okay. What kind of currency do we as a carnival take?
Everything. You guys have,
Everything.
I mean, mostly shiny things, I would say.
Okay.
Ooh. That's why we have a crow infestation.
That is why you have a magpie, infestation.
Wait,
Yeah.
so do we actually have a crow infestation?
Well, either Franpon has lied it into existence, or Franpon is just lying. So I don't know.
The world will never know.
What are you gonna do, Mona?
I'm just gonna reach my hand out for the pouch.
Well, I mean, this is for us to spend at the ticket booth, right? Like, well, you don't take the money now. We'll go spend it.
Well, I am the ticket master. So,
why didn't you? Okay. He empties his sack in your hand, and it is in fact 3 golden seeds.
Oh.
Fabulous. I hand them to Marie to put in her hat.
Okay.
She very happily takes the sack, puts the one that she had in the sack.
Yep.
So now she has 4 in the sack, and
Okay.
then puts it under her hat.
Naturally. Incredible.
Do we know what those do yet?
They are currency. That's their shiny. They're gold. You've seen Spookles trade them before.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Bartholomew, the Lord of the Gourd, goes. No, don't worry about it, D. All right. Well, if that's the case, then I guess we're all ready to come in. Oh, one last question. He kind of like spins around on his heels again, and he goes, "You wouldn't happen to have like any sort of dark eldritch abominations like hiding in the carnival, would you?"
Where would you get that idea?
Okay, good. Just checking. You know, you gotta be safe, right? Just ask the bare minimum of questions when you get to know a carnival that's falling out of the sky. Okay. Anyway, he walks back towards the line of people, that you see, at the line. It was a weird interaction. Strange interaction. The 4 of you are left amongst yourselves.
Marie is going to wiggle her way down and wave to her friends and be like, "Okay, I'm gonna go to my fun house now."
That guy was weird. And that's coming from me.
Are we sure we want him in our carnival?
I think he's great.
I don't know.
We could always sabotage his visit.
Ooh. Let me go get my dead fish collection.
If we need to, we can always dispose of him later.
I have a question. If we're disposing of him, can we do it in the funhouse? And I can have a special toy made for him.
Yes, Murray, actually, I wanted to mention, I don't think my contortion act will work so well with this body, and like my arms go the wrong way. And like it's just really slow and weird. Like
We can
what
put
do
him
you
in the
say?
funhouse.
Today I work as an accessory to the funhouse, an additional spook.
I would be ever so happy. Yes, please.
Very well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm gonna like set myself up as like a haunted house kind of situation.
Yeah, I get you. Okay. Frampon
Love
and
to
Mono,
see it.
what are you guys gonna do?
Mona has to run her ticket booth. So she's going to let them do what they need to do, and she will keep a watchful eye on these strange people coming into their carnival.
Okay. Frampon?
I am gonna take Connor's old skin husk,
Mm-hmm.
Skin husk, that's the perfect word.
and I'm gonna go back to the big top, and also very cautiously around these new friends in the crowds.
My god, part of your act has to be like dancing with the skin husk.
Absolutely.
Oh god. Okay, well in that, we return to the acts of the Dark Carnival. And of course, where better to start than the ticket booth as we watch
I like that the ticket booth is an act.
Yes. Well, you either live or you don't, so you know. We resume with Mona as you all kind of break, and Reginald sort of bids you on your way, and Bartholomew goes back to the line, and Mona, you kind of start manning the ticket booth as these strange villagers come in. And with each sort of passing villager, you notice things are sort of stranger and stranger. Marie, you get a treat as well from Brandy. So you can use that as an advantage in another roll. Mona, they're all strange. They're all wearing very similar robes, mostly of orange color. They're all a bit more rotund than previous peoples that you've seen before. Not that you're judging. And they're all very sort of not shifty, but they're all awkward in the way that they walk around. You know, but again, you guys are all monsters. It's nothing like super out of the ordinary for you guys. You just kind of like hand through tickets and stuff like that. You have helpers. You're not alone in doing so. There are other wraiths and phantoms that aid you in this sort of existence. And all of the villagers. I will say something that you notice though, Mona, is usually for the first couple people that come into the carnival after it's landed from wherever it came from before, you get the audible gasps of like, oh my gosh, like look at these creatures, these costumes, their makeup, like, you know, like people flabbergasted at how you guys look because you are monsters. This time, it's just the general, we'll take 3 tickets, please.
Not being scared at all.
They aren't, or you're not.
No, they're not like, they're not even like shaken.
They don't seem phased, no.
Okay.
I think you
I'm going to ask one of the people coming into the carnival if they've been to a carnival like this before.
Yeah, there's a chat. Give me a free name for a little boy. Name a little boy Kipper. Little boy Kipper that comes up to the ticket stand.
His name is just Kipper.
His name's Kipper. Kipper. Kippington. Yep, that's it. It's myself and Polly, Timmy, love it. What else we got, chat? Come on, keep them coming. Free name anything. Mudkip, nice Soph, love it. Self-indulgent, Schmedrick Z. All right, I mean it is Zedric, or Schmedric even. Small boy, Terrazen, Brock, Johnny, Muddy. Oh, these are all good. No, it's got to be Schmedric. Schmedric comes up to you, Mona. And you, can I have 1 ticket, please?
I'm going to look at him, and before I hand him his ticket, I say, have you ever been to a carnival like this before?
What's a carnival?
Do you know why you're here?
Well, yeah, I mean, everyone was saying that there's gonna be some sort of big show here.
Well, yes, there are shows here.
Uh-huh.
Who is everyone?
Well, all the villagers, everyone's been talking. We're excited to see the big show.
Okay.
The Lord of the Gourd told us we'd have fun. My name's Schmedrick. And he kind of like wipes his hand on his face for a second and then outstretches it to you.
Right, Schmedrick. I hand him the ticket, like with my fingers, like pinched so that I don't
Sure.
touch him.
Sure.
And I say, well, have a good time. You should definitely check out the funhouse.
He takes it and he goes, thanks. You know, you're kind of old looking to be running a ticket booth.
Excuse me?
He says this and he just kind of walks around and just keeps going.
Mona about to murder that child.
Mona, there's like a visceral reaction of your brain as someone has said this to you. You're just like, did this child just really just say that? But he runs away.
About to hit 67.
Matrix. Yeah. Anything else from you, Mona, that you would like to question these people? Because I'd say you probably have the most people-on-people action out all of your compatriots here.
I definitely want to question some of the guests as to what they're looking forward to seeing the most, what they are expecting to see.
You get the general sense that no one knows what they're here for.
No one knows what they're here for.
Generally, people are like, oh, the show. Oh, it's going to be great. Like, oh, there's so much to see. Like, oh, all the lights. Oh, it's going to be great. Just like really generic statements.
I'm going to ask them about the Lord of the Gourd. And,
Sure.
what
chat,
his role is.
Free ask. Give me a non-binary name, if you will, as a non-binary presenting individual comes up to you, sort of short cropped hair, wearing the robe. Everyone's wearing the robe. And they come up. Charlie, great. Grubbles, no, not Grubbles. that is not Corbin.
Sal.
I like it. Zeratul. Fuck it. Zeratul. Yoner. Zeratul walks up to you, asks for a ticket, and you ask what?
Are you here because the Lord of the Gourd told you that you should be here tonight?
Oh, well, I mean, we do listen to the Lord of the Gourd. I mean, he generally acts as a bit of a speaker for us townsfolk. But I mean, we're all really excited.
Excited for what?
The show. I mean, this kind of thing doesn't just happen anytime, does it?
But nobody seems to know what kind of show they're expecting.
Well, a show's a show, isn't it? I mean, you come to see something. Doesn't matter what you see, does it? A spectacle's a spectacle.
I suppose not. So the Lord of the Gourd, what does he do for all of you?
Bartholomew? Sorry. He kind of like they cover their mouth like really quickly, and they don't let him hear that I said that. I'm sorry. The Lord of the Gourd. He's very particular about his name. Don't ever call him Bartholomew. And he doesn't like it very much. And they kind of look to you and they go, but they sort of just kind of get us where we need to go and make sure that we're all happy and sufficient within our village.
All right, well, you go enjoy the show. And I lean over to my fellow ticket booth worker and I say, I'm going to take a break for a minute.
Sure, yeah.
And I'm going to make my way to the fun house.
Sure, okay. Yeah, that's fine. As you do that, I will say that the funhouse is probably in full swing right now. As we head over to Miss Onette. So Marie, you have taken Connor with you this time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you guys, you sort of like head in through the back entrance of the funhouse. You're just excited to make some new friends, and to scare the pants, or robes in this case, off of these new villagers. So talk amongst yourselves and tell me, what would you like to do?
Where would you like to plant yourself, Connor?
So I think I station myself at various points in the funhouse, acting as sort of like a signpost leading people towards the death zones.
Okay.
And I'll go back and forth between leading people towards the ball pit and literal just death.
Sure. That's fine.
Just like my hand, like holding my scarecrow arms just like that. Yep. Just like pointing.
Oh, I love that. Maria's just gonna do her little rounds, check on people, see if they happen to listen to the sign.
Yeah, so give me a, oh, Brandy, if you like this, just wait. Give me a general, I presume you aid in scaring them, Des? Or does Mary just sort of let the funhouse kind of do its own thing?
She doesn't, like, intentionally do it, but, like, because she's so small and quiet, people just generally go like, oh, there's something there, you know?
In that case,
like, unintentionally.
Give me a treat check to sense how the funhouse has been working tonight. Okay. Oof. You do have advantage. I remember you do have one. So you can roll again. Take the higher one.
I'll do that.
Nice. Okay. And what is the total with your treat?
With treat, 6.
6? All right, not bad. Strangely for you, you get a sense that, you know, you've worked in this funhouse for a very long time, especially now with Connor's help kind of leading people to their places. Especially as some of the villagers kind of like walk past you towards the end of the funhouse and stuff. They don't seem particularly put off by anything. If anything, they're not exactly neutral, but they're more like, oh wow, like look at this. This is kind of interesting. Like, oh, did you see how like the face just melts off the wall? Like, yeah, that's kind of cool. It's just like general, like, oh man, did you see like Henry? He lost his arm in the razor pit. Oh yeah, you know, sucks to be Henry. They just kind of, you know, like talk pretty casually about the whole thing. So, and you get the general sense, especially from being in touch with the funhouse, as it is kind of your home away from home. It's interesting because you don't feel like you're generating much fear like you usually do.
This is true. I'm gonna go over to wherever Connor happens to be at the moment. And she's just going to tap him a little bit, just be like, I am not getting as much energy as usual.
Yes, I've noticed these villagers seem to be less receptive.
Yeah, they're having fun, which is fine. But it doesn't keep us alive. So, it's not
Yes. I think we need to find out more about these villagers. Find out what makes them tick. So we can get them afraid. Get them killed. Get them lost forever.
Thanks to Robo, as you're both talking about this, by the way, you both find another golden seed on the ground.
Oh my.
One for Connor, one for Marie.
Oh.
As Mona makes her way into the funhouse, she is looking specifically for Marie.
Okay, sure. Mona, I'll say as they're kind of having this conversation, you spot them both and you kind of float over to them. Yeah, you see them. Go for it.
So I'm going to fill them in on what I was told at the ticket booth and give them the overall consensus that these villagers aren't what we're used to, and I don't think they are enjoying the show in the way that they are meant to.
Me either. They're having fun.
As you guys are saying this, as if by movie cue, you see that there are a couple of these kippers that are sort of walking around the corner. And Marie and Mona, you think to give like Connor a moment to try and scare them with his contortion. So you guys kind of back into the shadows here. Connor, the floor is yours as like two kippers kind of like, you know, walk in their robes and they kind of, oh, look, that scarecrow looks oddly familiar, doesn't it?
So right now I'm doing, I'm doing the pointing thing.
Yeah.
And as they walk past me, I'd like to, right, like, because we haven't been able to really get a good look at any of them yet, right?
Yes, I mean, you can see their general faces are a bit more rotund, but I mean, their bodies are definitely covered, like, shoulder to toe in robe.
Yeah, so basically I want to try to subtly, like, take down the hood of one of them as if, you know, they accidentally got caught on,
Roll
like,
a trick
hands.
check. I don't know if you have any advantage or disadvantage.
I don't think I would have advantage.
Okay.
I do have a spark if I need it.
2.
Well, let me see. My trick is... So... yeah, I'll use my spark.
Okay. Reroll. Gotta take the new one. This is your last spark, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's better.
All right, that's better. So that's a 9.
A 9. Okay.
Nice.
Yet, sort of gingerly as they walk past you, just sort of with your straw and silken and liver hands, you kind of reach up, and you just sort of gently, like, hold onto the hood of one of these individuals. Similar to Bartholomew, they have a very sort of round, almost amber glow to their heads, messy short hair, and they also have some sort of, like, bump/protrusion, like, sticking out, not very far, but sticking out at the top of their head. Not a few seconds go by before they, bit of a breeze, and they kind of, like, flip their hood back up.
I think when they do that, I sharply turn my face toward them.
Okay.
And go, and what are you doing here instead of back at the field?
Ooh, okay. They both sort of turn to you in shock, for sure. As they both kind of like, oh my gosh, like, what, the scarecrow just, I knew it looked familiar. Wait, what are we doing here? What are you doing here? Didn't Bartholomew set you up to protect our pumpkins?
The Lord of the Gourd saw fit to station me here.
What? Then, who's making more people?
He did not see fit to tell me.
And the other one goes, it's fine. I'm sure the Lord of the Gourd has his reasons for moving the scarecrow around. I heard rumors of a crow invasion, and that's the scariest thing I've heard all night. And they kind of like look back at each other. And
like, I have it under control.
Right. And they just, well, we're gonna see the rest of the funhouse.
Very well.
And they walk on. After this, Marie and Mona, you sort of encroach out of the shadows. You heard the whole altercation, and now the three of you are with you. Or, well, you're all together. Sans Prim.
They weren't scared, even a little bit.
No, they weren't. I thought maybe they were supposed to stay in that field, like he was guarding them from getting out, but it didn't seem like that was the case.
And what did they mean by make more people?
Do you think the seeds on my head makes more of them?
Possibly.
Maybe.
More friends.
Marie is enticed.
I don't know that these are the kind of friends that you want, Marie.
Oh.
We don't seem to be able to siphon the fear out of these entities.
They don't seem to like crows very much.
Without fear, we have nothing to offer the heart.
Wait, that's a very good point, Marie. How do we get crows?
That's the train of thought. Mona goes, wait a minute, we have an issue. And Connor goes, Mona, wait. Marie wants to get birds.
It's the one thing they seem to be afraid of.
Here's a thought. With their scarecrow here, do you think their field has crows?
Very, very possible.
So,
am.
Connor, what if we put you back in your previous body and we all head back to the field?
Well,
Mm.
I do think I should point out if I leave this body, the entity that was in here is definitely going to gain control again, and I have no idea what he will do.
We can put him in the ball pit.
Oh, that's a great point.
You would not be able to get out.
No.
So I think that's what we're gonna do. Yeah, I'll switch bodies and we'll just shove this guy in the ball pit.
Okay.
We need souls.
Sure. You in regards to Mona's point about not having anything for the heart, you consider maybe finding some birds. Although you realize in order to do this, Franpon has taken the balloon into her act, so you will need to go back to Franpon in the tent. to get
Absolutely.
your body back.
Correct.
As you formulate this plan, we will zoom over to Franpon's act now. Franpon!
Whoa!
Let us, it's been a little while, friend. Let us head back to you. In here. Okay. Tell me how you're readying up. What are you preparing for your villagers today?
I'm going for like a more dark, spooky, less excitement, but more like nervousness, I guess, in the tent.
Okay.
Like, what's happening? Why is it so dark in here?
Sure.
And I'm gonna be really high up again.
Okay.
Really, really high up.
Yeah.
Spotlight kind of falls, and the music is very like slow and intense. And I'm gonna do like a little like Cirque du Soleil, like aerial performance, but with like long strips of fabric. You know,
Sure, yeah,
like
of course.
Pink at the VMAs.
Yes.
I'm gonna do that, but I'm gonna have Connor's skin husk with me as like a prop.
Sure.
You know,
Yeah.
like a little duet upon the tent, the tent ceiling.
Okay. I love it.
So it's very it's a very like nice. It's very nice. It's not scary at all.
Sure. Okay.
And then kind of at like the apex of the of the music, at the climax of the music, if you will, I'm gonna cut the fabric that is holding Connor up.
Okay.
He's gonna fall to the ground.
Okay.
With a poof, not with a splat, but a poof.
Yep.
And upon closer inspection, Connor's body is slightly different than before. And as it hits the ground like a down pillow, it just explodes with black feathers.
Oh my god. Okay. You do this. You've been swinging Connor's body up and around, and sure enough, almost as if accident, you shink through the fabric and he tumbles, and there is an audible like, oh my, from the audience. And you watch as it falls away from the net and just on the ground, and as soon as it does, there's a of black feathers that just emanate from inside of Connor's orifices, I guess.
Yeah,
and
like
just kind of
a
like
pillow fight.
Yeah.
His gallbladder finally gave out.
Is that you like that's like you done, like you go back to stand like, yes, like I did it.
Yes, I'm gonna jump off and do a little twirly twirl.
Perfect.
Land next to it.
Yeah.
And
you do sort of your instinctive, like, you know, bows, waiting for fears and applause. After a couple seconds, nothing. Kind of like open your eyes again. You're like, what happened? Everyone's just there, kind of like watching at you. They're smiling, but they're not regarding in any way. There's a couple of like, oh, well, that was all right. And another one's kind of like, yeah, I expected more of a show, you know? They kind of look back and forth, and one of them goes, yeah, I just didn't even like it. And you see they kind of like, you know, they get up and begin to leave.
That's just cruel.
The offense.
I thought I had these people figured out. I got the fake feathers and I painted them black 2 minutes before this show. and stuff them inside Connor's body.
What an elaborate plan.
I'm just gonna go sulk in the corner as they leave.
Sure, you kind of
I'm gonna
go.
leave Connor there.
You can go sulk in the corner of your own big tub. You leave Connor there, yeah. Sure. You sort of go sulk off to the side. A strange reaction, to say the least. Being sort of rejected and invalidated. You all enter. Mona, Marie, and Connor at this point, as you see sort of the villagers leaving. Your guess is sort of hot in your brain, but you do see Franpon kind of looking dejected in the corner.
I lean over to Connor and Marie and I say to them, they must not have found her scary either.
Real quick, did we already drop the other body in the ball pit?
If you wanted to, I was gonna say, obviously you can survive as a ghost. Yeah, if you wanted to, that's fine. It makes
That was
sense.
my intent.
Sure.
Yeah, so I'm a ghost floating next to you guys.
Yeah, I will say, by the way, as you guys left the body in the ball pit, no life seemed to return to the eyes.
Okay.
Yeah, it just scares a scarecrow in the ball pit.
Just a scarecrow in the ball pit.
Yeah.
Yes, it doesn't seem like they did. This is going to be a problem.
Grandpa
It's
just
gonna be a
wails.
very
I
big
didn't like it!
Marie's gonna go over and just gently pat her head. It's okay.
What do we do? We're gonna die!
Franpon's spiraling.
Franpon is spiraling.
We have a plan, Fran. We have a plan.
He immediately perks up. Oh, what are we doing?
We're going to go back to the field and find crows.
Birdies!
Well, I thought I had that figured out, but they did not like the Feather Act. Sorry about your body, Connor.
Oh, wait. Shit.
Are you gonna repossess your body?
Is it intact?
Yeah, more or
Yeah,
less.
it's just full of feathers.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
You repossess it, and as you do, and as Frampon says this, you kind of cough a little bit, and some more feathers come
Puke
out.
feathers.
Yeah.
It's like a hairball.
So I will say there's a bit of an unnerve in the air because Mona, you do remember, as you were in the forest earlier, the scarecrow was definitely there, and you can go check. But while you were in the forest, there were no signs of wildlife anywhere. No chirp, no peep, no nothing. Yeah.
What is our plan B if there are no crows?
You want to tell Reggie?
Oh, no, I have a voice again. Hang on. I have to remember what it was. Well, we can't be the only people in the carnival who aren't having any luck.
You're right.
I guess we can go see Miss Hootao also.
I forgot Hootao is here.
Hey, Hutao's here. She's writing riddles.
If
I asked
anything,
her
maybe
about
she
her
knows more.
Yeah, she's around.
Hootao might know more.
Another spark for Connor.
Oh, a spark. Thank you. Thank you for that spark. Additionally, Reginald might be able to help. I don't know if
Mr. Reggie is
he's
smart.
certainly been here the longest. I don't know if he's encountered anything like this before.
Yeah, now there is danger. Our life force is at stake.
So we need
And
to
I'm sure he would like to fix it.
Yeah.
absolutely. Wouldn't we all?
So,
I feel like we're
should we go tell Reggie?
Yeah.
To Mr. Reggie!
Okay. You guys leave the presence of the big top. Franpon, you felt a little dejected, but I mean, you've got, some more spring in your step now. Marie, of course, you realize the fact that if you cannot scare these people, you won't be able to make more friends, and not having enough friends is not good. Mona, you're still kind of reeling from the comment that the kid made earlier.
That little bitch.
Yeah, you're harboring
He called me old.
Yeah, no well-being
Careful.
towards them.
All right, we'll find him and kill him.
Connor, I will say for you, as everyone is kind
Yeah?
of walking and you're sort of like back in your body at this point, you try to remember sort of what it was like to be in your body previously, because every time you shift bodies, it always feels different. There's a sort of corporeality that you don't get used to. And it kind of dawns on you for a minute that, like, although macabre, that straw body did have organs, like working organs, and it kind of makes you think back to like when you had working organs. And it's not really something you can place your finger on, you know, as you kind of like dwell on, yeah, well, that's feeling like the straw. And then obviously I was the lion tamer before that, so I kind of knew what skin felt like. But you were like, how long has it been since no, it must have been before when I was the ventriloquist. And you're trying to rack your brain, but it's been so long. It's kind of hard for you to kind of, it's not a feeling that you haven't felt before. It's just like every time you switch bodies, there's almost like this jolt of something that should be a physical memory, but you're like, I can't quite place it.
Yeah, Connor's eyes glaze over a bit. And he slows down a little bit, and he places a finger, not to get too graphic, but basically in one of his wounds.
Sure.
To just like, and just applies pressure to like, just feel what it feels like.
Sure.
And after a spell of sort of getting lost in this, he'll try to catch up.
Sure. Yeah. And you do. And you guys all sort of convene, and you find Reginald, who's kind of like talking to some of the villagers at this point, like big wide smile, kind of swinging his cane around until he notices you and says, "Oh yes, well, be sure to venture into the shops. There's plenty to buy." And he kind of walks over and he says, "Oh yes, you four. Well, how can I help you?"
Teetle is so right, by the way. He absolutely does pull a bunch of feathers out of that open wound.
Mr. Reggie, they didn't like my show.
Reginald,
yes?
We have been having some unprecedented difficulties.
Yes, I've been able to concur. Everywhere I've seen around the carnival, these individuals seem to be rather persistent to the spooks, wouldn't you say? They seem to almost find it, well, quite average.
They seem to be bored by death traps and, well, everything we've tried, really.
And Reginald, one of them called me old.
What?
He kind of like, you see a look of something does flash across his face for a second, and he, the audacity! Well, you should talk to Hu Tao about that one in particular. See if you can't get that resurrected as a, skeleton miner or something like that.
Well, that one will be going straight to my lake.
Straight to the or the ooze pit. It's the worst job in the carnival, It's, any kind of, yes, this is a bit tricky because, as you know, we need souls and fear to feed the heart, and unless we want to go full massacre mode, then we've got to think of something rather quick.
Believe me, I did consider it.
Have you any ideas?
We have one.
Do tell.
Yeah.
Well, it seems that these villagers seem to be genuinely afraid of crows. We're not really sure why.
Nor do we know if there are any crows nearby.
But we had hoped to draw crows to the carnival and use them to elevate our spook tactics.
I see where you're going with this assumption, and while I like the idea, I haven't heard but a peep nor a chirp anywhere around the carnival. I suppose
And
you
I-
probably... Yes, Fran Pardon?
I filled the body with feathers, and they didn't give any care about that.
Ah, yes. And I pull more feathers out and I just toss them.
Dastardly. Well, that one that you talked to at the beginning, what was his name? Bartholomew?
Ah, yes,
Yes,
Bartholomew.
That guy.
He was giving me the heebie-jeebies when he entered, but perhaps he knows a bit more about the level of fright. Maybe we just have to dial it up, Maybe we just have to make it a bit more gruesome. These folks are kind of used to it. why don't we find him and see if we can't ask him a few questions?
Yes.
Very well.
So to be clear, we are being given permission to be more gruesome than usual.
Well, not yet, but
thank
as of right now, that might be our only option. Let's get sort of the lay of the land from Bartholomew, and if he agrees that sort of we need to up the ante to partake in a spectacle, he did say that the villagers wanted a show, did they not?
That's what they all told me.
Well, I see. Let's go say this rotund individual and see if he can shed any more light on the current situation.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's be off.
So you guys
Find the wizard.
find the wizard Bartholomew. You start heading
The wonderful
sort of,
Lord of the Gourd?
in the direction. Bartholomew is now absolutely terrified of banshees. Okay. Interesting.
Oh, shit.
Interesting turn of events.
Lovely.
Perfect.
Here we go.
We get all of our energies just from Bartholomew.
Yeah, right. As you guys make your way sort of towards the entrance to see if you can find Bartholomew, you sort of begin to search all together. Towards the entrance of the carnival, you suddenly hear a loud commotion begin. Screams, not necessarily of like terror, but of sort of like general loudness and excitement begin to kind of start like bubbling up from the entrance of the carnival. You hear the sounds of kind of like things falling over. And Reginald kind of looks at you and goes, "Should we should." And he kind of like leads you in the direction of the entrance of the carnival, sprinting, worried that something might be coming to assault the heart.
Yeah, we go.
The devil is that?
We go.
Yeah, I sprint.
As you are left wondering, that is where we are going to take a 5-minute break, chat. As they
right.
are running over to the attack. I will give my cast a lovely chance to go grab some water, go on a bathroom break, and we will return here in 5 minutes. Thank you very much, guys, so far. Go grab some energy. We are past the halfway point, so congrats to everyone. And we're trucking along, so... all right, I will deafen, and I will see you guys back here in just a couple minutes.
Fabulous.
There we go. Welcome back.
Hello.
Hello there.
Let's jump back in. As you are all currently in media res, running to see what the commotion is at the entrance of your carnival. You're all used to screaming, in both fear and pleasure, at the Dark Carnival. But something is different about this cacophony of sounds. As soon as you make it within visual distance, something monstrous stares back from the entrance of the Dark Carnival.
Oh no.
Head over there now. It's not looking good.
Oh.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not good.
Connor, what you do with your old body?
He's in the ball pit.
And that's saying something, considering you're all monsters. At first, you aren't quite sure what to make of it. But as your eyes adjust, there's no mistaking. A huge monster with tree-like limbs for a body and an unmistakable pumpkin head stands towering outside your carnival. A deathly glow surrounds it, and even from where you are, you can tell it emanates a powerful aura. An aura not too dissimilar from the one the heart permeates throughout the carnival. But before you can dwell on its presence, it opens its toothy grin to speak, and out comes a gravelly wail of a voice. You'll see. A little bit.
Seedlings, cease your rejoicing. We have gathered what we need to know of this carnival of darkness.
The monster eyes you and extends a clawed wooden hand toward you.
This is not merely some happenstance of fate to bring you fright and merriment. No, this attraction is under the influence of a powerful ruler, and they seek to destroy our realm. This is not an attraction. It's an invasion.
The monster lets his words sink in for a moment, as you're all sort of taking this in stride. He continues, however.
Seek out the source of the dark power and destroy it. Go, release my seedlings and my shifters.
Into the cackle. The monster raises their arms to the full moon spread above. No sooner than he had wailed this command than all of the nearby villagers started to cackle and wail and holler as well. Ooh, yeah, in the night. You watch in disbelief as they all cast off their robes to reveal a grotesque abomination underneath. While their torsos are fairly humanoid with their arms outstretched, their waist appears to fuse into some sort of plant-like root that twists and turns into an amalgamation of fibrous tentacles at the ground. Reginald's voice suddenly snaps you out of your bewilderment. Quickly! I have no idea what's going on here, but we must protect the heart. You all slowly nod in your stupor, realizing that whatever this monster is, it thinks you're here to destroy its land, which puts the Dark Heart at risk. Quickly, you all rush to the back of the carnival as chaos breaks out around you.
Ruh-roh.
Oh boy.
Did you like time that out?
Row.
I don't know what you
The
mean.
music ended right as you ended your
Holy
spiel.
crap.
That was fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Great job.
Yeah, I wasn't rehearsing this. That's for sure.
I don't want to scare anybody, but those explosions in the background are not mine.
Yeah, so this isn't like one for one what this looks like, but this does sort of give you an idea of there is like mayhem. There are explosions, there are things sort of going on, as this creature has sort of enacted. Saying that you guys were here for some sort of invasion and seemed to gather some sort of reconnaissance, maybe that you missed, about knowing that the heart exists.
Well, shit.
You are all, of course, estranged by the fact that it does permeate a sort of similar aura to your very own heart. But this thing does not look like it is in the mood to negotiate or talk, as it has sort of issued some sort of command to its seedlings and shifters to seek out the source of the darkness and destroy it, which to all of you means danger for the heart, of course. As chaos breaks out around you, the seedlings, as the monsters had been called, the villagers, are storming around, trashing everything in sight. Some of your fellow staff members are trying to use their various powers to corral them out of the carnival, but many seem largely unaffected. One of these such individuals is a very hench, large, orcan woman, who seems to be casting magic out of her thighs at all of the nearby seedlings, trying to dissuade them and push them out of the carnival. You can see that she's doing so with a grin of pleasure on her face, but she seems to be overwhelmed by the seedlings. You know, of course, this is Yuri, the thigh-crushing extraordinaire of the carnival. She's doing her best as she shoots you a smile from across the way.
Oh my.
That is all true. But your focus right now needs to remain on the heart, not the thighs. As the heart is the
Speak
source
for
of your
yourself.
energy, after all.
Clip that! Clip that immediately!
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, no.
As quickly as you can, you make it back to the entrance of the cavern where the heart lies to ensure its safety. To your surprise, however, it has been blockaded already. Thick, veiny tendrils are currently woven together tightly around the entrance, creating a sort of pulmonary wall between the cave and the outside panic. Blast it! Reginald cries out, heaving as he pauses to catch his breath next to the wall. It seems the heart has already taken measures into its own hands and blocked us off. You see him think for a minute as he frantically twirls his mustache. Look, this may be a reflexive ability of the heart. As a means of self-defense. He scratches his chin. Well, I suppose this is at least good for us because it means the heart isn't in any immediate danger. But the heart doesn't have any way of fighting back against whatever that monster is. Sooner or later, these seedlings are going to find a way to break through this wall. So we can't just sit around idle. He starts kind of like pacing back between you guys, clearly thinking, but if any of you would like to interject, you're more than welcome.
Maria's just gonna go to like where the tendrils are and just kind of gently pet them.
Sure.
And just be like, it's okay, we're gonna try our best to protect you. Even though she's just like crying, but there's no tears because she's a puppet.
Sure. Very, very sweet and serene from Marie. You can't feel much resonance from the heart right now.
Grandpa, do you have any...
Go ahead.
Do you have any boot grenades?
I do. I also, and she just like shoves her arm under her skirt, and she pulls out this like comically large pair of scissors.
I don't want to think about where that was.
And she's like, I could cut some roots. You want a grenade though? She pulls out one from her.
Yeah. So. Sorry, I think I got lost a little bit with the description. Right now, is anything immediately threatening the heart right now?
No, nothing is outside of the cavern. You guys are at the very back of the carnival, and the heart has kind of walled itself off. But Reginald's basically saying this is probably a reflexive ability, and sooner or later, with as many villagers as you saw, and whatever that monster was, they're gonna get to the heart. So you guys gotta think of something before that happens.
Well, it seems that whatever their leader is, seems to be giving off the same kind of aura that the heart does. So perhaps if we targeted that, they would have to rush to its defense?
True.
Reginald kind of thinks for a moment. See what you're getting at, Connor, but I mean, you saw the size of that thing, and if it does have an energy similar to our heart, which I felt as well, it stands no match for the likes of us.
Yes, I suppose you're right about that.
Night Celtic. He thinks for a minute and he goes, what's even worse is we now can't count on the heart to warp us out of here either, because we haven't generated enough fear since we've been here. Which also means the heart won't have the power necessary to strengthen us against this threat. Think, Reginald, think! You see him kind of take off his top hat and dab some sweat from his brow. Suddenly, his eyes light up as you guys are all sort of talking amongst yourselves. And he turns to you four. Wait! That's just it! Whatever the monster at the gate was, it sounded like it was somehow aware, if not threatened, by the heart's presence. Right? Didn't it say something about an invasion?
It did.
Yes, he seemed to believe we were here to destroy him, the world, I don't... It wasn't very clear.
Right.
He was saying a lot of things I don't understand.
It's very understandable, Marie. It's a lot of it went over my hat as well. But
Your hat.
to be fair, rather than just showing us a display of force and destroying the carnival, he said that the source of the darkness must be purged, which means if he can sense the heart, he may be threatened by it. You see him sort of think to himself for another second. We've never had any creature detect the heart before, let alone be intimidated by it. Which must mean, he kind of tapped his cane on the ground, I'll wager at its core, it's afraid of losing its kingdom or whatever to the heart. His eyes kind of widen at this and he says, all right, listen close, you four. And he kind of draws you all in. And Marie, he kind of extends his cane for you to kind of like climb up it.
He proceeds to do just that and sit at
What
the
is it,
top.
Reginald?
He kind of like huddles all of you in and he goes, okay, I have an idea. In order to get us out of here, we need to charge the heart. Are we all in agreement of that?
Yes.
Kind of nod. We can't do that without generating fear. Although these seedlings are going to be a tough audience, I presume if the monster is even a little afraid of the heart itself, so too are these creatures. I need you four to go out and do what you do best. Scare the ever-living pie out of these things. And yes, Mona, I'm giving you permission to be as spooky as necessary. And he kind of winks. If and only if we can scare enough of them, not only will we be protecting the heart in the process,
but we should also generate enough energy for the heart to get us out of this hellhole. And I mean that in the worst definition of hellhole, because there are, you know, we like... And anyway, myself and the other staff members... Myself and the other staff members will stay here and make sure none of the seedlings manage to break into the cavern where the heart is. Go, now! This won't be easy, but I'm sure if anyone can scare these things, it's you four.
If we just put our heads together, we can definitely figure out a way to scare them.
That's right. If you work together at your individual acts, I'm sure you'll figure out a way to get to the heart of them, and by whatever means are necessary. If we can generate enough fear, we'll strike it at its core, and that way the heart can get us out of here, whether or not we've defeated that thing or not.
Where should we take them? What should we use to scare them?
Well, I'm glad you asked, because chat is deciding. Chat, you have a
Yes.
poll up right now for our lovely adventurers. Their task has been laid bare before them for the rest of the night. They have to generate fear to strike back at whatever this thing is. It's been tough so far. None of their normal acts have been working, so they're going to have to up the ante. There's a couple of options for our party. They can, of course, release the quote-unquote lions, lead them to the funhouse, lead them to the lake, or, everyone's favorite, with a bang.
Oh, Lord.
During this moment when we're all huddled together, since Mona said if we put our heads together, Prampon's just gonna smack her forehead against Mona's. Be like, okay, let's do it.
Mona expected nothing less.
Sure. All right, chat, this is it.
Knitting a heart.
Chat has decided on with a bang. Now, chat, you will get to go to these locations throughout the night, but perhaps the order of operations may spell savior or disaster for our carnival contestants here. So, in saying the first place is with a bang, we shall see how this goes. Franpon, this is your time to shine. This is your area of expertise. As Reginald kind of bids you on your way, the four of you kind of like begin to talk amongst yourselves of ways that you can generate extra fear. Franpon, you remember something. Long time ago, when you sort of, first came to the carnival, you laced the entire bottom of the big top with explosives. This just comes back to you right in this moment.
It's so perfect that Franpon laced it with the explosives and forgot about it.
Yes.
Yep.
That's very Franpon.
I just remembered.
Yes, in a sense of finality, you actually have an act that if you are able to complete your final sort of mission is landing in a very, very pinpoint location at the bottom of the sand pit where a little pressure plate will ignite the entire arena in the big top, blowing up all of the stands. Whether you wanted to generate fear or just mass destruction is up to you, but you do remember that that is something that you can do.
Okay. I look at everybody and I was just like, oh, light bulb, since they exist.
Yeah.
I say light bulb, and I say Operation Gooby Snooper.
Can you spell that for us?
Yeah. I'll just type it in chat.
Yeah, great. If you could, please. Just for those of us watching without audio.
Perfect. Delicious.
Yeah.
Gooby Snoobert.
Operation Gooby Snoobert.
What a tasteful name.
Yes. Keep going,
Yes.
Ivy.
Okay. There's Operation Gooby Snooper. And I'm gonna just look at all of them and their blank faces and be like, I lined the entire big top with explosives.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well done.
That
Well
shit
done.
off. Let's just blow them all up.
Very well. Where's the detonator?
Mudkip, where's the detonator?
It's in the middle of a high-flying trapeze act at the bottom of a sandpit.
Oh, yeah. It's my final act.
Okay, what a wild choice you've made. Sure, we can make this work.
I can't die, so let's just do it. I explain all of that to them, where it is, how to get there.
Download.
Yeah. Are you guys saying anything else to Franpon? Or are you make your way over to the big top?
We're gonna make our way to the big top.
Okay. Marie, you on board?
Yeah, I'm just gonna climb onto Mona's shoulder. My usual perch.
Okay. Yes.
I'm gonna lead them. I'm gonna take something else out of my skirt. It's Marie's old arm, like one of her her hidden arms that she lost, and I'm gonna point towards the big top and like lead them there.
I see. Okay. This way. I love it. Yeah, you guys.
It's
you
our little charge.
There is a vote going on, chat, just so you know as well. Yes, as you guys are making your way to the big top. Sure enough, you race over there, and it's time for Operation Gooby Snoobird. Of course, the one to start us off. Let's just bring it over. If I have any music lovers in chat, they. Also, chat, pay special close attention. Here we go. All right, Franpon.
Go, Franpon.
You lead your friends into the big top. As you do, there is a commotion going on. There are lots of seedlings, these villagers that have kind of thrown back their cloaks and have like weird viney plant legs and everything. They are running amok. They're kind of like, sort of jumping up and down from the bleachers. They're more wild than trying to destroy anything. They're just kind of like a group of monkeys, you know? They're just kind of like jumping up and down everywhere and throwing stuff around. But I mean, you still see your kit. You know what you have to do, especially because Franpon's finisher, codename Needle, you have to, thank you, chat, have to go up to the tippy top of the big top and dive all the way down into an impossibly small ring through the sand pit where the pressure pad is. If you miss this by even an inch, it could spell, well, many broken bones for an undying clown.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you lead your friends in. They don't know what's going on. There's sort of chaos everywhere. What would you guys like to do?
I'm gonna look at them and be like, I need to get to the top. Help.
Mommers has treated Ivy. Ivy, you get advantage.
That's my mom, y'all. Thanks, Mom.
How do we get her to the top?
What's between us and the top? Yeah.
Well, besides the sort of swath of seedlings, there are many sort of like ropes and ladders that you can climb to kind of like get up to the trapeze platforms. But between you is like just chaos of people. Either you have to figure out a way to distract said people, fight said people, find a way over said people. I won't give you solutions. You guys come up with whatever you want.
Right.
But you gotta get through them. They're kind of like all over the stadium right now. They're in the stands, but they're also they're in the sand, right? Like they're all over the big top. So even like running to a rope ladder near you, there's so many of them between you guys that they would probably just try to stop you. Whether or not they can is up to you guys.
Right.
I have an idea.
What is it?
What? You see these decorations, all these fleshy decorations I have in here? What if
it's the flesh balloons.
What if you used your strings to tie him up like that?
Oh,
That's a thought.
I can certainly try.
Yeah.
Or to tie up the seedlings, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Try to create
Wonderful.
less of a mess down here.
You're gonna try and tie the seedlings to the balloons?
Yeah, just as general decorations.
Okay.
Well, I can certainly tie them somewhere.
About to
Spider web
them
them
up to
yeah.
the sort of wiry looking things up here.
Yeah.
Okay, I will do it.
Okay, I'm gonna give her head pats, like good luck.
So you're gonna have Marie basically attempt to puppet web the area Spider-Man style and like balloon attach some of the seedlings to fly towards the ceiling. Is that?
Yeah, just like away from where I need to be.
I see.
Should we have somebody launch Marie like through the room so that she can just
Yeah.
kind of?
Can I help with this using my whip to like sort of, either help tie people up there or like launch them up there or launch Marie around?
Yeah, whatever you think you want to do, you can help.
Okay.
Mona, what are you gonna do?
What is Mona gonna do? The only help that Mona can offer is to try to scream them all into one space
You can try.
to get them out of the way so that Franpon can
clear,
get to the ropes that she needs.
Clear a crowd, absolutely.
Do you have like a luring song?
Ooh, she's not a siren and she's really sensitive about that. Banshees push, sirens pull. They're like the magnets of the world.
I see.
Yeah. If you ever try to explain magnets to supernatural people,
The
it's just
idea of
sirens.
like a magnetic field around a banshee and like that's how it works.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
As science explains banshees. You're welcome, chat.
Where's Bill Nye?
Right? Oh god, not this one.
Science guy.
No, Bill Nye
Somebody do it.
was lured by a siren, obviously.
Yeah.
Well, so, alright, you know what? To be fair enough, I will say this, though. You do see, sort of, fending off a good chunk of these seedlings at the back of a tent. Very, very hench individual. Yuri is back there still. She's
Nice.
yeah, she's just kicking with her thighs. She's casting spells out of her thighs. She's lightning bolt, lightning bolt. As they come out of her legs.
Fireball.
Yeah, fireball. That's so good. Yeah, and you see her in the back. Yeah, you could use her for help if you need to. She's having a whale of a time.
That's my kind of woman.
Hello, my friends! She calls across from the tent. What are you doing? You come to see the thigh crushing of Yuri?
No! We're going to blow up a lot of stuff.
You're going to blow up a muff?
Sure.
Okay.
Just keep fighting.
Keep fighting?
Yeah.
Keep fighting.
No, Yuri is the orc lady. This is Blueberry's woman. She... Okay, if you insist. Pow! Crack! Just like smashing these seedlings together and just, yeah, just fucking going ham at the back there.
I just imagine her like crushing pumpkins with
Yeah.
her thigh.
Pretty much.
Yeah, absolutely is.
Grandpa's just like, with her hands, just like taking off all the drool on her chin. Like that focus.
God damn it.
Franpon is
In which
constantly
Franpon is
engaging.
Ivy.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Gotta focus, gotta get up there.
You guys tell me what the four of you are doing, and we'll play this scene out.
Marie is going to start Spider-Manning it up.
Yep.
And
Sure.
Mona is just going to start screaming.
Okay.
As she does.
Mona, I would like to scream.
Mona's
fine.
the barbarian.
Franpon, what are you doing?
I am gonna, as they're doing these things,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna acrobat my way up on top of these people's heads and use them as stepping stones
I love it. Okay.
towards the middle of the tent.
Okay. Marie, from you, I'm gonna need a trick roll to see how well you can tie these people up. Franpon, I'm going to need a treat roll from you for being able to do this. Mona, from you, I will also need a trick roll. And Connor, what are you doing?
Well, I was wanting to help Marie.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Maria, I'll say you have your roll with advantage then, because Connor is aiding you, so you can roll twice, take the higher one for your trick.
My first one was higher.
First one is better.
Okay.
Connor achieves nothing.
Well, we'll start at the top, Marie. How'd you do? What'd you get?
I got a 6.
6 total? Okay.
Yeah.
You watch as Marie just like quietly kind of slinks around the cloud and begins to like shoot strings, hopefully not being seen by any of the seedlings. Yuri is doing her best to kind of, like smash all the, everyone sort of out of the way. You do okay, Marie, all right? It's not like this perfect, immaculate spider web of people, but you do manage to attach a couple of Franpon's skin balloons to these seedlings as they kind of get like stuck and stranded to the sides of the walls. It's put a small dent. It's like enough to give like a little leeway for Franpon to run, but it's not as much as you would have liked. But it's so chaotic in here, it's proving very hard for you to shoot everything. And honestly, there's a moment, Marie, where you're kind of shooting all these strings, and some of the seedlings kind of like kick around you, and you look up, and none of your friends are around you. You kind of you like look up and look around, and you're alone. Connor, who was helping you, is somewhere nearby, but you're too short to see. All these seedlings are just like running over you with their feet right now.
She's gonna like kind of start shrinking down and just like kind of huddling into herself and just kind of being a scared child lost in the middle of the crowd.
Yeah, you kind of like, you sit down, like strings outstretched, just like, doing your best, and you're kind of, what is happening? Yeah, I mean, Connor, you've been sort of helping with this the whole time. Mona, what did you get?
So it was a trick roll, right?
It was a trick, yep.
Okay, so I have, it's whatever we roll plus what we have in trick, right?
That's right, unless you have advantage.
So total, I got a 6.
6. Okay, again, it's like okay for this. It's not great. You're able to sort of scream in the general direction of Yuri, as you kind of like try to funnel. A couple of the seedlings are put off, and they're kind of like, I don't know what that is. Like, let me get away from that loud noise. But the general majority of them like kind of challenge you with that and go like, oh yeah, and they yell a little louder. Nothing is quite at like your frequency because you are a banshee and it is ear shattering. But they are like, some of them are just kind of like, I'm picturing very Mad Max-esque of like, yeah, just kind of really ramping it up. Again, it clears a couple more people out of the way. Mona, you do have a Spark of Darkness now as well from Soph.
Lovely.
Thank you very much, Soph. Franpon, what about yourself? How are you doing here? You did have advantage from Mommers.
I did, yeah, and I'm glad because I first rolled a 2, which would have given me 3, but now I have a 6.
Rolling 6s.
Yeah. I was trying to get my way towards the middle with my head stomping abilities.
Okay. Well, there is a little music change here. Franpon, you kind of watch as your friends kind of disperse to the crowd and begin to disrupt the seedlings for you, as they kind of like scatter. And you do your best. You kind of get a running start. There's a thread that passes in front of you from Marie. You take a second, you jump on top of it, you leap off of it, and you step on one of their heads, which is actually quite squishier than you imagined. It kind of, get off my head! As you step on it. This is obviously Schmedrick. And you
Good.
You sort of like jump to the next one, and you realize very quickly, this is tricky. And you look around as all the people are like frantically jumping and running to and fro. And you look and you spot another one. You quick jump over there. You go to jump for another one. You kind of slip a little bit, but you catch your hand on another seedling. And for your friends that can see you right now, you're kind of cartwheeling between these people, which is honestly quite cool. And you watch as the entertainer makes her way from seedling to seedling. Over top all of their heads, grabbing onto them, jumping. There's a couple of points where you almost fall, but you reach out and Marie's string is there, and you kind of pull up. There's even sort of like an Indiana Jones moment where Connor reaches out with a whip, grabs onto you, and gives you a little bit of leverage, as Connor's still trying to like,
There's definitely a moment where Connor sees you like jumping off of people's heads, and he just like fully jumps with his head at your feet to give you
gives you a toadstool. Yeah, you just kind of bounce off of Connor.
I give him a salute in one of these.
Oh, I love it. Connor, I imagine at this point maybe you're just trying to find Marie. Yona?
Sorry, say that one more time.
No, it's okay. I imagine at this point you're just trying to find Marie.
Yeah, I wanted to give that boost to Franpon and on my way down, I'm looking for Marie because
Yeah.
this is a sea of nightmare.
Mona, you are doing your best like a traffic director, just screaming your little heart out as you're trying to like left, right, left, like you're trying to, shoot these people around different directions. Marie, it is scary, but you do look up and you see the familiar jingles of Franpon kind of like pass over your head. Franpon, you kind of do one of those like Genshin backflips as you look over and like you see her beneath you. And you kind of like give a little smile like, "Hi, Marie." And
Hand out a fake flower. It squirts water at her.
Right, there's like a little slow-mo water squirt towards Marie.
Yeah.
Marie, it does cheer you up, sort of seeing Franpon in this way. As you continue Franpon, and you make it to the central tower. It's not easy, but you do. And you latch onto the rope ladder, and you begin to climb and climb. Really all you need to do is get to the top, do a couple of good swings on the trapeze, and then you can fall right into Operation Needle, or Codename Needle, I should say, and blow the top off the big toe. So, you are climbing. And you are climbing.
I'm climbing.
And as you are climbing, you start to look around, and a mist has begun to permeate the tent.
Oh, I don't like that.
And for player's sake, you recall as the sort of large pumpkin entity was calling out to his minions, he said that the seedlings and the shifters should come in and help sort of assault the heart. You're climbing, and this fog begins to sort of like permeate around you. And it gets thicker and thicker to the point where you can no longer see the ground beneath you, which is kind of a first for you, despite being kind of like an acrobatic entertainer. You can usually at least see where you're gonna land, right?
Yeah.
Suddenly, the din of the sort of battles below you quiets. And you're kind of like up in the clouds, more or less. You're still climbing one hand in front of another. And then you hear a voice that begins to whisper in your ears. Poor little Franpon. Look at her. Look at her climb. Higher and higher. You'll never reach that height, Franpon. They will never cheer, no matter how high you climb. What do you do?
I am gonna try my best to ignore it. I have a little bit of shivers,
Yeah.
but I shake it off real
Yeah.
fast with my bells jingling.
Actually, yeah, for that, roll me an integrity check. See how well you shake it off.
Okay.
The first integrity check of the night.
I think Yoda had one before.
Yeah, he
Oh,
did.
yeah, he did.
I want to take over the scarecrow.
Yeah,
Oh, yes.
Yoda got it. That means I'm not gonna.
That's a 6!
Oh.
That's a 10.
Oh, hell yeah.
10! Alright,
Mhm.
you don't know what it is, but you shake it off. You keep climbing. You get higher and
Yeah.
higher. You're almost to the platform at this point.
There's voices in my head all the time. I don't need
Exactly.
that.
Um,
I'm gonna stand at the edge, look down at the clouds. My
Yeah.
feet are in position because it's muscle memory,
yeah.
and I'm great. I'm ready.
As you sort of like reach the top of the platform and you start adjusting yourself, the voice comes back. And it says, "Silly little Franpon, what are you doing with your life? Throwing it away for the sake of others' entertainment? You are nothing. The spark of light you think you bring is annoyance. You're a nuisance to those around you." And yeah, it keeps whispering in your ear.
Okay.
Roll an
I'm
integrity
gonna-
check.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh, no.
that is a natural 1.
Do you
I
have,
have 2
sparks?
sparks of darkness.
Up to you if you want to use them.
Yeah. I'm gonna try once.
Okay. That's a natural 1, baby.
No!
Okay.
This is not looking great, guys.
Franpon, up at the top up here. As this voice kind of gets inside your head, you freeze. And you sort of like look over and you see that there is no guarantee of safety at all. There's no like landing. You can't see where you're looking with all the fog. And the mist creeps in and just, don't you get it, Franpon? No one's watching. No one cares. No one will laugh. And at this, I think it's safe to say you're a little visibly shaken. As the integrity is not looking so hot. I say you will take 1 point of integrity damage here. Mommers has given you a treat though for your next roll, which is good.
Aw,
Thank you,
thanks,
Mommers.
Mom.
The sort of voices from the crowd below are lost, chat, in the mist. And Franpon, what ends up happening as you're trying to like build up the courage, these voices in your head, like no one cares. No one, you've been rejected. And as you're kind of like inching over to the side, now very unsure, the voice in your head begins to turn into noise. And it kind of starts to present itself as almost like auditory hallucinations. And you start hearing like cooing and crowing and booing and no, get off, boo, you suck, no. Just these kind of like loud dejections in your general direction. And the voice just kind of laughs and goes, you are unable to sift through the din, Franpon. You have nothing. And I will say, as this happens, we are going to have a Franpon moment here. Chat and the rest of the players, as you are all still frantically down below through the mist. You are just like kind of like traversing against all the seedlings. Mona, you look up, you can't see Franpon anymore. You know, Marie similarly, but Connor as well. You guys are like, what, where has she gone?
Where's my Franpon?
Chat and players, while the rest of these are battling the seedlings, you are going to have to help Franpon get rid of the auditory hallucinations. If she is able, through integrity, to sift out what these noises are and know that they're not real, she can get a grip on reality. So what I'm going to do for stream is I'm going to turn the music down quite quiet. I recommend you guys might do this as well because this is an auditory challenge. So prepare your ears, chat. So the way that the shifters are trying to get at you here, Franpon, are trying to make you believe that there are these noises and voices that aren't there trying to back you down, right?
Uh-huh.
So what you have to do is I am going to play a series of sounds, and you and your friends in chat have to discern to me what they are, to see if you can sort of blitz through the fog of the brain.
Okay.
They will be played through Discord, so you guys will be able to hear them. Okay. So the way this is going to work is... We'll lay out the whole thing for you here. Basically, you are going to hear a sound, and there is going to be a real-life animal that has created that sound. What I am going to tell you is there is a sort of reaction that this animal produces when they make this sound. For example, as humans, when something is funny, we laugh, right? That's the sound we make. So I will give you the sort of like mood or reaction that this animal would be in. I will play the sound, and then I'll give you a list of animals that it could be. If you get enough of them right, perhaps you will regain some of your grip on reality, Franpon. If not, your integrity will start to dwindle lower and lower.
No.
Chat, prepare to play along. Mommers, thank you so much for hanging out. Have a good night. Thank you so much.
Bye, Mommers. Question. Can we also help, or is it just her in chat?
No, so you, as players, you can absolutely help. That is totally fine.
Okay.
Your characters obviously aren't here right now, but yeah, you guys can help. However, with this sort of Franpon moment, Ivy, you get the final say. Regardless of what chat thinks or what your fellow players here think, you are the one that makes the decision. Okay?
They are the other voices in my head.
Exactly. Okay. In that case, let's go for the first sound. Are you ready?
Sure.
Okay. Here is sound number 1. Did you hear it? I'm playing to save my kid. Exactly, Mommers. Oh, just you wait, Mommers. Chat, did you hear it? Yeah, chat did hear it. Okay. I'll play it again. I will show
I
you
love
and
that.
tell you this creature makes this noise when it is afraid. And here, if you guys open tactical mode, there you go.
Oh.
There
Oh,
is. Those
yeah.
are your 3 options. Is this the classic goat? Is it the fox? Or is it the elk? A reminder that even if animals make similar noises, only one of them makes this noise in fear. Chat and players and Ivy, can
I
you
know
discern
this.
what noise this is?
God.
I mean, yeah, before even like anyone had said it, I thought it might have been a goat.
Yeah.
But
Yes, I think I recognize the
Yeah.
particular goat.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and I've heard foxes screaming,
Mhm.
you know, and I've actually heard elk scream. Or
I've never
moose.
heard elk scream.
Yeah, it's much higher
But
pitched.
chat's on board with the goat.
With the goat,
Chat is on
okay.
board with the goat.
Me and my voices are gonna say goat. Final answer.
Okay. In that case, Franpon, you think to yourself as you hear these screams and shouts, and you know it's not real. It's just this. As you begin to sift, sure enough, that was indeed a screaming goat. So that is one success for our lovely Franpon here. Good job, chat. Good job, team. Easy one, right? Easy one.
Thank you, chat.
Now it's time for sound 2. You guys just sort of exited a technical mode there. Here comes sound number 2. This. Okay, here you go.
Oh my.
Oh boy.
Okay, that is what you have heard. Again, some kind of shriek. And I will tell you that this creature makes this sound when it is threatened, which is kind of how Franpon is feeling right now.
Yeah.
All right, your options, as I bring it up, if you get back to tactical mode, I will take you to the next phase. These are your options.
Oh my
and just to be clear
Ooh,
for
this is
chat's
hard.
sake as well, there is a type of stoat at the top, there is a type of bat on the right, and there is a type of armadillo on the left. This creature makes this noise when it is threatened. Good luck.
My instinct is the armadillo.
I don't know, because
That's also
armadillos
my
kind of
instinct.
like shell up. I don't know if they make sound.
I think bats' vocalizations are much higher than that.
Yeah.
Okay, so well, let's see what chat is saying.
Armadillo.
Soph says it's not the bat. I agree, Soph. Screaming
I've never heard
armadillo
of
says
stoat.
Quartz.
Did you play it again, Makip?
Yes, of course I can play it again.
One more for the Franpon.
One more for the friend.
I'm really 50-50 between the stoat and the armadillo.
Me too.
Yeah.
I would help, but I have no idea.
Chat's pretty split. I've seen a lot of stoats. I've seen a couple of armadillos.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone thinks it's the bat, though.
Quartz promises it's the
a
armadillo.
promise. It's
Oh,
a
God.
promise. If you're right, Quartz, I will. A Franpon's gonna give you a big old smooch.
Franpon give
Kashi,
me a big old smooch.
Yes.
A stoat is kind of like a
Mink?
meerkat kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's like a little meerkat-y foresty animal.
Yeah. If I'm wrong, you can kill me. More flesh for the balloons.
What do
Okay,
you
I'm
guys
gonna
think?
go armadillo.
Yeah, final answer?
Yeah.
Okay. You wait, Franpon, once more as you try to clear your head of these noises. No, I'm not threatened. It's not you. And sure enough, it was the armadillo.
Oh,
Quartz
yes,
was
Quartz.
right on the money.
Team.
Quartz.
Good job.
Quartz
That's
for the
2
rescue.
for 2. Okay, the third sound then. Let's get out of tactical view.
Oh, I'm so scared.
Here you go. Now this is literally the quietest version of the sound I could find, and it is still nearly ear-shattering. So maybe
Oh,
turn it
I
down.
thought you were going
Oh.
for it's really quiet.
No, it's
Oh, God.
this is the quietest one I could find, and it is so loud. I've turned it down, so it won't blow anyone's eardrums out, but I would recommend maybe turning the volume down. Okay,
I
chat.
have
3,
you at 50%.
2, 1. Here it is.
Oh my god.
I'll play it once more. Okay, you guys are good.
Hell is
I won't
that?
play it unless you ask me to again.
Okay.
Is that a banshee?
Back to that is a
Yeah,
banshee.
it's just Mona.
Back to
It's actually just
tactical
Mona.
mode. These are your options.
Oh.
Which you have here. Chat, just so we are
Oh,
all aware, there is a
Fuck's
type
sake.
of monkey on top, there's a type of owl on the right, there's a type of field mouse on the bottom, and there's a type of lynx on the left. Which I will just say, there's at least one species from all of these animals that do scream.
Yeah, they're
if
all
not
screaming.
more than one. Yeah.
My guess is the mouse.
It's
You
so
see-
loud though.
I can't remember what the actual mouse sounds like because all I can think about is the ah.
The meme.
I think
That's-
we need the sound again.
Sound? All right, get ready for your eardrums. Here's the sound again.
Oh my god. Quartz is really adamant about the mouse.
I've seen people guess everything so far.
Wow, this is a good one. Okay, so
Oh, sorry, and I do need to say, like it says there, this animal makes this noise in warning.
It just screams.
here's the thing. I don't believe that mice do that. Like, not even sound. Like, just warn things.
I
Like,
think so. I think they do.
Meta says it's not the monkey. If it's in warning, it's the mouse.
I don't think it's the owl or the monkey. I
Yeah,
think it's either the cat or the mouse.
I'm thinking
God,
about this like
this is so
like-
hard.
it's not like that. If I was gonna guess an owl, I think it would be like a screech owl, but that's a barn owl.
Right.
So I'm thinking it's the mouse because I
Chat is
feel
so
like
split.
Mudkip is gonna try and throw.
I feel
for a
like
loop.
kinship with the mouse, and that is what I sound
Same,
like inside
yeah.
my head all the time.
You know, yeah.
Oh,
And you know what? I'm kind of the big elephant in the big top, and elephants are afraid of mice. So I'm gonna go with this little fucking mouse.
all right.
Grandpa.
Final answer.
Mouse it is. You wait a couple seconds. You try and push these sounds from your brain, and you hold for a second. There is silence, and then, almost doubled in intensity, "Get off the stage!" As these screams and sounds permit. You take 1 point of integrity damage. It was not the mouse.
Damn it!
What was it?
No.
Well, you get to keep going until you fall or succeed.
God.
Oh.
Oh my god.
So now,
as-
without the mouse, it is either the cat, the monkey, or the owl.
Okay. Do I have enough of myself after succeeding the first 2 times to just fucking swing that soul file?
If you want to, yeah.
Okay, great, because I have 2 points of integrity.
Oh
left.
my god. Okay, so you can regain 1 point of integrity as you empty the soul vial. It's carbonated.
Okay.
I'm
Okay. Yummy.
thinking the
Soda pop.
cat? I don't know.
What was
Cat
chat?
is my final.
Hear it again? Alright, here it is.
Oh my god.
Summary,
It's-
chat says Howler Monkey's really deep.
It's so
Owl or the
bad.
cat.
Okay. We can go cat, I guess.
It's not the monkey that's pictured, but it could be a different monkey. Yeah, I agree with that meta.
Yeah, let's go with cat.
You know what
Yeah,
that
That
is?
is.
Whatever
The
that
lynx.
lynx is, yeah.
Okay. Once more, friend Pon, you kind of try to stand as you know.
God.
This is not me. And once more the screaming back in your mind. You take another point of integrity damage.
Franny, no.
This is
Grandpa!
wild.
Okay, now I really have 2 points of integrity.
Yeah, and now, Franpon, it's either the monkey or the owl, and you are looking pretty grim. This
Yeah.
is it, Franpon. The voices are getting in. They tell you you're not wanted. You are dejected. They don't care about you.
Oh shit.
We care about Franny.
We do. We all care about Franpon. Ugh.
Oh,
No,
I
it's
hate it.
specifically the picture. The picture of the animal is what is making the noise. I wouldn't just say, here's a monkey, but it's a different monkey making the noise. No, it would be that one.
I guess the owl then?
I don't know.
I'm shocked that it could be either the monkey or the owl.
Right?
Chat is saying owl by a shot.
Okay.
Okay.
Mama says, I'm a monkey.
That must be where I get it from. I'm going with owl.
You sure?
No.
What is this, Monty Hall?
I'm going with owl.
Mommer says, listen to your mother.
It's too late, Mommers. Franpon's going off. Franpon has decided owl. Franpon, you kneel as you're just standing over this edge and you're shaking. The voice is just blaring into your head as the carnival music just spins around in your head. All your life, you've just been entertaining for everyone around you as you push it out. No, the voices in your mind dejecting you, telling you it's not worth it. You cover your ears with your hands and you wait and you breathe. As you do, there's silence falls. And noise does not come back. You pushed it out. And you wait for a couple seconds to hear if the voice comes back. But you feel something sort of new bubble inside as you no. You push the voices out, and in a flash of light, your consciousness is transported. I'm the entertainer, too.
What the fuck? I'm still reeling from the fact that an owl makes that sound.
Yeah.
It is.
This is a
I'll
ride
turn the
and a
music
half.
back up, chat. It's needed.
What's happening?
Franpon,
think
you
they're fancy, you know.
shut your eyes tight, trying to hold on to the silence. Because when there's silence, there's no rejection, there's no dejection, there's no screaming, there's no yelling. But eventually, you have to open your eyes.
I'm dead, aren't I?
As you do, you're presented with a very strange scene in front of you. It doesn't look like anything you've ever experienced in your lifetime that you can remember. It appears that you're on top of some cliff, high above the sky. And you look up, and just like you always remember, there are balloons flying through the sky. And as you look around, there's not but a bridge in front of you. What would you like to do? Mommers has given you a spark of darkness as well.
I'm real glad about that. I'm gonna. There's this like bridge you said in front of me. I'm gonna walk down the bridge and I'm gonna whisper, "Well, we're not in Jersey no more."
Even your own jokes in this case are kind of hard to make yourself laugh here. You walk over the bridge, and as you do, you make it to the end, and you look down, and there's nothing. It's a sea of fog and mist, and it just sort of drops off into nothingness. And you kind of back up in instinct. I mean, you're used to sort of, again, high-flying acts, but you usually know where to land. And there it is again, that thought. What does it matter, right? Why take the leap if you know everyone is just going to tell you that you can't do it, that they're going to reject you? And you think for a second as you kind of look around, feeling a bit lost, honestly. And you look up and you see these large buildings and cities and balloons just rising through the sky. You've always loved balloons. And you realize these balloons, they're free. They don't care who inflates them, who lets them go towards the heavens. They're on their own adventure, and no one can tell a balloon to stop. They will fly regardless. And you take a moment and you realize that the scene around you is quite peaceful. And you sit on the bridge with your legs dangling off the side. Take a minute, and you look out at all of this unknown, this adventure kind of sprawled out before you. And it's in that moment that you realized, Franpon, you were the one that shut out the voices in your head. No one else. You disagreed with them. And although it took a lot of your integrity to do so, something's starting to dawn on you.
You don't need to worry about what other people are gonna think. Whether they want to reject you, or accept you, or laugh, or love your act. You think as you look up at the balloons in the sky, they're on an adventure. They don't care. They don't care about rejection. They keep flying upwards anyway. And you take a minute, and you kind of gather this to yourself, and for the first time, you hear no noises in your head. No jingling, no sounds of rejection, nothing. And you think for a second, wait a minute. I can do this. I don't care if they think I can do this. I can do this. And you look down at your own hands and the mist below you. And you realize you don't need anyone else's validation. Because you can validate yourself. And for an entertainer, no. For a validator, that is enough. As you stand up, Franpon, what would you like to do?
Hold on a second.
The mist just curls at your consciousness.
I'm gonna stand up. And I'm gonna put my feet right where they need to be for Operation Poopy Snoobert. And I'm gonna jump.
You're gonna jump.
Yeah.
And you take a minute to collect yourself, and you think it doesn't matter. Because I've got my back. And that's all I need. I know I can do this. And as soon as you say that, you jump off the bridge. And just as soon as it materialized, a glow of light whisks you away to another world. And suddenly, Franpon, you can feel yourself falling. As you kind of, you eyes being closed at this point, you open your eyes once more. You are back in the big top. And you look around, and the mist that has tried so hard to get into your consciousness at this point begins to clear. And kind of like whisk away, and sure enough, as you are falling almost in slow motion, you can see there beneath you the pinpoint accuracy of where you need to land. Sure enough, you look down, not worried, not looking at the audience, but with a smile. And as you do this, you extend your best foot forward, and you leap. And as you fall past all of the mist, all of the ladders, all of the ropes, all of the string that Marie is tied up. You fall past Mona, who's still floating through the air. Mona, you kind of, oh look, there she is. You haven't seen her in a little while. You fly past Connor, who's still whipping at the seedlings in the air, trying desperately to keep them off of the poles. You fly past Yuri, who's still smashing pumpkins together in the back of the tent. Oh yes, there she go! As she kind of like points towards Franpon in the air. And last but not least, Marie, you look up to see a shooting blazing star of Franpon just careen through the air. Just colors whizzing past her visage. And sure enough, you all watch with a blaze of glory as Franpon lands directly in the center of this sandpit, squeezing eloquently through the ring in the sky. And as she does, she just stands up for a second. And with a slight bow and raise of her arm, you hear something. Slowly at first, and then louder. Explosions begin to bubble underneath the big top as Franpon is successfully landed on the bottom. And you listen to the rumbling of... The seedlings don't really know what's going on at this point as it begins to kind of shift and move around. Franpon, you just stand there smiling. Your eyes still closed, arms outstretched. You are just waiting for Franpon's finisher. At this point, Mona, Marie, and Connor, you guys realize you shouldn't be anywhere near the edge of the big top when this goes off. Mona, you fly down, you see Marie, who's been staring up at this point and seeing Franpon. You grab her little arm, you whisk her onto the back of your shoulder. Connor, you kind of like slowly back to back with Yuri, who's still smashing at these individuals. And you guys make your way towards the center. And all five of you make it to the sandpit where Franpon is. Franpon's still just smiling and standing there. And
with one sort of like final sweep, you see this ignition of explosion happen everywhere from around the base of the tent. And it just goes up in a flame. Just all at once. Franpon, this was truly your final act. As the flames and ashes explode everywhere. Have a good night, Mommers. Thank you so much for sticking around.
Thank you, Mom.
Ivy, you did it. And the big top just burns to a crisp. As the flames just kind of like ignite the whole thing. But you did it, and that's all that matters. As the 5 of you are left standing in the sand pit.
Marie just claps.
Thank you. I'm gonna bow. I'm gonna bow again. I'm gonna come back up, and I'm gonna have my red nose on. And then I'm gonna look around and say, well, hopefully the tent wasn't that mimic.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
That was incredible.
That was amazing.
Good job. Good job. You did it.
Just made like, everyone collectively cry, so.
Yeah, I was falling.
I apologize. I felt like I wanted to get the emotions across.
You're good. You did great.
You did fantastic.
The 5 of you are standing in this sort of like ash fall of the big top at this point. Franpon successfully blew up most of the seedlings that were in the big top. But of course, our night is not over yet, adventurers. As we now have a new vote in chat for just what's gonna happen. Although, Franpon, as you kind of look down, you feel this confident aura around you. And sure enough, as you've made this sufficient explosion, you regain 1 point of integrity.
Oh,
in fact, if anyone was missing integrity, they would have all gained a point back. As Ivy, you are no longer the entertainer. You are the validator. And every time from now on that you cause an explosion of significant mass, everyone can gain integrity from your confidence.
Shut up.
Hey.
We heal from explosions now?
Yep.
Let's go.
I'm putting more grenades in the boots.
It's time to revisit the grenade budget.
All right,
Somebody tell
friends.
Reginald right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, right? Okay. Well, we of course, we have to move on with our night. Franpon and friends, what do you guys say to each other as we're waiting for chat?
Mona is in gay panic. Because that was amazing.
Naturally.
I'm gonna look at you all and literally just be like, I knew I could do it. I had y'all waiting for me at the bottom.
You were great. You were flying and there were colors and it was so pretty.
Thank you.
Fantastic job.
Thank you. You guys
Yuri
did great too.
Yuri kind of gives you like a big muscly mommy like slap on the back.
Franpon, that was single-handedly the
all over.
biggest explosion I have seen in my life. And I make explosions with my thighs.
Yes, you do.
She kinda says that.
Explosion.
Wow.
I am going elsewhere to shoot magic out of my thighs and buttocks to help Reginald. You better head elsewhere in the carnival to keep generating fear.
Okay.
Did she just say out of her buttocks?
I think she did.
Amazing.
It is at this moment that Mona, you remember that, of course, I mean, you've done this for many pranks in the past. There is a lake that is nearby your ticket booth. And a lake is a lovely, lovely, well, pit for bodies and or fear. And you recall that there is a mystery about the lake that remains to be seen that may aid you all in your quest for fear and spooks tonight. Mona, you sort of regale this to your party. And what would you like to tell them?
So over the past couple of times that we've been, relocating our carnival, I've been sending people to the lake as, just kind of a fun little time. But there's always been something about the lake, and I think it can help us tonight.
Ooh.
What does it do?
I don't exactly know,
Oh,
but I know that it's on my side.
well, that's good.
If you got a weird connection with it, I'm in.
Let's do it.
Yeah, for brevity's sake, you agree, and you make your way over to the lake, which is where, Mona, I mean, the lake is close enough to the ticket booth that sometimes you spend breaks there, you send people to their demise there, there's lots of, you have spirits trapped in the lake, you know, there's all sorts of the good stuff. Chat, in just a second here, I believe there should be a new poll as we head over to the lake, if you guys are able to discern what actually happened. So for you, we are heading over to this scene. Okay.
Ooh.
Welcome to the lake of the Carnival. As you enter the lake, everything's all out of order. Yes, a new poll is coming up in just a second. Okay. The lake is right near the entrance to the ticket booth. Mona, you know it pretty well, inside and out. I'll leave it up to you whether or not you can swim. You're a banshee, so I don't know. I don't. Do you get wet?
No.
Okay, no, you don't. Okay, fair enough. There are boats. There are plenty of boats. You know, whatever it is that is in this lake, you and your compatriots have to take a boat out into the middle of the lake to sort of like reach out to the spirit or whatever exists down there. Reach the bottom and awake it for the fears. Are you prepared to do this?
I am.
We will wait to see. Yeah, I think it is piranhas. I don't think anything else comes off of that but piranhas now. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. In that case, Mona and friends, describe me your plan. What are you gonna try and do to wake up the piranhas in the middle of the lake?
Oh, I don't know if it will be piranhas. Let's see.
Oh?
The fights! Oh my god.
A comeback.
Who fought against piranhas? Wow.
Whoa.
Sirens won.
Insane.
go.
Okay.
Dang, Quartz.
Insane. Okay.
Well,
then it's
so
changed. There's,
wake the
like
sirens.
all good magnetic poles, there is a siren to every banshee. And although you may be polar opposites, you realize you may need her.
Yes. So I am going to tell my friends that we have to take a boat out to the lake. Have we done that already?
I mean, you can be getting the boat if you want.
Okay. So we'll take the boat out to the lake and I will explain to them my plan. And I will say, listen, I know it may seem odd, but there is somebody else who lives in this lake that I think could be of great help to us. And I need you all to be prepared because she may be very enticing to you. She will not be to me, but I'm going to awaken the siren that lives in this lake.
Oh. I'm gonna look at Mona and just be like, there is no woman that entices me more than you.
Wow.
I am confident now.
Mona, describe to us, how many times have you been on this lake before? And I'll leave it up to you. Have you had any interactions with the siren before?
I have been on the lake. I go multiple times a week, I would say, and I have seen her, but on rare occasion.
Okay. What's your personal opinion of her?
We are polar opposites, and she's not my favorite thing in the entire world, but she has her uses.
Okay. That's a fair assessment, I would say. It's a pretty peaceful ride. The seedlings can't really get out here, you know, for better or for worse. And as you sort of like row out in this little canoe, you're taking everyone out. You watch as all you really know you need to do is get to the middle of the lake and call for the siren in some way, shape, or form. As you guys get closer to the center of the lake, Marie, Franpon, and Connor, I'm gonna need an integrity check. Because sure enough, you begin to hear a just start coming out of the lake.
Does it count if Discord cut you out throughout half of it?
Yes, it counts.
Darn. Oh.
Uh-oh.
No, Marie.
Oh no.
Marie.
I do have an advantage. I don't know if I can use it on that.
Yeah,
or not.
you can. Yeah.
Okay. Oh boy. Oh,
That's
thank
better. Okay, give me your totals for integrity,
Oh.
starting with Marie.
We're adding our what?
You
our
just add your integrity,
is,
yeah.
right?
Whatever your integrity currently is, yeah.
11 then.
Okay. Franpon?
7.
Okay. Connor?
The total, I rolled a 6, so that'll be an 11.
Okay. Franpon, you didn't lie. You feel a bit of a tug, towards the lake. I say Connor and Marie, for now, you guys are actually fine. You hear the audio, but it doesn't really do much to you. Franpon, you are kind of like, where is that coming from? You do kind of start leaning over the boat.
Oh, the voices are back.
Yeah, the voices are back. Mona, I will say you notice something very interesting about the lake is that it is completely still, like glass. There's no ripples, despite the fact you guys are rowing the boat right now. And as you are getting towards the center of the lake and you're kind of like, prepping your friends for this, mist starts to roll in over the sides of the lake. And as it does, it kind of begins to generate this fog around. A treat for Marie. Thank you, Soph. That's an advantage for Marie. Mona, you're not paying too much attention at this point. You know, now that you're at the center of the lake, you got to get the siren's attention. What are you gonna do?
I am going to use my voice to get her attention. So
Yeah.
I'm going to use one of my banshee yells. That's not like trying to, hurt anybody, but trying to let her know that I'm here.
Sure, yeah, like a classic call and response. You get the aerial da da da, and then you get the ba da da. Coming from the
Exactly.
Okay. Sure. As you do this, you kind of scream. Your compatriots are used to it. They're undead. It doesn't really affect them. And you do this, and the sound echoes over the lake. But much like glass, it reverberates off the surface of the lake. And your sound, strangely, does not permeate into the center. Would you like to look into the lake?
I guess I'm gonna have to.
You don't have to. You could just close your eyes.
Well, I mean to see like what she's
Sure.
she's down there.
Yeah. Okay. You peer into the lake. As you peer into the lake, the pristine surface at this point is much less like water and much more like glass. And as you look down, like where's the siren? I've called out at this point. You do actually see, looking back at you, as you kind of look down. However, it's not the siren. It is your own reflection, sort of gazing back at you from the surface of the water. Glass at this point. You kind of it kind of takes you by surprise for a second. You're never used to the water this still. And as the mist begins to roll in, voices start to permeate in your head, Mona. And they start getting in there, and they go, "Look at her. So nice in her prime. What happened?" As the voices kind of start, bouncing around inside. You kind of roll me a base integrity check for you.
And I have 5 integrity, so 7.
Oh my gosh, Kashi, 500 bits!
Cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100,
The clown,
cheer 100,
oh
the clown
good
for my
god.
Oh lord.
So the 500-bit
Pennywise.
one,
My father.
any pop culture horror icon can arise to help the party, which I will get into in a few moments. That's gonna be an interesting one, Kashi. Anyway, what was your integrity check?
I rolled a 2 and my integrity is 5, so 7.
7, okay. It's not the worst, but it's not great for this. as you're sitting there, and the voices, as they kind of enter your head, you watch in front of you as your own reflection changes. And it changes from this kind of visage of you, more or less, to start decaying and wrinkling as the skin shortens and the moisture leaves and the hair becomes to frazzle. And before long, you look like what people imagine their nightmares of banshees to be. And for you, it's a bit personal. You know, you care about your appearance, but more than that, you care how you appear to other people. And more importantly, to yourself. And as you look down, your kind of like innermost thought processes here are confirmed. As you're like, oh God, really? Like that's how people see me? You know, as this is kind of, you know, I will say as this is happening, Marie, Franpon, Connor, I need another integrity check.
All right.
Mud get my integrity.
Oh,
no.
Connor. Oh, Connor. It depends on how much integrity you have and if you want to reroll or not.
That's a, so with my integrity, that's a 6.
Okay. I won't tell you one way or the other. You decide what you want to do.
Yeah. I've got the 1 spark left.
I know.
I'll use it.
You'll use it. Wow. Okay. Also, Franpon and Marie, what did you guys get?
7.
10.
I swear to God. Okay. Well, that's a 7.
Okay. Franpon and Connor, at this point, you guys want to leave the boat. It is at this point that you're not so much entranced and ensnared, but like, hey, if we're here for the siren, she sounds pretty cool. Maybe we should go find her. Like, let's just get off the boat. Marie, you're totally fine.
Okay. Can we, like, see Mona?
You can see Mona, but she's just staring at the water, and you kind of, like, look at what she's staring at. You don't see anything there.
Okay. Maria's just gonna
Connor, you
stand
got another
next
spark.
to her.
Oh, thank you.
What are you gonna do, Des?
Maria's just kind of gonna stand next to her. She's starting to feel a little uncomfortable with everything happening.
That's super, super fair. Yeah, Connor, Franpon, what are you guys gonna do?
Well, I think at this point, I'm at the very least, like, sort of peering off the edge of the boat.
Sure. When you, Franpon, do you want to do the same?
Yeah.
I mean, want is a strong word, but...
As you two gaze down, you see some of Mona's souls at the bottom. They look quite restless, as they're kind of these, like, wriggly, ghosty little eel-type things that are kind of, like, looking up through the water. You kind of see them with gaunt, ajar faces, just kind of, like, staring at you from the bottom. They definitely don't look like a siren.
I'm gonna take a grenade out just because I want that on hand.
Yeah, that's totally fair.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm gonna give you all some integrity.
Mona, as you continue to stare at this, the reflection continues to shift. And you watch as there's like a crack that begins to form, like over your face, and you just hear, "You see that, Mona? This is how they really see you. How the world really sees you. You've always known it. It's always been there in your mind's eye. Why do you think you spend so much time on the lake? Vain." I need another integrity check.
Oh boy.
That's pretty
Okay. 10.
good. Okay. I will say for the time being, you are not ensnared by this. Give me what would you like to try to do in this situation?
I'm going to try to break my gaze from what I'm looking at.
You're gonna try and break your gaze. Okay, that will require another integrity check.
Damn it, Kit.
I know, it's an action. I know. That's pretty good.
Hey, yo.
Okay. You snap your gaze away. You You kind of like jolt out of it for a second. You see your two friends kind of also peering into the water near you, and Marie's just kind of like clutching onto your arm in the boat.
I'm going to...
I will say that the first scream did not seem to reach the siren.
Okay. I will let out another yell to see if we can get through to her.
Yeah. This time, why don't you give it a little oomph? Give me a trick roll.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
In our time of need, Mona.
That's a 5.
A 5. You
Do
scream once more.
Do you have any sparks?
I have 1 spark, and you know what? I think I'm gonna use it.
Okay.
Risky business.
That is risky business, especially because Spark is on a big cooldown right now.
You know what? It's fine.
You can re-roll. Okay.
You gotta treat.
That's better. So that's a 7.
Okay. It's definitely louder, and you get some reverberation over the lake, but the mist continues to roll in at this point. And Mona, I will say you think you can hear a faint voice from the bottom of the lake that just says, "Help."
Okay. I'm gonna communicate this with my friends. What I hear from the bottom of the lake.
Okay. Are you looking back into it, or you're not looking at it?
I am toying with the idea of jumping into the lake.
Okay.
Oh. Oh.
I'm gonna ask my friends what they think.
Yeah.
If I should
Friends?
jump into the lake.
Gotta keep moving.
So I guess where are we at with feeling the siren's pull and whatnot?
I mean, you guys are both peering over the edge, and you're also thinking like, I could just dip in. I could just fall in the water right now.
Yeah. I think at this moment, Connor would, I guess, leaves his body in the boat.
Yeah.
Sure.
Just right out of there.
And just goes, I should go down there.
Okay, that's what Connor does.
Marie is.
Yeah, and if no one objects, she's gonna, I guess, go towards the lake.
Go for it, Des.
Marie is going to take a string and tie it to like the plank. That's usually like a seat.
Yep.
Just tie 2 of them there.
Okay.
Tie 1 to Fran's ankle.
Okay.
And then do the same to Mona's ankle.
Okay.
She's gonna do another one.
Yep.
On Connor's ankle, even though he went ghost in there, just to make sure his body is okay.
That's so fair.
And
Marie
then one
just
for herself.
kind of just starts. Franpon, just give me what you're doing.
I'm like looking at Connor and I'm like, oh damn, that looks kind of nice. Not gonna lie. Would I like have been having gone through what I had just gone through? Would I be able to like communicate that to Mona at all? To just be like, hey girl, you're fine. Like, it's not real. Kind of like just see the panic and just recognize it.
Yeah. You.
Okay.
Mona, no one, I will say, literally no one has objected to what you're thinking. But everyone is kind of like, no, you're okay. Like, it's not real.
She's mom.
She's mom.
We do what mom says.
Mona is going to try to take that with what it is, and she's going to try to get out of the boat and into the water.
Okay. Sure. I will say, as you do this, the second any part of you touches that glass surface, you freeze with sort of a fear. And this was the case regardless with this surface. And as you do this, your gaze is drawn into the water. And the voices permeate in your mind once more. And they go, Mona,
can't escape. I think by making friends that like you for who you are, you put on a face. You try so hard to please everyone else. You're bound to run out of stamina sooner or later.
And at this, Mona, I will say you are pretty stuck here because the lake, you can't break it with your screams. And chat, I'm going to need you and the players to solve us another puzzle, this time before Marie, Franpon, and Connor go to a watery grave. Yep. Here is how this one, a Mona moment, is going to work for us. So, Mona, as you are kind of frozen, touching the surface of the lake, your own reflection staring back at you, your reflection begins to shift as the mist completely surrounds you and only you. You can't see your friends anymore, you can't even see the boat. Sure enough, the surface is still this pristine glass, but your reflection begins to refract. And as you look, what's going to happen here, chat, is you are all going to get to see a true reflection. It's going to disappear, and then you are going to see very similar images to that first one. You have to see if you can tell what the true reflection actually is. Okay? Sleepy, are you ready?
I guess so.
In that case, let's go. I will open tactical mode now, so you guys can see here. Okay. So the first one you see staring back at you, Mona, is a gaunt skeleton. Just death and decay. And there's sort of this kind of like tinge that hits you like, I don't see myself in this way. You guys have a couple seconds here, and then I'm gonna ask you to turn off tactical mode. So memorize everything you can about this reflection. Good luck, everyone.
Okay.
Okay, turn off tactical mode. That goes for you as well, chat. And give it a couple seconds. The next time I turn it on. All right, you guys can go back to tactical mode now. You might need to zoom out a little bit.
Oh, no.
Okay.
It's exactly the same.
Now the question is, which one of these is the true reflection and which one of them are illusions, built within the mind of Mona to put herself down?
Oh my god.
It's the one on the bottom right.
I was just gonna
I
say,
agree.
I don't remember any bird bat things.
Yeah.
Brad says top
there was
is
like
a
no
Matrix
birds.
says bottom right. Everyone's saying
Bottom right. I'm going bottom right.
Bottom right.
Yeah, Mona?
Mm-hmm.
It's the one on the bottom right.
Okay. Mona, you kind of blink and close your eyes for a second. And as you do this, no, I know the truth. I know how I feel. And as you do, the ripples, there's a couple of ripples that kind of extend over the water. And the top one and the left one fade. And you are revealed with the true reflection, the bottom right. Good job. Marie, Franpon, Connor, integrity check. Let's go.
Okay.
Good job, Chad.
I'm scared.
Franpon!
Ugh,
Connor!
Shit.
Oh.
I have 2 sparks.
You gonna use them?
I don't know. You're so scary, Mudkim. Num save them.
Okay.
I'm saving mine.
So
So
what are
that's
your
a 7
totals?
for me.
7 for you.
11.
11 for Marie. You're still fine. You are so good against sirens.
Well, I'm a puppet. I have,
That's true.
No
Franpon?
brain.
What's
No
your total?
brain.
4.
Franpon, you exit the boat. And as you do so and touch the icy surface of the water, you all but freeze. And as you do, you take 1 point of integrity damage.
Nice.
All right, Mona, are you ready for round 2?
I do suppose I am.
All right, everyone, prepare yourselves. The voices, they come back, and they... You know how you look. You can't change it. You feel it. And we will go to this so you guys can turn it on now. Here is the next picture, everyone. Memorize everything you can. Some kind
Good
of
soup.
boiling pot.
Soup.
Some dinner, that's for sure.
Yummy.
Okay, and everyone close tactical mode. Okay. A second. And open tactical mode once more. Again, you'll probably have to zoom out a little bit and scroll around. All right, chat.
Oh my god.
Good luck.
I still only have one picture on my screen.
Oh yeah, me too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I
Me
was
as well.
gonna say. I
Oh.
only have the one.
Oh, it just
Let's
updated.
change for a second.
There we go.
Oh.
There it goes.
Yeah.
Oh
Okay.
no, there's more of them this time.
Holy.
Which one is it?
well,
What's
All
the
right,
true
the bottom ones
reflection?
are out.
It's one. I think it's the one on the left.
I
Yeah.
also think it's the one on the left.
Yep. There's
Yeah, the smoke looks like really condensed.
Yeah.
there's a particular item I was focusing on, and I don't know what it is, but it's the only one that has it.
Yeah.
It wasn't like bubbling like that, and I remember there being two little like candle things next to it there.
Yeah.
Or bowls or whatever they are.
Leftmost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ingredients. Mona, once more, you close your eyes and blink as you kind of try to scatter your hands over the surface of the water, and the reflections begin to fade, leaving it's the leftmost one. It is another success. As you're able to see through this guise. All right, Fran Pon, Connor Marie, another integrity check.
Fun.
Oh hell yeah!
Oh,
Good
let's go.
job, guys.
Yo, Marie's just like chilling in the boat.
Yeah, Marie is
Marie
totally
is
fine.
chilling.
Good rolls, everyone. You're all fine this round. All right, we'll blitz on then. That is totally. All right, Mona. You wait once more, trying to pour the mist out of your mind. You're confident that you need to talk to this siren, but these voices, the inner voices in your head, are telling you are not worthy. You are not what you want to be. You are the object that people make you out to be. Everything that you've sacrificed is just for them to project onto you. As the last reflection bubbles up, you guys can enter back. Here it is.
Soup.
Okay, good luck, chat.
I still have the soup.
It's
Really?
we've got a pentagram of soup.
Okay,
there we
here we
go.
go.
Okay.
I
And
feel like hyper focusing.
close out of tactical mode. All right, chat. Are you ready for this? Can you get Mona through her own reflective illusions? Have to wait and see.
Okay.
Okay. You can all reopen tactical mode. You should be looking at the skeleton. And move us all to the proper picture. There you go.
Oh,
my
that's so many.
God.
That's so many.
Okay, well, I can say it is not the top middle left.
None
the
of these look
left,
like pumpkins. It's just like the bottom two,
um,
the bottom right, like the bottom center and the bottom right.
It is the bottom center.
It's the bottom
Yeah,
center.
it's the bottommost one. Yeah.
I was looking at that pumpkin in the corner.
Me
and-
too. The one with the little smiley.
We were all just focusing on these cute little pumpkins.
They're
Yeah.
so cute.
Are you all sure?
I'm sure.
Now that you
100%.
said
When you
that,
say it like that.
yeah.
No,
I'm sure
I-
you can fake me
I am
out.
100,000%. It is the middle bottom.
Mona?
But yeah, I'm going middle bottom.
Okay. Sure enough, Mona, you blink once more as you sort of smack the surface of this water, still cold as ice and glass to the touch. The reflections fade away one by one until there's only one remaining. And it is the bottommost picture. You are positive that that is a reflection as you stare into it, not too dissimilar to yourself, how you want to see yourself. And as the reflections fade and the rest of your party is still trying to resist against these sirens from underneath the water, the lake is still not broken. Would you like to try and scream again?
Yes, I would.
Okay. Mona, you gather all the breath that you can and you get ready for a scream, and as soon as you get ready and close your eyes, there's a flash of light and you are whisked away.
Oh, get shell tissues ready. Here we go.
It's not gonna, come on. You eyes closed and mouth open, and no sound comes out. And you kind of, this just startles you in and of itself. You're like, okay, what the hell? You're like, seriously? What is going on here? And you open your eyes, and there's nothing. Kind of look around. You're in this strange fog of a space. And the fog suddenly gives way to something. It looks like, actually, Mona, you are on the surface of the lake. It's not too dissimilar to where you just were. But as your eyes kind of adjust, you're not alone. As you look in front of you, you can see someone with their back to you, with long, flowing blonde hair, long dress, beautiful features in their arms, back, hands, that you can see from here. And you can see them sort of emanating this light from the front of them. You recognize this to be the siren, as it were. What would you like to do?
Going to not yell out to her, but call out to her, just
Sure.
so that she knows I'm there.
As you do, no sound escapes your lips.
Okay, then I'm going to walk towards her.
Sure, yeah. You begin to slowly walk towards her. As you do, you notice now your feet, as they were, are making ripples on this sort of like glass-ish lake beneath you. And as you look down, you can see yourself. But it is your fear. Because when you look down, you see exactly what you don't want to see. That is someone who is tired, who is apathetic, who spent so much of their time helping other people and just completing tasks that needed to be done around the carnival and even before that. That you imagine, well, you know, everyone has to see you this way. There's a bedraggled picture looking back at you. Of wiry hair, cracked skin, aging lips. And you sigh. And you breathe out and you stop walking. And you take a minute. Your reflection is all that you have to remember yourself physically. And when it has begun to deteriorate in your mind's eye, then you remember yourself only as you expect to be seen. This is exactly what you feel right now as you kind of wait and you bring your hand down to the water itself and you kind of like try and mess up the picture. You know, it might be one of those illusions, right? That was just outside of the boat. And as you do this, same picture looks back at you. Same reflection, this tired individual. Just so tired of the outside world and the pressure. And why shouldn't you look like this? Why shouldn't you? If that's what everyone expects anyway, of all this work and all this hardship. You sit down on the surface of the lake. There seems to be some sort of solidity to it. Your toes just brushing past the water. You just kind of look around this figure far in front of you. She's so much prettier. She has so much more life, so much more vibrancy to her. Literally drawing in light around her. Why can't you be seen like her? Why can't the people around you that you care about look at you like they look at her? And as you kind of trace your fingers in the water, thinking about this fact, just sitting there, you notice something, which I'm glad you pointed out earlier, Sleepy, because as your fingers trace the water, it feels wet. How does this sensation feel to you?
Very, very strange, and very off-putting. Not something that I have felt since I was alive.
And as you sort of continue to trace your fingers through and feel the dampness and the wetness to it, you realize that your hand, albeit a solid surface, kind of like a pensive, can indeed reach into the water. As your hand kind of slips into the water below, you see these ripples that are kind of cast over the lake in a much more prominent way than when you were just kind of splashing on top of it. And as you do this, you can't help. There's a sort of slight smile as you reminisce to this strange feeling of wetness. And the second you do, this young, beautiful girl stares back at you from the surface of the lake. And for a second, you're kind of jolted because you don't remember yourself ever looking like that. But memory is a funny thing. Much like the surface of a lake, the smallest inconsistency can cause ripples and make you believe in things that aren't there, things that aren't true, falsities. You stare closer and you extend your whole arm into the water at this point just to see if you can shake up anything. Sure enough, you do. And you kind of get this visage of you smiling. And it's nice. It's a good moment. But kind of taken away as you look back up and you see this girl, Siren, who's standing, alluring far away from you. And in a moment, as the water reaches your toes, you think to yourself, well, does it matter? If I can cause a ripple, perhaps I can change my own reflection. Think for a minute, swirling your hands through the water, feeling this experience against your skin. The girl continues to smile back at you from the lake. And then it dawns on you that your own perception of yourself is the only thing that's ever been clouded in your mind. Still and foggy like the surface of a cold lake. And if you can change it up, if you can make some ripples, it doesn't matter the perception of other people onto yourself. If you find yourself worthy and beautiful, then that is what will reflect onto other people. Not old, not decrepit and tired, but it starts from within. And as the water sort of opens up, you can feel your body sort of drifting into the pool. Would you like to resist, or would you like to dive in?
I'm gonna dive in.
You do. And as you do, you let the water kind of wash over you, and just for a minute, you breathe out a sigh of relief, because it doesn't matter. In the water, you can be whoever you want to be. It's just yourself, and that is what you want to put forward. So other people can treat you the way you deserve to be treated. A reflection of your own, dare I say, integrity. And as you open your eyes under the water, the woman has actually come up to you. And as she turns to face you, it's not the siren. It never was. You're startled for a second, but the woman who's glowing, it's you. You're looking at a reflection of yourself. The whole time, she was there, in front of you and everyone. You were just a bit too clouded to see it. But now you see your own reflection clearly, and with the ability to make ripples, you can be whoever you want to be. That is what you will reflect to the world. And sure enough, this sort of mirror version of yourself lets go, and you continue to slip through the water. And in a moment, the light returns. And as it does, you are brought back to the world of the living, where your friends are still currently fighting against the current of the siren, which is not looking great for them. And right where you left off, your mouth open in screech, you let out the most reverberating scream of your entire life as you are touching and pressing onto the surface of this glass water. And sure enough, as you do, it's thrilling, it's chilling, but for the first time, Mona, it's multi-layered. Your scream up until now has been a deterrent, a way to keep people away from you, and for once, you're trying to let someone in. And suddenly, the screams that echo around the lake are not just you. They're everything you want to be. You get high tones and low tones and medium tones, all different frequencies, so much so that your friends have no idea what it is. There's just this sort of like prism of audio that begins to reverberate, and like the smashing of a painting that's been hung up too long, you watch as the surface of the lake shatters in an instant, and it just falls apart in crystalline sort of majesty. And just as soon as it started, all of the fog begins to recede from the lake, and it's enough of a jolt for Connor, Franpon, and Marie to kind of like come to their senses in the boat, kind of like look out at what the heck is going on right now. You sort of look around and down at your own self, your reflection staring back at you, smiles. And of course, as the ice is shattered at this point, shooting up from the bottom of the lake, of course, is the siren. And sure enough, she comes rocketing towards the top, and majestic as ever, she bursts out of the, like a whale breaching, out of the top of the lake with this foam. And you all stand to witness the beauty of the siren. Muscles all over her scaly skin. Quadrupedal in nature, sweating buckets. Bald, yet also hairy. Unbecoming, disconcerting, staring before you is the beauty.
Absolute shit.
Of Pikachu, the siren. A lustful look in her eyes as she stands.
Oh, no. Ah!
She stands floating above you, and she winks down at you, Mona, and she goes, "The Banshee. Whatever did you need from me, darling?"
We earned this.
You
Wait,
had us
remind me,
in
is
tears.
Pikachu aggressively French?
Mais oui! What do you need from me, mon
There we go.
chéri?
There we go.
Thanks, Gob.
How dare you have us just bawling and then
Oh my
that.
god.
I just want to say, went from on the verge of tears to laughing from tears.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Oh.
fine.
Mm. Hey guys.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Damn, she calls out to you, Mona.
Pikachu does.
Yeah, Pikachu.
Pikachu.
does. Obviously.
Pikachu.
Mona, you get a
What is it
spark of
much?
darkness for your emotional roller coaster there.
Thank you so much, Matrix.
Whew.
I'm gonna tell her what I need. I'm gonna tell her I need for her to help us to lure these seedlings into the lake to become some of my souls that lurk at the bottom.
She flicks her tail seductively. And as she does, she says,
You know.
I mean, I suppose I could, but what's in it for me? Keeping in mind everything you just went through.
What do you want to be in it for you?
Well, I just think maybe, you know, if you are going to ask so much of me that you would, you know, do me some favors or work for me or just admit that I'm the prettiest and the best creature in the world.
Mona is going to grimace slightly and say, okay, yeah, you are. You're the best, prettiest creature in the world, and I will give your lake whatever it needs if you help me with this.
You're usually more dejected than this. Are you sure there's no catch?
There is no catch.
Well, I must say it was quite a scream if you were able to rise the ice off the lake.
Desperate times call for desperate measures.
I could feel my heart, as they say in Francais, go doki doki.
Oh no.
And also kero kero and ara ara.
Oh my god.
Mudkip Ninja delivers.
Oh.
Mudkip Ninja does deliver.
Don't say your money wasn't well spent, Chad. Yeah, she kind of smiles, if you can call it that, and she begins to let out just beautiful siren song.
Da 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 da. I feel you.
And just starts singing at the top of Pikachu's
Rampon covers her ears.
Yeah, Franpon and Connor, you guys are shocked that this is what you almost jumped in the lake for. Oh my god. Yeah. Sure enough, she sings, and you watch as there are seedlings that arrive en masse from outside of the lake and slowly pour into the lake itself, drowning themselves to become souls. And the siren kind of floats down next to you, Mona, and says, "Well, I suppose your plan worked, but in the end, you could probably owe it to me. I mean, you didn't really do much, did you?"
Nope, I did absolutely nothing. You're so right. You did everything.
Okay, what is wrong? Usually you have a lot more sass in your voice when we're having these conversations, you know. What has happened to you?
That's for me to know and you to never find out.
She grunts and turns her toothy gaze over to Franpon, and she goes,
Well, Fräulein, if you'd ever like to come take a swimming lesson with the great Pikachu,
and she kind of blows you a little kiss, Franpon. And she dives back in the water.
Frampon's gonna take off her hat and just take an organ out.
Okay.
Put it in the water.
Okay,
And be like, here's your tip.
Okay.
I forgot Franpon had organs in her hat.
Yeah, obviously.
That also means you have to dump out the dirt in the other side of the hat.
Oh yeah. We have to make it even.
You gave
Yeah,
her
Teetle.
my organ?
We have more, don't worry.
Okay.
You gotta plant the tree.
Yeah.
Yeah, Teetle, you hear bubbling up from the lake now.
Rah, rah, oh la la, Isabelle monster.
Just coming up from the very bottom. Great. Mona, you kind of sort of rejoin your friends in the boat as you begin to paddle back to shore. The scream, the reverberation, Mona, you didn't realize it in the moment, but being able to project yourself how you want to be heard is an important power. And for the future, you have now unlocked the ability that every few minutes or so, if you create a reverberating scream, if you are able to do so, you can swap any of your party members' stats for each other. If you would like to swap around
Wild.
trick and or treat stats and or integrity, you can shift them around with the power of reverberations.
Nice.
I think we're all really varied.
Yeah.
These treat checks are gonna be great for me now.
How are you feeling after that, everyone?
Many things.
You're putting us through it, Kippington.
I'm sorry.
Feeling a
Oh.
lot.
You signed up. You gave me your hearts. I'm merely here to expose them to the darkness.
1,500
I couldn't figure out how to
bits.
tip without a
Hey,
beat.
Oh
yo.
my god.
Hopefully
Let's
this works tier
go.
1500.
Thank you. Well, that is enough for you to design an NPC and a horror character, if you would so desire, with the !donate page. Feel free to PM me or put it in chat. That's very generous. Thank you.
That
Allows
is
us
so
to
sweet.
continue
Thank
to
you,
do
friends.
this. Yeah, thank you
Yeah.
so much. Well, as you guys have had some close run-ins, and we are going to be releasing the Lions next, I will remind you, Reginald's words echo in your mind. You can't ride a bike here. No, that's Professor Oak. As you guys are thinking,
What?
you can, of course, spend any Dark Carnival tickets you wish at Netch's Wheel. Or you can spend any seeds you've earned at Spookles' shop, if you feel so inclined that you might need some more items to help you in the future.
And
Yeah,
we're
I
just
was
gonna
gonna-
go
I
to
was
the
gonna mention
store
we
in
got
the
a
middle of
bunch
the
of those.
carnage.
Well, it's either this or you don't go to the store, so it's your call.
I mean,
you guys
I
feeling
feel
about a
like
store?
we need a little retail therapy.
Oh yeah, we went through real
Retail
therapy. Now we need retail therapy.
Sure, yeah.
So true.
I have 5 seeds and 1 ticket.
I
so-
do have a question, Mr. Kippington.
That's me.
Is there still like carnage happening around us as we were getting back?
Yeah, but it's like
Okay.
lesser, and there's you have plenty of like big beefy Pikachus and Yuris
Okay.
fighting everything.
Can I just lob a
Yeah.
grenade like
yeah.
somewhere in the corner, like really far from us? Cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks. Thank you. Get your integrity, bitches.
That was not a big enough explosion, Miss Franpon.
No!
It was a single grenade. You can try again, though.
Okay, I'm gonna take my entire shoe off.
Oh my god.
and I'm gonna chuck it
Okay.
just as far as I can.
Are you gonna, like, pull the pin on any of the grenades, or just hope the collision blows them up?
Yeah, let's pull those pins. All of them. All
You
80 of
watch
them.
as
All 80 of
Franpon,
them.
like, throws one grenade and kind of looks disappointed. And then she goes, "Ah, fuck it." And she pulls off her boot, and she pulls something out of it, and then yeets the boot behind where the big top used to be. You will kind of look at her questioningly for a minute until you hear kaboom! Just in the distance.
Thank you.
It's no splooshes here.
Ugh.
And
That will freeze the lions.
not quite. No, you do see the equivalent though of well, basically pumpkin pie start flying through the air. As this explosion has been. Yeah, that was very destructive, and I will say everyone can regain 1 integrity from that.
Yay! I lost a shoe for it.
That is true. Do you want to go to the shops or no? You don't have to.
When else are we gonna be able to go?
Yeah, I
This is
think
it. This is your last chance.
I think we go to the shops, if not just to
Check on the
if
merchants.
if the last 2 experiences have taught us anything, it's oh god, we need help.
Oh god.
Okay. For brevity's sake, you make your way to Spookles' shop. So let's head over and see Spookles right now.
Can there be 7.5 lions?
Yes.
I need to know what the half entails.
Well, we'll see.
Spookles!
Welcome to Spookles' funky, spooky shop. Yeah, this is Let's go back up to this. Sure enough, you guys head over to the gift shop of the carnival that you know very well. Spookles is here. The legendary goblin merchant who seems to know no boundaries, mostly space and time related. He's calling himself Spookles, and similar to this picture, he's dressed up like the scariest thing he can imagine. A human. You see him dressed up in human clothes. He's wearing a bit of a mask. It's not really shown in this picture, but he's got a little hat on. He's wearing gloves. You all kind of approach, and he says,
Woo! Welcome to Spookles' shop! How can I help friends today?
We
want shit.
things.
Yeah, I turned to
Okay.
Marie. I'm just like, I think you have all the seeds.
Yeah, Marie has
does
all the
have
money.
seats, yeah.
We entrust all of
I
our money into a
do.
small doll.
Spookles kind of thinks for a minute, and he goes,
Oh yes, Spookles is likes the shiny seeds. You can spend the seeds, and I'll give you the spooky prizes.
Okay. What do you got?
Spookles has all sorts. Spookles has a femur. Spookles has some hair. Spookles has some slimy found on the ground. Spookles has a soul vial. Spookles has some dirt. Spookles has a stick that's in the shape of a pony. That's pretty cool. Spookles also has one of those purple-looking tickets that Netch takes at his tent. He thinks Netch dropped it, but he's scared of Netch, so he doesn't go over there. Spookles also has a vat of Orbeez.
The slime. I vote the slime.
I want the Orbeez.
What was that last one?
A vat of spooky Orbeez.
Orbeez.
Oh. We can put the Orbeez in the slime.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Spookles sees you're of discerning customer ability. That's a real word, by the way. Spookles knows you want that top shelf stuff.
and you see him kind of like clear off the bottom shelf.
And he goes, so, Spookles also has some fake plastic vampire teeth you can wear.
Oh, cool.
Also, a trick-or-treat bag, but it just says treat on it. Kinda lame.
And also, he kind of holds up like an aerosol can, and he goes, this can of weed repellent.
Oh.
Ah.
You know
Weed
what? I feel like
repellent,
the
you
weed
say?
repellent might come in handy.
Sounds
they're like-
extremely
they're
useful.
No, Grubbles doesn't think so. Grubbles tried inhaling the weed repellent and was coughing for weeks.
Oh no.
How much is it?
The weed repellent? 2 seeds.
I will take it.
Yes. Do we have any
Um,
left over?
I think you do. How many seeds do you have?
Yeah, I think we have 3 left after that.
Nice. Get so many things.
I
think
genuinely am not sure which things are helpful and which things are nothing.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I heard a soul vial in there, but like,
Yeah, there's a soul
Orbeez?
vial, there's a raffle
Orbeez,
ticket,
yeah,
there's
come on.
just dirt. Yeah, Kashi makes a good point. His first offer is definitely negotiable.
I thought someone else also had 1 seed.
Doesn't Ivy or Yona have? Wait, do I have one?
I know I was with someone who also had gotten a seed.
I think I might have a seed.
Yeah, I think collectively you guys do have 5.
Okay,
Well, no,
that's what I
know,
thought.
I know I have 5 myself because I
I have
had the
1
ones from
seed
the
in my
bag
inventory.
plus my
Okay.
own.
Sure.
All right, what else are we interested in getting?
He holds up the stick that looks nothing like a pony, and he goes, "I know you want it."
Oh, it's quite tempting.
So, in terms of other things, there was a bag that said treat on it. There were plastic vampire teeth.
Yes, and don't forget the spooky Orbeez.
Yeah, I'm still confused about what that is.
What do the spooky Orbeez do?
What do you mean? You get them wet and then you throw them everywhere. Mass panic.
They're like
That
a
doesn't sound
slimy,
bad.
tiny ball pit.
Yeah, exactly, like a ball pit in your pocket. Woo, that rhymed.
very
do
good.
like
That's
ball
what it's.
pit. How much is it?
The spooky Orbeez are 2 seeds.
How about
That's negotiable.
1 seed?
1 seed, and you take the stick shaped like a pony.
I will do that.
Okay.
Yeah, that seems fine.
Yeah.
You hand him 1 seed. He hands you. You can add spooky Orbeez to your inventory. And he hands you. It's just a stick.
Oh my god.
Okay, so I
Sprinkles needs
merchant.
you to promise to take Pony Stick on all your adventures.
I will. He's you know what? I can stick him up here for now with my other sticks. With my
Okay.
sticks. I have 3.
Do your friends want anything else?
That's a great question.
There was the treat bag and
Vampire teeth. You bought
Vampire
the weed
teeth.
repellent, Des? Are you saying that?
Yes.
Okay, so that was 2 seeds. Okay. The raffle tickets, soul vials. There's some slime. There's some dirt.
Yona. How is your integrity?
well, so Kip, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think I've lost any yet.
No, you haven't actually.
Easy.
Okay. Because I was gonna say, I don't know if you want an extra soul vial.
I currently have a soul vial. Though
I think
you know,
everyone does. Yeah.
who knows how
Except for
tough
me.
this next part's gonna be.
You guys gotta pick. We gotta move on.
Okay, yeah,
How-
that is fair enough.
Okay, how much is the soul vial?
It's 1 seed. Gribbles doesn't have much use for it. Or Spookles even, sorry, slip of the tongue.
Is it
That
just
is imposter.
you only have 1 soul vial, or do you have more than 1?
Or Gribbles has like 50.
Oh, that's a lot. I'll
Yeah,
take
well-
2.
Spookles went over to Hurtao once, and Hurtao said that Spookles was really cute. So, Spookles did a little
Aw.
dance, and then Hurtao put a bunch of souls in vials and gave them to Spookles, which is kind of dumb because Spookles was only dancing because he saw a little beetle.
Yeah, she's like that. I
love
Mona,
Spookles.
do you have a soul vial?
I have 1 soul vial.
Okay, so I'll get one and I'll give it to Fran, just in case.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your patronage.
And then, how much is the raffle ticket?
It's 1 seed.
I'll take that too.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a big spender. Look at me.
Big spender.
Don't try to use the raffle ticket to floss your teeth. Spookers tried it and it was not very good.
You have teeth?
What?
And he kind of opens his mouth. He has lots of teeth.
Oh my god.
Look, they're also pointy.
Oh wow.
One of them's too big.
I could use one for my cross stitch.
I've done all my spending here.
Yeah, so I think that's it for Spookles.
Raffle time. Raffle time.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You guys will head over to Netch. Spookles says,
Thank you all very much. Have a spooky day.
and as you're walking away, you see him pick up all of the pumpkin seeds that you just gave him, the golden seeds, and he eats them. He just shovels them in his hand and just shoves them down his mouth.
Do we just like kill Spookles?
Oh my god.
Poor Spookles. Spookles is a frog, confirmed.
All right, over to the other best NPC. You guys head over to Netch.
Oh my god.
What are you?
He kind of waves as you guys walk in.
Oh.
It's nice to see you too, Netch.
And he kind of makes like a he's just doing some jazz hands.
Yep,
it's
doing some jazz hands.
Marie just holds up her 2 raffle tickets. I'm a big spender today. Let's go.
We're here to spend tickets on the raffle.
And you see him make like a little circle with his hand, and he tries to spin his own hand like.
Perfect. Yes.
Oh, I love that.
He kind of like slowly guides you over, Marie, to this big like wheel of fortune that he has behind him. You see there's like a whole bunch of different prizes and stuff on it, and he goes, and then
Marie's gonna hand him the tickets, and then she's gonna look at Mona, look at the wheel, look at Mona again, and be like, I think I need help.
Do you want to spin the wheel yourself, or do you want me to spin it for you?
I have 2, so maybe you spin one, and then you help me spin the other.
Perfect. Mona will go ahead and spin the first round.
Okay, roll a d6. As Netch goes, you see as the wheel kind of stops, you realize that none of the wheel is written in English or even common. It's just kind of like vague scratchings of blood in various like forms. You have no idea what this means, but Netch kind of taps you on the shoulder, and you just fucking light up like a light bulb.
Oh my god, you're a star!
You are now glowing very iridescently.
Fabulous. Love to see it.
Netch goes, da-da!
Marie just claps.
All right.
All excited.
In all of my iridescence, I am going to pick up my tiny little Marie and allow her to spin the wheel.
Sure.
She's gonna use all her might to spin it.
Okay, you roll a d6. Oh!
I love it so much. I wanted to see it again.
Netch goes, avocado, potato, tomato. And he taps you on the shoulder, Marie, and you also glow. Albeit, Mona is glowing like a bright white. You start glowing like a bright purple.
Good.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh, I love this.
I didn't know you could do that, Net.
Even more.
I do, but I do.
I'm shiny.
I do, boom.
The booms.
Da
Yeah.
boom.
That was me.
Thanks, Netch.
I do, boom, boom.
Yeah, I'll hold out my ticket to Netch.
Oh, do da vago do.
It's Connor's turn. Yes.
I do feely wheel.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go up to the wheel and spin it.
I do that.
He takes your ticket. Yeah, roll a d6. Please roll a 2.
No! God, it would be so funny if it was a 2.
It would have been so funny. We all
Next
just
goes.
fucking
I
glowing.
do.
He seems very excited at this. And he opens his arms and he comes and gives you a hug.
Oh.
I give him a hug.
As he hugs you, you lose 1 integrity.
Okay, fair enough.
It goes. Vegito.
Aww. Sometimes we just need a hug. You're so right, Netch.
Netch
As
knew
you
the vibes.
you back away, his right arm falls off.
Oh no! Can I pick it up?
Yeah, sure.
Can I take it with me?
You want to take it?
She has mine.
It's ours now.
Oh,
You can if you want, friend.
Can I
Fine.
borrow this?
I do. Oh, Gido spaghetto.
Spaghetto.
what is happening?
I love that. I'm gonna take
You
that
don't
as a
know
yes.
what he said,
Possible scenario.
but you can try and interpret it.
I'm gonna take that as a yes. I'm gonna take it and I'm gonna put it back in my hat and I'm gonna take out like the other organ that we had and just be like trade and barter. It's a placeholder.
Did
I'll
we
be
use
back.
all our raffle tickets?
I think so.
Great fun. He takes the gallbladder that you have in your hat. And he looks at it like, and he attaches it where his arm socket was. And he just looks down and he do meeny weeny.
Yeah, it looks great on you. It's so in season,
Oh?
Netch.
Vodogo?
Yeah, it's great.
Oh, the pretty
It's gonna be
bitty.
all the rage in Jersey.
Ark, thank you for the follow.
Oh,
When
the
we
Jersey
never
City.
end up back.
Adaga.
You'll fit right in with the rest of Jersey.
Ah!
Next goes Malin Pin Madinjan?
Yep, we're gonna go now. We'll see you later.
We gotta go, Netch. We're trying to
Bye,
save the
Netch.
world.
Thank you for
See
light
ya.
bulbing my friends.
He waves and he goes,
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Team player
And-
Netches.
that is Netch, everyone.
Oh, boy.
We love Netch.
It took a lot out of me. Oh, fuck.
What a great cast of merchants.
Yeah.
Right?
Nintendo, if you
Guys,
have
my
any
face
zombies
hurts from
in
laughing
any,
so much.
any nearby games, I'm available. Just let me know.
Well, as long as you wear that outfit.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, fuck.
Oh,
Okay.
God.
All right, you guys can go release the lions now. Sure. Let's go.
Sure, I've gained nothing, lost an integrity. Let's do this.
Let's do it. Incredible.
The
Okay.
friendship was the arm we made along the way.
It really,
It really was.
Oh man. Anyway. Okay. So, Connor, you remember, of course, that there is a group of lions that your previous body's host was able to tame at the carnival. These are very large, dangerous creatures. But you reckon that if you could release them from inside of the beast tent, they would just go buck wild and have a pumpkin souffle up their hands.
Ooh.
So
They're
that is what you remember.
So yeah, I guess coming into the beast tent, what is the what is the cage situation? How
Yeah.
easy is it going to be to release these?
So, with inside the tamer tent. Not a lot in there. There's a couple of wooden cages, and you can see that these are lions in quotes because they are fire demon lions. They're not normal lions.
Cool.
And of course, as you know, there are exactly 7.5 lions in this tent that you have to contend with.
Oh no, chat, why?
You look around, and you see that there are 7 lions with their manes on fire. They look a little anxious, a little agitated, as there is chaos, like, you know, going on outside their tent. And in the 8th cage, you see there is a dejected-looking cat man sitting on a chair in a maid's outfit.
Okay. Fair enough.
He kind of looks up at you as you walk in, and he goes, "Oh, rar."
What the hell are you doing in here?
He's got
He
to
kind of.
like,
What do you mean? This is where I belong. I'm a lion.
Right. Have you ever killed anyone?
He starts kind of like scratching at the cage a little bit, and he goes, "No, but I could."
I whip at the cage near him to get him to back off.
Oh, kinky.
Oh God. This is truly awful.
Okay. Yeah, you're in here. Now you do reckon you could probably release all of the lions. I mean, you really have to like break open the wooden cages. The difficulty for you, Connor, is going to get the lions to listen to you.
Right.
As you, of course, releasing 7 fire-breathing lions in an enclosed area, you know, bound to have some ish. Well, 7.5, I guess, if you release the
7.5.
We should keep him caged. He likes it.
Yeah, I'm
How
definitely
dare
releasing the
you?
cat boy.
He says, then he looks to Frampon, and under his breath he goes, "I do like it."
oh, I want to see so many clips from this.
Yeah, Connor, you're with your friends. Tell them what you know and formulate a plan here, friend.
Yeah. So we have 7 demon lions, as you can see, and 1 horrifying abomination that I will not release under any circumstances.
You hear from the back. He goes, "I'm a bottom though."
I hate him. So we need, if we're going to get rid of these seedlings, we need to release these lions. But also, if we release these lions, they might just kill all of us.
That would be bad.
That would be very bad.
I hope this is doing it justice for you.
Aren't you the lion tamer?
Well, this body was, but I've never actually tamed a lion. In fact, I'm pretty sure he was mauled to death by lions. That's how I got the body.
He was.
Yeah. That checks out.
Why'd we get such untamable lions anyway?
I guess it was part of an ambitious project.
Yeah.
You know
I'd
how
say.
Reginald is sometimes.
Oh,
Reginald is nothing if not ambitious.
well, I take off my hat and I take out Netch's arm. Food to entice them.
Oh my god.
Ooh, that is a
I
good
was
idea.
literally just about to say take out Netch's arm for them.
What an excellent idea. And oh, Marie, do you still have that gallbladder we were saving?
That's on
I
this.
do.
Oh, good.
I picked one as you were coming.
Yes, good.
The question: how many organs do we have?
Like 6.
And I have tons of flesh on hand at all times.
That's true.
Okay.
At all times.
So I think, with the 6 plus either. Oh, I guess if Franpon's got flesh, then I don't need to scavenge from my own body. But that was gonna be my next go-to.
Sure. What are you doing?
Yeah, so I'd like to release the lions and basically prepare to like just chuck organs out of the tent away from us, ideally towards the seedlings.
Sure. Okay, Connor. What are the rest of you gonna do while Connor does this?
Oh, that's a
Watch.
good question.
Catboy pipes up. Watch. Ooh.
Is there like a place that we can stand not so close to the fire?
Well, you could leave the tent, but it would
Right,
leave
you guys
Connor
could
on
just
his
straight
own.
up leave me here.
Yeah.
No, we don't want to leave you there. Okay, well, she's just gonna like back up a little.
Okay, you guys are gonna
she's
sort of
small.
form a perimeter. And the cat mate in the back goes, I'd like a meaty snack as well if you have any.
Oh my god.
You get nothing.
Oh,
Only
I've
if
been
you're a good
bad
boy.
kitty.
God, I hate you.
Oh, I love it so much.
He straightens out his little maid uniform.
Oh, I forgot he was in a maid uniform. That's
Yeah.
worse.
As every catboy should.
All right, Connor, with your friends standing around you, then stop bullying the cat boy. So true. You sleep at night. I don't. Meta.
This man hasn't slept in 3 days.
You saw
That's
Beyonce,
true.
right? I don't sleep. Connor, tell me what you do.
Well, yeah. So I'm certainly not giving Catboy any meat. But yeah, I'm gonna start releasing the lions with the bait prepared.
Okay.
Yeah.
You go one by one and start to try and like unhook these cages as gingerly as you can. Mind you, they breathe fire.
Great.
As you get to the first cage and unhook it, it just lets out a in fire in your face.
Oh.
I'm gonna need an integrity check, my friend.
Absolutely. So when I'm making the integrity check, is it my current integrity?
It's your current integrity. Yes, that's how
Gotcha.
you get frailer as time goes on.
Frailer as time goes on.
So that's a 6.
Okay. Interesting. As the fire kind of like singes the tips of hairs on your sideburns, oh god, you realize like this is so not in your wheelhouse. You're not quite what they would call a con man, but you definitely perform like sideshows. You becoming the lion tamer that you've sort of adopted the persona of is not what you can't do it. These lions are kind of like breathing in your face at this point. You're like, oh my god, how did this man do it? And then you think to yourself, wait, no, he died from lions.
Yeah,
at the
he
same
straight
time,
up didn't.
He did die, but you know there was a good chunk of time that he did. You don't get the title of lion tamer by going onto the job on your first day and getting eaten. That's lion feed. As you wrestle with this fact, from underneath, Soph, I don't know. That's a little dangerous there, Soph. Anyway, as you wrestle with this fact, Connor, mist begins to roll in from underneath the beast tent, as it had done for your compatriots before. Mona, Franpon, Marie, you guys notice this at this point. But Connor, you are still kind of like enraptured with the lion as it's breathing in your face. You do unhook that first cage, and it kind of like slowly stalks its way outwards. Just kind of like looking at you, sizing you up, waiting for you to make a move.
Not this again.
Okay. So it's out now and it's just like sizing me up.
Yeah.
Need a hand? Extends his arm.
Yeah, so I will attempt to sort of like direct it with this arm and like get its attention first.
Roll quite literally a treat check.
Right, that's not good. That's a 4.
No.
Unless we want to use the thing that swaps my
Oh yeah,
stats.
could Mona scream and give?
She could, but it
Maurice-
would be on cooldown for a little while.
If it's
long is a
if it's
little while?
treat, it's a 4. If it's trick, it's a 7.
It's up to you if you think it's worth it.
Feels pretty worth it to me. Mona, what do you think?
Are you asking Mona for her assistance? She will provide if
Yes,
that is your
let's help.
desire. Okay.
What is your treat, Yona?
My treat is 1.
Oh, yeah, that I see.
Yeah. So Mona is gonna let out the best screech she's ever let out to swap the stats.
Sure thing. Yeah, Mona, you reverberate around the tent. In doing so, of course, this does swap. Connor, now at least permanently for the time being, your trick and treat have been swapped. Which of course would bump this up to a 7. However, Mona, in doing this, as we learned with the lynx, the cats are not happy. As this shriek has now reverberated around the tent, all of them begin to bristle and flame begins to erupt out of every single cage.
Nice.
Including cat boys. But it's like a small little like butane torch that just shoots out of, well, don't worry about it. But it does kind of, come out of the cage a little bit. It's not looking good. I am going to need, even from where you guys are, Marie, Mona, and Franpon, and Connor, all of you to make another integrity check.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Franpon!
Oh no, Franpon.
I'm dying here.
Okay, I'm gonna use my spark on that 1.
Okay. Marie, what did you get?
Oh, thank God.
It's plus our integrity, right?
Yep.
12.
You are a sturdy little puppet. Holy shit. Mona, what did you get?
I got a 4 plus my 5, so a 9.
Wow. Frampon?
I got a 4.
Connor?
After using the spark, that's a 9.
Okay. Franpon, unable to resist the flames as they catch your little jester costume on fire, you lose an integrity point.
Great. My other shoe! Now there's no shoes on.
Yeah, you really don't want Franpon to light up in here, by the way, because there's a lot of sulfur
seems
in that
very bad.
costume. There is so much sulfur. All right. Sure enough.
I got you that potion.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Connor, you are struggling against this heat now. You're kind of like, okay, I didn't really think this out too much. And you do kind of throw the arm, and the lion in front of you does catch it thanks to your treat. It does kind of like start gnawing on it, but now you have these other lions that are bristling with fire in their cages.
Oh God, why do we have the demon lions?
Yeah. At this, Connor, the mist begins to swirl around you. And you slowly start to hear, look at the dejected lion tamer. Or, no, that's not right. The contortionist. Or, is it even that? It's been so long. No one knows anymore. Which these voices kind of start to echo around your head. Yeah, what would you like to do?
Shit. So all the cages are now bursting with fire.
Well, yes. So now all of the literally none of you called this out. All of the wooden cages are on fire. It is not going to be very long before all of the lions
the image we're looking at doesn't look wooden, so I forgot.
Oh, it is. It's like bamboo-y wood, but yeah.
Gotcha.
Where's Franpon's little water flower gun.
I've got plenty.
So, all of these cages are going to break. We need to get out of here now. And I think we just run.
Sure.
Yeah,
Probably a good idea.
Let's run.
Yeah, I think I
I'm fine with that.
toss aside the whip.
Yeah.
I fully throw it at one of the cages and I just run.
Okay. You and your compatriots start sprinting at this point as the mist continues to swirl around you. Franpon, Mona, and Marie, you can successfully make it out of the tent. It's not very hard. You guys are kind of near the entrance. Connor, as you begin to run, the lion that was in front of you gnawing on the tree seemingly stops for no reason and gets between you and the exit of the tent. And it just starts staring down at you as it begins to stalk around you. And the voices continue in your head. And he doesn't remember anything, let alone if any skills in his real life would have aided him here. He has no idea. The story's about to become finished, and for what? You think they'll remember the name Connor Torsion? For the phantasm that he is? For the failure that was unable to save his friends? And at this point, the mist has completely encircled you to the point where you can't see the exit anymore. It's just you and this lion.
No. Shut up.
Give me an integrity check.
One coming up. Oh.
Okay. Gonna stick with the one here? Think you have to?
I'm out of sparks.
Out of sparks. Okay.
So that's a total of 5.
Well, that's a pretty decent total. But still at a natural 1. The lion leaps through the air and pins you to the ground. And in this moment, Connor, you forget how to leave the body. And that's such a physical reaction for you. You just simply detach yourself from the current husk, and you can't. The adrenaline is kicked in your mind at this point, and you physically cannot leave this source. As this happens, this thing is just sort of bearing down on you at this point. Thank you for treating Connor on his next roll, Soph. You have advantage on your next roll, Connor. I would say being pretty pinned down, not only do you lose a point of integrity for being attacked by this creature, but we are now going to go into the Connor moment, unavoidable, I'm afraid, from that roll. The Catboy could say you says calm.
Probably.
Connor, are you ready?
Oh, no.
The voices in the mist continue to swirl. Remembered. Nothing is remembered. And nothing would be remembered as pitiful as this individual's existence. He doesn't even remember who he used to be. He must have done nothing important in his life. No one will remember. He is no one. Nothing. And as these voices swirl around, you, Connor, what you're trying to do, you are trying your damnedest to remember anything. You're trying to break through these voices and just latch on because it's swirling around in your mind like fog right now. You think, okay, just remember the stories that you remember being told when you joined the carnival. Something you can latch onto, because if you can remember something, you can cast away these thoughts. They're not you. They're not real. All right, chat. Next minigame. This one's a bit of a doozy.
Oh, God.
Wild, you left this one to the third one. I am going to recite my own personal fables that I have created. Completely auditory. You have nothing to look at. It is your job, players, Yona, and chat, to remember specific details from the story. So when I ask you little quiz questions at the end, you can tell me and answer them correctly. No visuals whatsoever.
Okay.
You ready?
Ready.
Chat? Okay. Connor, you try and latch on as these voices illuminate these false memories, these stories in your mind. No worries, D. Thank you very much. Let me just... the voice just echoes and goes, "Let us see if you two shall stand the test of time, or like all else, you will be forgotten in an instant." And here comes your first fable. Prepare yourselves, chat.
Oh god.
Okay. Listen closely, everyone. Deep in the heart of an unknown wood lies a small stoat. It was this stoat's job in the glen to keep watch every day for predators, like owls or wolves, so that his family of 3 brothers and 4 sisters wouldn't be eaten while they slept. But the little stoat quickly grew bored of this task, being forced to sleep during the day and stay up all night. And after 3 boring months of this position, the stoat had decided that nothing was to happen at night anyway. He had enough of not getting to play in the sun with his brothers and sisters. One day, Stoat decided to stay awake all day so that he may play fetch the acorn with his brothers and sisters. Stoat had so much fun playing. By the time night fell, he grew so tired he couldn't keep his eyes open. He drifted off to a deep sleep in a nearby shrub. When he awoke the next morning, he was surprised to see the glen so quiet. He went to find his brothers and sisters playing. They were nowhere to be found. It wasn't until he scoured the log cabin at the forest edge he saw the fate that befell his family. There, hung up like trophies to dry in the sun, were the fur and entrails of his family, slain and skinned by the hunter that lived there, blood still dripping to the cracked earth below. Okay. That is Fable 1. I'm afraid you can only hear it once.
Okay.
The game. Everyone keep that fresh in your mind. I'll keep this relatively quick. Is Fable of a Cliff Notes or what? You know.
Thanks, Kia.
Question 1 to everyone, chat and players included. How many sisters did the Stoat have?
Was it 2?
I think it was 4.
Yeah, it was 3 brothers,
Four.
4 sisters.
Okay. That one I missed. I wrote the brothers.
Chat is on your side there. You gonna go with 4, Connor?
I'm going with 4.
Okay, you solidify in your mind. You remember, no, it was 4. It feels right in your brain. That voice echoes again and says, "What predators did the Stoat originally have to keep watch for?"
Owls and wolves.
Owls and wolves.
You sure?
I wrote that one down.
I'm sure.
Once again, you keep this sort of locked in your mind. Finally, the voice says, "Then where did the Stoat fall asleep?"
Shrub.
Yeah, there was a shrub. I'm trying to remember if there was anything more specific than that.
It's a shrubbery.
Definitely a shrub, though.
It's a shrubbery.
It's a shrub.
You gonna go with that?
Yeah, a nearby shrub.
Okay. That is correct. You feel a sort of wave of calm come over your mind as you remember the important pieces to this story. All things can't simply fade if you can remember important details, right? Meanwhile, Mona, Frampon, and Marie, anything you guys would like to do outside the tent as you just hear, well, not good cat noises from inside?
Oh, I did have an idea, actually. So you know how they're like, okay, are the other cats in there like hanging out?
Well, they're in the cages, but yeah, they're pretty angry.
Okay, I had an idea about like finding a mirror, and because these two were lit up like fucking fireworks, I was gonna use reflectives to make a laser to get the cats to play. To try and distract them. But if they're in the cages, then it doesn't make any sense.
They are still in the cages for now.
Yeah.
It could calm them down a
No.
little.
Yeah, we could try.
It's your call, Frampon. You gotta be quick, though.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
Okay, so you're going to use mirrors to reflect the glow from Mona and Marie into a cat laser?
Yes. It
That
sounds
is-
silly when you say it.
What a fantastic sentence.
It's a great idea. I love it. It is quite literally one of the biggest tricks in the book. So you can go ahead and roll me a trick check.
Yeah! You love a trick check. We love a trick
Ooh.
check. 11.
Oh, hello there.
You set up some arbitrary mirrors, bouncing the light off of Mona and Marie. You tell them to stand still. Sure enough, you refract the light into this small little beam that enters the tent and is just sort of on the ground. And you can take some time to aim it around if you want.
Yeah.
That is all you have for this sort of action sequence. Connor, the next set comes in as the voices permeate your mind again. You ready for the next fable?
Yeah.
Okay, everyone, listen up. They get bigger and bigger. There once was a very indignant witch of a small coven that yearned to be the best in her group. I'm so powerful, I can fly my broom with only one hand, she would often boast. Oh yeah? Prove it, retorted another witch. So the indignant witch got on her broom and proceeded to fly, holding onto it with only one hand. It wasn't long before she crashed into a pine tree with her lack of control. All the other witches began to laugh. She grew bright red with embarrassment. Well, I'm still so much smarter than you. I know the answer to any question you could ask, she shouted. Oh yeah? Chimed another witch. Prove it. How many spiders are in my pocket? As the other witch said this, she thrust both her hands into her pockets. But that's not fair, shouted the indignant witch. But you said everything, laughed back the other. Fine, 5 spiders, the witch stated. The second witch took her hands out of her pockets to reveal 17 small black insects crawling and scratching over her fetid skin. One then burrowed under her finger. Nope, she shouted back, and all the witches laughed once more. Frustrated, the little witch had one more way to prove her worth to her coven. Well, I'm still much more talented than you. I can brew the strongest potions. Oh yeah? Barked another witch. Prove it! Make a potion to make you the prettiest witch in the land. Easy, the indignant witch cried. She hurried to her cauldron and tossed in an eye of newt, tongue of dragon. She also sprinkled in an eyelash of stoat. She had a trick up her sleeve. When the potion was finished, she brought the finished drink to her coven. See, this is the strongest potion ever that will make me the prettiest in the land, she shouted with confidence. Give me that, one of the witches said, and snatched the potion from her hand. Wait! Stop! Cried the little witch. She already guessed this might happen. The second witch drank some of the potion and quickly passed it around the rest of the coven until it was empty. There, now it doesn't matter because we'll all be 9 times prettier, you stupid witch, said the second witch. But instead of shouting, the little witch only grinned. What's so funny? The second witch demanded. You'll see, cooed the indignant witch. Suddenly, the bodies of the other witches began to shake and writhe. Pain began to plaster all of their faces. What did you do to us? One of the other witches cried. You all made fun of my skills, shouted the indignant witch. Now you'll see what I can really do. And with that, one by one, the witches' bodies began to fold in on themselves, their bones snapping and splitting out of their sides, as their screams echoed in pain around the camp. In a torrent of blood, only the indignant witch was left standing for a while. Now, I am the most powerful witch in the whole coven. Okay, see how well you can remember your stories.
Wow.
Oh,
Okay.
boy.
Sleepy.
I hope
Okay.
someone got that second ingredient.
First question. What kind of tree did the indignant witch run into while she was flying on her broom?
Pine
Fine.
tree.
Pine.
Everyone happy with that? Oh,
We
7
got,
to the right.
we got the tree question.
You did get the tree
I know
question.
about trees.
Yes,
trust
you
me.
do. I considered asking so many more tree questions, Ivy. You have no idea. Okay, you solidify that in your mind. What extra ingredient did the little witch add into her potion?
Eyelash of stoat.
Yeah.
Locking that one in.
I'm hoping to get a confirmation from chat, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Soph agrees.
Okay, then finally, How many times prettier was the potion supposed to make the witches?
9 times
They
prettier.
said 9 times prettier.
Good memory so far. 9 times, says chat. Okay, you
9.
going with 9?
Lock it in.
Once again, there's a wave of calm that washes over you as you remember, yes, there's lessons that are to be learned from people's exploits, but why can't I remember any names? Sort of passes through your mind, and it doesn't matter if I don't have the skills that my predecessors. The mist fully swirling at this point. Marie, Mona, Franpon, you doing anything else with your laser beam?
Just twirling it around for these kitties.
Okay. Inside, you hear a small, almost got it. Oh, not quite. Oh, so close.
You're doing
I would like
great.
to rage.
You're doing great, cat boy.
Okay, in that case, are you ready for the last one?
Oh.
Oh, let's do it.
Okay. Prepare yourselves. Melbeck the Fallen used to be a legendary blacksmith. He poured all of his heart into each one of the blades requested by the king. He had a beautiful husband named Thorian. But Thorian knew Melbeck's real passion was woodcraft. Try as he might, he could not pull Melbeck away from his work, even to spend time together. As the years went by, Thorian began to grow wary of the distance between the two, and sought out Melbeck one evening in his forge. "My dear," he said to Melbeck, "what could you possibly be working on that is more important than baking some bread together tonight, like we were supposed to?" Melbeck glanced up and wiped some sweat from his brow. "This blade was specifically requested by the king. It's for a noble that he wants to maintain good relations with. I can't stop until it's done." And Melbeck went back to his work. Thorian sighed, but decided to push. "Well, if you don't spend some time with me now, you won't be maintaining our good relations any longer." Thorian then left, and waited in the kitchen to see if Melbeck would come out. He waited all night. Melbeck never did. A week later, Thorian approached Melbeck, crafting at his forge again. "Melbeck, please lay your hands to rest. We should go and tend to the garden out front tonight. Many weeds have sprouted since our last visit. What could you possibly be working on more important than that?" Melbeck looked up from his craft and grunted. "The king has specifically ordered a sword, the guard command. He wants to give it to him as a sign of undying support between them." Thorian sighed. "If you don't come with me now, you will lose the undying support between us." With that, Thorian left to the garden and waited all night for Melbeck. He never came. A few days later, Thorian mustered all the strength he had left and visited Melbeck one final time at his forge. "Blacksmith, let us sit like civilized folk at our table and hold conversation. Drink, be merry, and enjoy each other's company like we used to. How could anything in the world be more important than a growing conversation with your customer?" Melbeck didn't even look up from his craft. "King specially ordered this blade. This one's for himself. Says it's to represent the trust he has in his kingdom as he wields it in the upcoming battle. If you don't take your final chance with me tonight, you can consider our trust null and void," stated Thorian, storming out. He waited for a while, but Melbeck knew. This time, Thorian waited until Melbeck fell asleep at his forge to prove to Melbeck that he was true to his word. With the good relations broken, Thorian had no qualms of teaching Melbeck a lesson. Without support, Thorian was willing to see Melbeck fail for his negligence. And without trust, Thorian was willing to be the one to drive that point home and do the unthinkable. Thorian clutched the king's finished blade, and with one fell motion, he used a nearby chisel to mark a small break near the hilt. Too small to see with the naked eye, but big enough to cause a reaction. With that, Thorian left the house, never to return. The next morning, Melbeck awoke and hurriedly brought the sword before the king, who thanked him such and praised his craftsmanship. Melbeck went back home and continued forging, without so much as acknowledging Thorian was no longer there. 3 days later, the king went into battle with Melbek's sword, and upon first clash struck against an enemy, it shattered from the crack outward, and the king was gravely wounded. Outraged, the king blamed Melbek and had him thrown in prison. Melbek pleaded and cried, stating how long and hard he worked on every blade for the king. Couldn't be his fault. He said if the king wanted proof, he should summon Thorian, who would vouch for him, watching every blade that Melbek has ever made. When the courier returned from Melbek's house, he informed everyone there was no Thorian living there, nor was there any evidence of anyone living with Melbek. Crushed, dejected, Melbek was left to rot in prison for the rest of his days, only wishing he could have seen the true work that was laid out before. Okay. That is the legend of Melbek, the blacksmith.
Damn.
Big one, chat. All right, questions coming in, Connor. We're still in a game.
Yeah. Yeah,
What?
all right.
What did Thorian want to do with Melbek on the first day he pleaded with him?
Oh, shit.
Big
Okay.
bread.
Bacon bread.
Bacon
All
bread
right,
together.
I'm going to have to take you guys' word for this one.
So says bread.
Make bread, so says bread. All right, bake. All right, I'm going to go with bacon bread.
Okay, you lock that in your mind. It feels right. Who was the second sword forged for?
Second sword.
A guard
The
commander.
guard commander.
Yeah, it was
for
for the guard commander.
Locking that in?
Because the first one was for the noble with the good religion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the second's for the guard commander.
Okay. Finally, why could Thorian enact such a heinous revenge on Melbek at the end?
He had lost the three things he had mentioned: the good relations,
undying
but
support.
the undying support, and the trust
Trust.
between them.
Yeah.
That's your final
Aw.
answer.
Yeah.
Okay. You lock it in. And as you do, the memories in your mind begin to solidify. Very well done. I'm impressed with all of you.
Oh my
We're not
God.
messing up on a single one of those.
I worked
I
so
took-
hard.
I
I
am-
took so many
Notes.
notes.
You're a note taker.
the bread one was close. I
Yeah.
forgot that.
I'm so proud of you guys. Yeah,
Oh
you
my
lock it
God.
in your mind, and you are doing your best, Connor. At this point, you realize, okay, I can do this. I just need to remember. You know you need to remember, and yet the voices in your mind still ringing out that there is no memory to be gained, Connor. There's nothing to remember by. And as the lion bears down on you, you see this laser beam kind of poke through the tent wall, attempting to distract as the mist kind of swirls around you. And as you close your eyes, waiting for the maw of death to, well, I guess take you again. I don't really know what it would do to a ghost. There's a flash of light. Transported away. No longer the lion tamer. Okay. You wait. And you continue to wait. But the bite never comes. And eventually, you wince and open your eyes, still on the ground. You look around you. You are... Therapy time, me chat. You are nowhere where you thought you were. There's no tent around you. Instead, you look down on the ground. It's covered in sand. And you look out around. You see that you are on an island of some sort. Clouds reaching high into the light above you. And seemingly hanging from these clouds are various strange things, paintings, knickknacks, various, like, personal items. What would you like to do?
I'm going to go over and examine one of the paintings.
You go over to the painting, and it is something you don't recognize, but it looks like you should. There's a scene of a a father and a child. And it looks like they are at, believe it or not, a carnival. You see them there, but as quickly as your eyes gaze upon it, you watch as the painting inside the frame melts away. And it just into nothing. Take a minute and spare no irony in the fact that this is very much how you've been feeling for a long time. Your memories of who you are, being one of the oldest creatures, a ghost. You don't know who you were. And this scares you. Because at the end of the day, you don't know who you were. Then how can you be who you are? You know that you are built up on morals and grounds that you come from. You have your personality, but every time you try to remember your life before this, it's blurry. It's blurry as an unfocused picture. You walk around, you take a couple minutes, you take a look at some of the various knickknacks. They all seem like personal items that should have some significance, but they don't. And you think to yourself, what is the point of memory? You are so fragile in the fleeting moments of life. How are you to remember your own self? Never mind how other people remember you. You're worried about slipping away like sand falls away through an hourglass, the endless cycle of time, and eventually there's nothing. You clung on to something as long as you can as a ghost, but is that really something? Sit down in the sand. Make a little bit of space for yourself. Think. Perhaps, honor, there is nothing to remember him by. You have existed too long and you have done nothing important. These fears, you bite at the back of your conscience, your existentialism. You look out at the waves, realizing they are not waves at all, but clouds. Cloudy sea that begins to lap over, dissolving anything that it touches. Take a moment, defeated, thinking, how could you ever attempt to save your friends, to be the showman that you want to be if you can't remember how? It is only when your eyes begin to close, your mind empty, and when you pull your hand back from the sand, there's a handprint where it was. You look at it for a moment, and no sooner had this handprint appeared that the cloudy sea begins to roll in. It slowly dissolves any trace of that handprint. Squint and think to yourself for a second how fate is really battering you right now, as you are very, very much object to this fear. It's only when you look down at your other hand and realize there's a handprint there too. The waves come in and wash it away, and as you stand up, you look behind you and you've left footprints. The waves can't touch the footprints yet. You begin to slowly think to yourself that, what is memory, if not something that we leave behind? Maybe not only for others, but also for ourselves. And in this moment, Connor, you think how you want to be remembered, but no, it's not how you want to be remembered, because life, it's not a history book. We grow, we live, and we change every day. To solidify yourself in a single picture frame, a single snapshot of your life, would be a disservice to the rest of Connor Torsion. Saying that you were something, you are something, you are going to be something is false. You are growing and changing every single day, and there is nothing that can capture that fact in all of existence. As the waves begin to lap up against the footprints, a small smile breaks out over your face, with almost zen. Realizing that what you do, the story that you make, is there because you make it. It does not need to be regarded or perceived by other people. As long as you forge your own life, you are Connor. And the memories that you make will live on forever in your story. No matter how quick the water pushes them away. This time, as the waves recede, footprints are still there. What would you like to do?
I'm going to slowly walk towards the sea, glancing every so often at my footprints.
They remain, but it's almost a part of you that wonders, does it matter? If I've made them, there's no need to worry. They're still there.
Yeah. And with that, I continue walking, and I look straight ahead.
Pictures around you begin to slowly disintegrate and fall away. Until you continue walking into this foam, this mist. It seems to dissolve the sand and the prints and everything. Until you are fully encompassed by it, but contrary to your original fear, you don't dissolve. You are here. And you are to be remembered. And as the last of the paintings fade away, the one of the father and child, there's a sort of determination to enact memories upon your life for the sake of your life. And that is all you can do. And as the mist encompasses you, the light around you glows once more. And you are whisked away, back to the world of the living. Was once a lion tamer, is now the remembered. As you do this, Connor, your eyes flash open in almost a jolt of, God, that was a lot. And you kind of look up to see the maw of this fire-breathing lion that is just chomping at the bit to get you. I will say it is relatively distracted by the laser that Franpon has been shining in the room the whole time. Which is kind of insane. Thank you, Brandy, for a piece of candy.
Oh my god.
Connor, wildly, you kind of snap for a second and you go, I know exactly what needs to be done. And it doesn't matter if it's been done before, because it is the right decision. You tell me what you do. You know how to control these lions.
Okay. I know how to control these lions, you say?
Yeah.
So, am I still under a lion right now?
Yeah, you are.
All right. If I Court says boop the snoot.
Tell me, Connor.
Yeah, I think if I can remember how to do so, I'm going to exit my body and enter the body of this lion.
Okay. Sure. You exit the body that you're currently in. You do remember how to do so. It comes back to you. You do not need an integrity check here as you force your spirit into the lion. There's a moment of hesitation, but you occupy the space, and you are now inside of this very free lion. What would you like to do?
I would like to go up to each of the other cages and break them.
Okay, you said each. You can't take that back. You go
No,
through.
I know I said it was on purpose.
You go through as this lion with your great claws, and you begin to scratch open all these cages because something is new, Connor. Something you haven't felt before. Not your own. but a story. You don't know why, but you know that this lion was the alpha of the pack. And you can feel this as you begin to strut around and smash open these cages. They all kind of look at you a bit warily. Even the cat boy maid, who is broken out of the cage, just kind of looks up at you expectantly.
Yeah, I roar and charge at the seedlings.
Sure. You burst out of the front of the tent, much to Franpon. You are like frantically going, Marie. No, you jump. Mona, you quick do like a spin. You're like throwing mirrors all over the place at this point. And you watch as this herd of lions just boom out of the tent. Connor, you lead them all the way through into the battle of the seedlings, and these lions just go to town on all of them. Just and just start breathing fire and mauling them. You're free to stay in the line, or you can also eject. It is your call.
I think I'll stay in it for a little bit, but like once they've gotten going, I'll rejoin my
Sure.
my companions.
Eventually, you float back out of the lion and you rejoin your companions. The three of you all see Connor floating.
I'm wearing Connor's skin sleeve as a cape.
Jesus.
Welcome back. Here you go.
Not the cape.
Yeah, I don't get back in the body.
Okay.
Oh.
I think I'm gonna stay like this for a little while, I think.
Can I keep it?
Sure.
Okay.
Man.
And I will just note that it's probably the first time you've ever heard Connor's voice that isn't just whispers.
Yeah. I like your voice.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I hug Connor, but I fall through his body.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's this level of understanding. Connor, from now on, you realize this after the fact, that when you are both in the Lion Tamer's body, but also in the lion, you are now able to access the memories of anything you possess.
Okay.
However far back that those memories go, you are able to not only see them, but feel them as a living story very clearly. So you know things about anything that you may possess from here on out.
Hell yeah. Okay.
Okay. You guys gonna go to your last location? Is there anything else you'd like to do before that?
We are raising hell for these pumpkins. Let me
You
tell
are
you.
raising
We sure are.
Yeah.
How are we all doing?
Is my team? Yes. Is everyone still doing good?
Mm-hmm.
Well then, I think it's time. As you know, there's only one place left to generate the most fear in the entirety of the carnival. Marie, you remember that it is time to enter the funhouse. And D has gone to bed, so I'm doing polls now. So you'll have to bear with me for a little extra time here. But I will put something that we can do here. Marie, you have a different approach to what your other friends were thinking. Because, Marie, what do you have a whole bunch of already stored in your funhouse?
Balls?
Balls. Interesting. You think for a minute that there might also be a chance to, let's say, use the friends that you've come to love so much to your advantage.
Yes.
You may explain what that means in your own mind to your friends.
Okay. So listen. I have lots of friends, we know. I can have them help us inside the funhouse. To help get rid of these guys who are not friends. They're not friends at all. They're
Yeah.
quite mean.
Yes, that sounds great.
Yeah.
Get your little
How do we do?
dolphins.
How do we do that?
Do you know
Well,
where
we
they
have.
all are?
They're everywhere.
They are everywhere.
Fully everywhere.
Yeah. Sometimes people don't see them, but they're there. All over the place. There's a lot of them in the prize. Yeah, in the walls. Yeah, there's some in there. Quite cozy. But no, they're everywhere. So we just have to go to the fun house.
Great.
Okay. On your last mission, you all begin to make your way over to the funhouse following Marie. Marie, you are confident that if you can get in there and retrieve your dolls, you should be able to defend and defeat the seedlings once and for all, hopefully ending the onslaught against the heart and granting you enough energy to get out of here, finally, from the Dark Carnival.
Yeah.
Okay. I am tracking the poll. Chat, there is another poll, of course. All right, then why don't we head to our very last attraction of the night. Here you are. Okay. You doing good, Yona?
Yeah. We're doing great.
Okay.
Therapy.
Welcome back to Mudkip's therapy rides.
So many balloons in here.
No, there are so many balloons in here. That is true. All
Are
right,
those Fran Pon's balloons?
They can be if Marie wants them to be.
That's where I store them so that they're safe.
Should have known chat was voting this. The only one you guys would have voted for there.
Yeah, it's very true.
It's fine. Okay.
Amazing.
Yep, there it is. Thank you very much.
There it is.
Marie, as you lead your friends into the funhouse, for brevity's sake, there are seedlings that are already in here that are kind of lost in the maze-like shifting, but you know the funhouse like the back of your hand. All you need to do is go collect some of your dolls, generate enough fear, and sort of, I mean, you control them with your puppetry. You can unleash them on the seedlings and scare the heck out of them.
Yes, this is true.
Okay, so tell me your plan with your team, as quick as you can, for navigating the funhouse and collecting your dolls. What's your plan of attack here?
Well, because I know it, I guess we can just kind of go through the maintenance tunnel.
Sure.
To each little room, because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we can take the little tunnels, and then we can go in there, and then I can be like, time to wake up, we gotta protect the heart. And then they'll fight things.
Yeah, I agree with that statement. That is very true. Okay. In that case, Marie, you begin to lead your friends into the maintenance tunnels. However, as soon as you enter, you realize that despite knowing it like the back of your hand, you are not alone. For as you begin to walk forward, you see a single, solitary, red balloon begin to float down the sewer. As it kind of turns around the corner, you see a ghostly sort of apparition emerge out of the bottom of the tunnel. And sure enough, you are staring face to face with Pennywise the clown, who has emerged in time to catch the balloon in the maintenance tunnels of your funhouse. It felt very apt to put him here.
Mm-hmm. Certainly. Oh.
He's friend, he's not food.
Okay, I was like, wait a minute. Oh no. She's gonna follow the balloon, and then she's gonna see Pennywise, and then she's gonna like look at Fran, and then Pennywise, and then Fran, and just be like, "There's two."
The clown kind of looks at Franpon and goes, "You float too, don't you?"
Define float.
I've seen your balloons. Excellent craftsmanship.
Thank you, it's skin.
Yes, I thought I smelled it.
What are you doing down here, friend?
Oh, you know, just dragging the unsuspecting victim to their demise.
Wonderful.
That's
what
our
we're
favorite
gonna
activity.
do too.
Yes, no, I know all about you. Why are you in the funhouse? The icky tasting ones are here.
Well, we're here with our little baby. I'm just gonna like pick up Marie and be like, she owns this place.
Hi.
He looks
He is
down.
the CEO.
Yeah, and he
Oh, my apologies.
and you see him like kneel on one knee.
Oh my god.
As he kind of like affronts to Marie and goes,
Your handiwork with the puppets. Luring
Yeah.
children. Very well done.
Thanks. I mean, I just wanted to make more friends. That's the easiest way.
Don't we all?
It's my favorite thing to do.
What can I help you with, my dear?
Well, so we live because the heart does a doki doki. And these guys with orange heads, they don't like that our heart goes doki doki, and we need to make them not have their hearts go doki doki anymore.
I have an idea.
What you
Lead
got?
them to the ball pit.
I like the way you think.
My bed.
If you lead any in the funhouse to the ball pit, I'll do the rest.
Perfect. That's actually a really good idea. Okay, so listen. We're gonna have to get as many of my friends from here all the way to the upside down room, and then we can lead them into the ball pit.
Great. I love playing bait.
that is what you guys are gonna have to do. Following Marie's plan, you make your way through the maintenance tunnels. You see plenty of seedlings. Are you going to like try and coerce them towards the ball pit? Is that the goal?
Yes.
Okay.
And strings.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do your best to kind of like flies to a spider's web, Des. You begin to sort of like make sounds and apparitions, eventually sort of corralling people with strings and all of your friends doing it at the same time, you know, towards the ball pit. As all of you are doing this, Marie, you are having a lot of fun in doing this with all of your friends. They're all kind of working together to get everyone to the ball pit. You're collecting some dolls along the way. And when you head back into the maintenance tunnels, you turn around to say that it's Franpon's turn, and Franpon's not there.
Grandpa?
The small voice kind of echoes down the sewer. There is no Franpon in sight.
Oh, she's just gonna keep looking around. Grandpa!
Calling down the tunnel in a cheery fashion. You don't hear anything, but eventually, you do hear Connor yell. Connor, what would you like to yell?
I'm yelling something? Okay. Marie? Are you down there?
You hear that down the tunnel, Marie.
Yeah, I'm over here. It's Franpon's turn, but I don't say Franpon.
Connor, you don't hear this.
Okay.
Marie, would you like to go in the direction of Connor's voice?
Yes.
Okay. You kind of head down the tunnel to see where Connor is. As you turn out, the tunnels have changed, which is not something that has ever happened in you working the funhouse, ever. And it is only then that you begin to realize the mist is swirling within the tunnels around you. Playing quite true to their name this time, the shifters have invaded funhouse. You kind of begin to look around. You don't pay too much heed to the mist. You know it's been kind of a bit of an issue so far. And you hear Uncle Pennywise from down another corridor goes,
Marie, are they in the pit?
I guess he's a smoker now. I don't.
Hey, Marie.
All the
Hey.
sewer fumes.
She's gonna be like, some of them, there might be some missing. I think. Maybe?
As you say this, Marie, you hear a voice in your head. And the voice goes, "Oh, little child, are you lost?"
I sure am.
You respond back. I love it. Marie, such a good character.
Oh, Marie.
The voice talks back to you and says, "Yes, I imagine you are. Separated from your friends, is that right?"
Yeah, I turned around and she wasn't there anymore, and I can't find Connor, and this tunnel is very different.
Marie, maybe they're hiding from you.
Why would they do that?
Did you start playing hide and seek?
I don't think so.
And I have no idea. As the voice continues to be a little creepy. Des, I'm gonna need an integrity check from you.
Hey.
Yona, do you know what this is, by the way? Oh, that's bad.
Oh,
I have one advantage.
Okay, yeah, you roll with advantage.
Oh boy.
I should.
Now I
recognize
start getting
this.
the ones.
I almost used this for your trial. Oh,
There
that's
we
pretty
go.
good.
God. Okay,
Nice.
that's a 12.
Okay, that is a 12.
God.
You brush off the voice, and you consider to just go looking for your friends then.
Yeah.
Well, then this changes things. Because you kind of whisk away the voice as you are wont to do as a little puppet child. You continue down the corridor,
Oh, I do
and
know what it was.
you can now hear screaming. But it is familiar screaming to you. It is the screaming of your friends.
Oh. Is it scared?
It's not happy screaming.
Oh no. I'm just gonna go faster in the direction of the screaming.
Yeah. You hear the voice catch up again and go, "You won't make it in time. You're not near them."
I will certainly try with my little legs. Thank you very much.
Yes, you can run, but little Marie, where are you running to?
The voice sort of persists again. Roll me another integrity check. See if you can make it.
Yeah, let's see. Oh, okay. It's an 8.
It's not bad.
Not bad.
Okay. In that case, Raditch has also given you a treat for your next roll.
Thank you.
The voice is getting to you now, but you do turn the maintenance tunnels, and you actually come out into one of the funhouse rooms, but something is wrong. You can see Mona, Franpon, and Connor, and they are currently trapped. All three of them are inside of a nice Mona. Inside of a pit. And lining the walls of the pit like pistons, inching closer to their demise, rows and rows of sharp teeth.
Oh,
This is not a room you recognize.
no. This is not a room I recognize.
The three of you do see Marie, by the way.
There you are.
How did you get in there?
Mist. There was lots of mist.
Yeah, I didn't like it either.
I will sort of iterate as well. As you guys are kind of like trapped in these pits, these like crushy spike plates are getting closer and closer.
Mhm.
Do you want to like get us out of here?
How do we
Yeah.
get out? Need to get out, please.
Maria's gonna look around to
Mhm.
see if there's like anything above the pit, like any pipes or bowls or not bowls, holes with a P.
Sure. You look around, and it doesn't appear that there's anything objectively, you kind of like look back the way you came a little bit. You can see a very sort of flimsy looking metal sheet has been cascaded on the floor.
Okay. She's gonna try to put the strings around that and then like put the strings in the pit and try like not necessarily pull them towards it, but like, you know, I say like upwards.
Yeah. As you're doing this, Marie, the voice peeks back in your head and says, Marie, if you don't save them, no one will.
I know I am trying. Thank you very much.
I will say at this point, Marie, you are actually doing a very good job to resist the mist. So we'll see how the puzzle goes.
Oh, God.
Marie's moment here in the puzzle, chat. This is an interesting one.
Oh.
Okay. Marie and players in chat, I'm going to show you a series of images. In all of the images, there are pairs of things that are related to one another, sharing a family or a home or connection of some type. It is up to you to find the overarching theme that connects sort of like all of them together, and then tell me what the pairs are. For example, if, you know, I showed you a picture of like broccoli, cucumber, orange, and apple. Well, the theme obviously isn't fruit, even if you put orange and apple together, because broccoli and cucumbers, you know, you could argue, but they're not fruit, right? So you'd have to find something that links all of them together to say like, okay, well, a broccoli is to a cucumber as an orange is to an apple, right? Like there has to be some sort of overarching thing that ties them all together.
Right.
Okay?
Okay.
Okay. Good luck, everyone. Here, if you go to tactical mode, is your first image.
Oh.
Marie, you are trying desperately as the mist sort of swirls around. You know that things are connected together, usually via your puppet strings. And if you can find the links between them, you might be able to find a way to connect your friends.
I was gonna say they're all animals. Do insects
So-
count as animals?
I think so. Yeah, they're all animals, but I think what he's going for is there are three predator-prey relationships
Oh,
here.
there's 3 pairs at least, yeah.
Oh, true.
Do I have to match them up?
You do.
Then? Okay, okay. See, I'm glad Shona said something because I'm like, it's
No,
almost
that's
3
fair. It's a
a.m..
tricky one.
Okay. Oh, so
That's a good point, Yona.
Owl and mouse, fly and fish, spider and crane. That's what I'm thinking.
Chat is also in on the predator thing. Colin has said animals and prey. Brandy has said looks like a bad food cycle. So has said animals.
Brandy, yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Sleepy says maybe owl and mouse. Sleepy, you can talk. Hello.
Oh yeah, I was just typing it in the chat for everybody to see it.
Sure. What do you guys think?
Oh no, you're right. Okay, yeah. Wait. So, the fly and the spider, the fish and the crane, the owl and the mouse.
Okay. You connect these arbitrary images in your mind. As you do so, of course, you feel connected. You feel there is this level of, yes, validation. And that seems right. You begin to pull your friends upwards out of the pit as the mashy spike get ever closer, but we're just going to keep on rolling in the interest of time.
Climb.
The next one. Here's your next one.
Oh boy. Okay.
Cookies.
So it's still connect pairs is the situation.
There's connect pairs, but there is a theme. Like the last one was predator prey, so there is a theme that sort of
Right.
catches all of these as well.
Okay. I'm thinking like ingredients into made things.
Yeah.
That's what I was
Absolutely.
thinking too.
What's Balisand doing there? Don't call me out like this, Brandy.
So tree into paper, gold
yeah, that's good.
into gold, wheat into cookies, and sand into glass.
Yeah.
Yeah. 100%.
Amazing.
I'm on
Locking
board.
it in.
I'm also on board.
Locking it in.
Good brain.
We give a thumbs up from the pit. You're doing
From the
great.
pit. You're doing great. Yeah, sure enough, you lock it in. You feel, again, there's a stronger connection between these things. You are correct, and I'm very impressed. For the last one, as you continue to pull your friends up, hopefully you don't falter here and drop them. The last one, you don't need to give me pairs. You need to tell me the category that links all of them together.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Oh wow.
What the heck?
What the heck is that crab?
Get your thinking brains on, chat. You gotta help them out here. What links all of these things together? There's one thing.
Zodiac signs?
Yeah, that's what I was
that's
thinking.
what I was thinking. At first, I was thinking it's definitely mythological stuff.
Yeah,
You
there's
got
the
Sisyphus,
Libra.
We got. Yeah, I see the Libra. Yeah.
Or constellations.
What is the Grim Reaper?
It's definitely some kind of mythology.
For sure.
Yeah. Like I'm thinking. I don't.
Try your best, chat.
Yeah. Okay. Let me actually read chat. What's going on?
I'm
Astrology,
thinking
constellation, mythology.
constellations too.
Pokemon.
Who said Pokemon?
it's Sisyphus, or what's his name with the boulder. Yep.
Sisyphus. Yes.
Yeah.
Where like we got unclear old dude at the start here.
Unclear old dude.
At first I was like, it's Zeus. It's not though. Like I don't know what's going on with this dude.
Merlin maybe?
Is it? It's tarot. The Hermit, preservation, death.
What is this?
No.
Did that stop working? I don't know enough about that. Greek mythology? Yeah, I'm certainly there's some Greek mythology here.
Oh, I don't know. Because there's the Fool at the bottom, the Magician at top. Oh, I don't know. The Chariot. I mean, there's so many.
What would the crab be?
The Hermit.
Oh yeah, true.
I have what is the shape at the bottom between
the star?
True.
Yeah, this is I'm leaning. Yeah.
The king.
Yeah.
Is that you said so? It's tarot card though.
Yeah, I think it's tarot. It's the major arcana.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right.
Yeah,
You know
there's
what?
12.
I am hoping it works. We're going with the tarot arcana and locking it in.
Okay. You do. You lock in the tarot, the major arcana here, as something that would link all 12 of these individual / objects together. You wait for a moment, Marie, as you try and clear your mind of these pictures, thinking connections, the wheel that sort of feeds them all together. And you sense confidence in your answer. As you continue to pull on the threads, confident that you are able to do so. And just when you think you are home free, behind you, Marie, there is a loud in the ground. You don't know if it's real or not, but there is a massive spider standing in the middle of the room.
Interesting.
It slowly begins to make its way over to you, who are still threading your friends out of the pits as they're nearly climbed out.
I'm gonna keep like pulling them, and I'm gonna look at the spider and just be like, I am also a spider. I have thread just like you. Please do not harm me. I am small.
You hear a voice in your mind go,
You are nothing like me. We are not connected in any way.
Marie is gonna be like, I literally just said I have threads and I am a spider, just like you.
You think the threads are enough to bind those you care about to you?
Yeah.
the indignant, yeah. Oh my god. Man, I think almost in defiance at this point. Little Marie, you kind of stare down the spider as it lunges for you regardless. It does not listen. It thinks you are alone, you are prey. But as it leaps for you, you're still holding on to your friends. There's a flash of light. And you are transported.
There's nothing more disarming than answering a rhetorical question with one word.
Yeah! That's very true.
Oh my god, this picture is so cute. I'm gonna cry.
As Marie opens her eyes, and you kind of look, and there is no spider in front of you. In fact, there's a whole world in it. And as you look out, it looks limitless and incredible, magical, and also kind of scary. As you look out, there's a lot of stuff you don't know out there. Creatures, buildings, planets, star systems. Insane. But you look around, and at first, you see the visage of someone you don't recognize right away, but a woman smiling, looking down at you. And on the other side, a man also smiling and looking down at you. Both of whom just kind of take your hand in theirs. You kind of look up. What would you like to do?
I am already crying.
It's okay. It's okay.
Are they near me?
Yeah.
Can I reach out and take their hands?
You do. And as you do, your hands pass right through them.
Oh.
And they look down puzzled at you. And the woman speaks and says, My little Marie, what's wrong?
I can't hold your hand.
And she looks down at you and I suppose not, but why does that make you so sad?
I don't know. I want to hold your hand, and my hand is going through, and I feel like you're not there.
The man kind of looks down and laughs and chuckles and says, My little Marie, just because you cannot feel us does not mean we are not there. He sort of looks down as he said this, and he kind of like points your gaze and he says, Look, what do you see in front of you?
A lot of big world stuff.
Yes. A lot of big world stuff. Excellent way to put it. My little marionette, do you really think
no matter how big and wide this world is, people will be able to follow you wherever you go?
Kinda.
He looks down at you and he says, sorry to be the one to break it to you, but there will be times, Marie, that you will have to be strong on your own. However, that does not mean you are alone. And at this, the woman kind of crouches down next to you. And she says, Marie, put your hand over here. And she sort of motions to your chest.
And she does. She puts her hand on the chest.
Surprisingly, it doesn't feel wooden either, as you do this. And she looks at you and she goes, look, this whole world out there is magnificent. It's full of things that we don't know, we can't understand. But all you have to remember, Marie, is it's full of adventure. Even when you're out there and the skies get dark, you think that you may be forging it alone. You are never alone. You are always connected to the people you meet through invisible threads and strands. Strings, you might say. And the man crouches down as well and says, Marie, you know what we call these strands?
Strings.
Fucking hell. Such a good response. He laughs. No, Marie. We call them love. No matter where you are, no matter who you're with, all of your experiences up until this point shaped you. You are connected, not only with those you care about, but with the world, with the life in the trees, and he points out to everything around you. Everything in front of you is connected through love. We build because we love. We travel because we love. We find each other because of love. You remember that, Marie. You will never be alone. As he says this, and you look up, he's no longer there. You look to the right, and the woman gives you a kiss on the forehead. She too vanishes. And you are left, standing in front of a large, wide open world. And for once in your life, Marie, you feel no rigid strings tying something behind you, as if there's some modicum of control. Instead, with these people's words, you feel all the strings of the universe. That which they call love. It connects everything together. What would you like to do?
I'm sorry, I'm crying.
It's okay.
I think we all are.
I'm sorry. You're doing great.
Thanks. She's gonna take a big deep breath and she's gonna start walking forward.
Good luck, Mormo. She starts walking forward. And as you do, with every step you take, you can feel the connection you have to the ground beneath you, the sky above. And Marie, you are no longer the puppet, nor its master. You are loved. And with that, as you descend, we will take you back into the world. For you feel something that you didn't before, and I think this is very apt for your character arc here, Marie. As this spider continues to try and lunge at you at this point, you hold your hand out. What do you feel?
Love?
Is that a... Des, is that a question, or is that what you feel?
No.
Yeah. Something has changed, Marie. Because before, where you were able to control inanimate objects and sort of have this puppeteering guise with string, you feel a new type of connection between you and this creature. It's an invisible strand. And you've never been able to feel this with sentient, large, actual beings before. You feel that strand of love. And sure enough, as you tug on it, you feel the spider respond.
Oh.
What would you like to do?
She's gonna look at the spider, and she's gonna like turn a little bit more, so she's like face to face with the spider.
Yes.
And she's gonna be like, "Look, I love you, and I love them, and I would really like if you could help me pull them out so they're not smushed by spikes, please."
Roll an integrity check.
Okay. Every time you say that, I get nervous. No!
Uh-oh. Do you have any? Do you have any sparks?
I do.
Okay.
I have the advantage roll. Oh my god. Okay. Please.
You do have a. Yeah, you do have an advantage. You're right.
Okay, that's a little bit better. That's 9.
9's enough.
Oh my god.
Nine's enough.
you reach out to this creature and say this, and you feel an entrance into its mind, much like you do when you control your puppets, but it's affirmation. It is love. And the spider turns to you, kind of cocks its head and goes, "I'm sorry. We are connected. We are Groot. No. We are a web of connections." Ah, see the metaphor. And the spider leans over the side and with quick 3 butt sploots grabs onto your friends with spider silk.
That's the sploosh.
Yeah. And you watch as this spider reels your friends to safety and pulls them all into the room.
Huh. She's gonna give the spider a little head pat. Thank you.
The spider kind
And
of...
Mona tries not to vomit.
Sure, it's very fair. I'm so glad the cat boy wasn't here to see this.
The cat boy, I guess, is fighting pumpkin men?
Who knows what happened to Catboy?
This little blow.
The cat boy is trying to seduce the pumpkin men.
Yeah, that's what it is.
He's under command of his alpha, Connor. Come on.
True.
Fuck me.
Fighting. Exactly, Radish.
At this point, you see Pennywise rematerialize in the room. And he holds onto your hand, Marie. And he goes,
Glad I finally found you, Marie. Didn't want you wandering these shifting halls alone.
Cry again.
Or Pennywise.
I know, right? She's gonna like pat his hand that's holding hers, and she's gonna say, "It's okay. We're all connected with strings called love, and we're never alone."
very, very Clee. Pennywise is like,
I don't know what the fuck love is, but I'll take it.
he kind of looks down and says,
Regardless, you've led them all right to the ball pit. I think it's time.
Yes. It's time to get them out of my funhouse.
That's right. And he says, take your dolls and leave. You don't have to worry about these seedlings ever again.
Heal. And she's gonna go over to her friends, and she's gonna be like, "Are you okay?"
friends?
Doing great. Did we get to keep the spider?
I am great, but can we please not keep the spider?
Oh.
Connor looks at the spider and looks at Mona and goes, "Okay, fine."
If you're going to keep it somewhere I'll never see it.
Marie, you now
Ball
have the
pit?
ability to control one other sentient creature at a time via love.
Oh, I love that.
which I'll have you know was always the arc I had written for you. So the fact that you played your character that way was icing on the cake.
That's so cute.
It was just meant to be.
All right. Again, for time's sake, you guys leave the funhouse.
We did
you
it.
Hear,
High five.
if pumpkins could scream, you hear, "Hey, it's the ball pit. Oh, why is there a balloon in the ball pit? Uh-oh." And it does not end well from there. Oh my God! Schmeggery! Schmackery! Schmeichel! Just,
Not Schmeichel.
it's not looking good in there. You guys leave the ball pit, finally feeling like you've generated not only an equal amount of fear, but also have dispatched most of the seedlings, and has survived the shifters. It is time to rejoin Reginald and put an end to this once and for all.
Woohoo!
Are you ready?
Go.
Let's go.
I am ready.
I have the power of love. I am locked and loaded.
And anime.
And anime on your side. That's so true. All right, let's get back to this scene. Okay. All right. You guys.
Before we get
Oh, yeah.
to whatever the sort of final stand is going to be, I definitely want to pick up a body on the way.
I will say, while you were doing that, in the body's pocket, you find another Dark Carnival ticket.
Oh, okay.
You don't have to use it, but it is there.
Wow.
Yeah, what body would you like?
I guess there are a lot of dead bodies, right?
Yeah.
Tons.
So many.
Okay. I mean,
God, no, Yona, you know what? Fuck, you
What?
gotta give me this. You gotta, hold on, you gotta give me this.
sure, what's up?
You're pondering, all of you, as you're looking around for bodies.
I'm
for
looking around
Connor
for a
to
body.
possess. Yeah.
Where the god?
Going to your final showdown, and you see a tent that you don't recognize.
Oh, I see where you're going. Yeah, I got you.
But there is a sign that says "free bodies here" in front of the tent.
Oh, this is perfect.
Perfect.
Yeah, I walk up.
You walk up, and as you enter the tent, you see a rather slouched individual standing behind the table, wearing a white lab coat and a sort of short frizz of hair. You don't remember him from the carnival. As you kind of enter, and he says,
Ah! Welcome! How can I be assistance to you?
Why is he Toad? Anyway, I saw outside the sign that said there were free bodies.
Oh, yes,
looking
yes.
for a body, and I gesture to my spectral self.
Well, you're in luck. I have a free bodyinator.
Yeah, that sounds perfect. How do I use it?
Well, all you need to do is import 3 items and out pops a body.
3 items. What kind of items?
Oh.
Anything your heart desires.
Literally any items?
Yep.
You should just take the body of him.
Just take Doofenshmirtz's body.
Become Doofenshmirtz.
Yeah.
I can just.
Yeah, I just possess Doofenshmirtz instead of using the cool thing he made.
Court said it's not a name, but the body. You can't just redeem that.
So our choices are either use 3 items to make a body, or just
Well,
full
I'm waiting.
common Doofenshmirtz.
What are you going to put in?
I could put 3 single Orbeez from my tier Orbeez.
Oh yeah, we have Orbeez.
I don't want to know what body that will make.
Well, he didn't say that it would make
Slime.
it, did he?
He didn't.
It could just be like money.
What's it gonna be, Connor?
Yeah. Well, okay. So, yeah, I'm gonna offer up this raffle ticket that I just. Oh wait, no, we didn't do that because I didn't find a body.
No, you got one.
I got a raffle ticket.
Yep.
Okay. So I'm gonna offer up this raffle ticket. I have a soul vial, but I'd like to
Yeah.
to be able to use that.
I am just like a human like backpack, by the way. Like if
does
you
have everything you
need something,
need.
I have a list of shit that is just
Put
on
in
my
one of her
purse.
grenades.
Yeah, Franpon, do you have any good, I guess, ingredients for a body?
Oh,
trust
boy.
me, trust me. I've got tons.
It's
I start
so
pulling stuff
weird
out.
that you guys are in an organ-infested forest and you're putting inanimate objects into this machine. Wild to me.
That's fair.
Well, they're important. We have to keep the organs for our organ farm. Okay. I've already lost
Organs in this
too many.
machine.
You do
Yeah,
have the
okay.
stick that Spook will
Oh
save you.
my god, you're so
That's
right, the
true.
stick.
If you
The
would
stick.
like, you can have my stick.
Amazing.
What
I'm
do you-
gonna pull out like a embroidery hoop that has
Okay.
like an unfinished embroidery of
Sure.
the four of them together.
Cute.
Aww.
That's so cute.
Like, I'll remake this later. Go.
Okay, so we've got embroidery hoop,
Yep.
pony stick,
Yep.
and raffle ticket.
Yup.
No organic material except for the stick.
Nope.
Yeah, so that's what's going into the machine.
Oh, thank you very much.
I
I was told
puts it
3 items.
into the back of this weird, like, wood chipper. And he,
Now you just spin it around a little bit, 1 and 2 and 3, and I've never stopped to imagine where the bodies actually come from.
and he continues to sort of spin it a little bit.
And he says, "Ah, there we go, all done."
And as he presses the button, there is just a massive schluck of meat that comes out of the front of this thing. And it unfolds like an inflatable dummy into, and I kid you not, a literal centaur.
What?
Amazing.
Interesting. A quadrupedal form.
Wow.
Take it, Connor. Take it.
Yeah, I
That's
hop
great.
into the centaur.
Amazing.
You are in the centaur, yep, and this is
How did we get
so
to centaur?
wild.
Can we ride on
The
you?
pony, the pony stick.
It's a pony.
Mm-hmm.
The pony stick.
Yep. And the
Got
embroidery
it.
that stitches things together, and the raffle ticket for a bit of chaos.
Cool.
Wildly, even though you have this new ability, there are no memories in this body because it was just created from scratch.
Amazing.
Thank you, Tom. Also, hi, Tom.
I get horrifying memories of being fabricated from a stick.
Yes. That's right. He says,
All right, well, only 1 body per customer.
Okay.
Thank
and
you,
I
kind
get
sir.
out.
All right, say hi to the heart for me.
Will do.
Yay.
What a good guy.
okay, wow, we made it.
You did it. You put him in
Made
there.
Is that everyone? I think I got literally
I think
everyone.
that's all of the
Yeah.
NPCs.
Me. Okay, this is the hardest I've ever had to work. You guys make it back outside of the cave. And Reginald is there waiting, and he says, "Oh, fuck, Carney voice? Thank goodness. Welcome back. It's been so long since I've heard my voice. I've had to do a Pikachu, I've had to do a Doofenshmirtz, it's all over the place. I had to do Pennywise.
Just having an identity crisis.
That I am. I've seen
Come
less
on,
and
Nick.
less seedlings around. Does that mean you guys succeeded?
Yes.
I believe
Yeah.
so.
And he says, okay, bring your fear to the heart. Each of you touch one of its tendrils.
Oh.
Got it.
Very well.
You all walk up to the pulmonary wall. You all sort of touch
I trot up.
the wall. Yeah, you do. Connor, what's happened to your body here?
He's been through a lot.
I've gone through a few today.
Evidently
It's an
so.
upgrade from the scarecrow.
Yeah, it's true. You all touch the wall at the same time, and sure enough, the wall begins to sort of like begin to peel back and begin to give you leads. However, as you are doing this and victory is nigh, it wouldn't be a story. Instead,
God.
we welcome.
Oh.
As you are all standing there, you hear this. Well, I'll read. Just as you are about to head into the entrance of the cave, as the pulmonary wall begins to collapse, there's a flash of darkness above you. Work out how that works. And out of the sky, drops the giant, I love you, chat, pumpkin-faced monster
I
you
knew
saw
it. I knew they would.
at the entrance of the carnival. So, it cackles, glancing around at you all.
You thought to defeat my seedlings, did you? No matter. I suppose I'll just have to destroy this false king myself. For I, the Pumpkin, am the sole ruler of Kipnump Valley, and no other dark force may threaten that.
Yeah, he says this as the four of you plus Reginald are kind of staring him down. But you all have stronger auras about you. You've been through ordeals today. You are confident that you can do this. With the power of those connected to you, you know that you are loved and you can make it through. You have the ability to be validated in what you're doing is right. And of course, who needs a memory when you are going to be living legends? And as you stand up to this pumpkin, this is a throwback for any of my Minecraft fans out there. You all stand up to this creature as vines just start bursting forth from the ground. Pumpkins flying everywhere. As he stands, you notice there's a hint of trepidation in his face, if you can even call it face. And he kind of falters for a moment and he goes, well, better safe than sorry. And as he claps his hands together, you see out of the ground sprout a gigantic pengling from the surface of the ground. It comes up, sideways beak, eyes on the side of its head, and it just comes up and goes. It has to be at least 15 feet tall, as it sort of broaches from the ground, and the pumpkin goes.
With Reginald II on my side, there is no way I can lose.
Yeah.
Marie, get the weed spray.
I got the weed spray.
Chat, in your final hour, if you would like to aid our compatriots in their fight against the Pumpkin and Reginald II with their newfound powers, I need you to spam chat with as many horror movies as you can think of in your little time span.
Let's go.
For all of them spammed, we will grant added power from the heart to fight against the pumpkin. You all look towards each other one last time, knowing that this is where your integrity will stand up. Marie, Mona, Franpon, Connor, the fight is yours. What would you like to do?
Well, Marie is gonna whip out the weed repellent and she's gonna spray any of them that's in front of her.
Sure. You're gonna take out the weed repellent, you're just gonna start spraying?
Yes.
Okay. You run up to some of the roots around the pumpkin and you just start giving it a good spray. Who would have thought? It's super effective! As you begin to kind of throw this weed killer everywhere, the vines kind of writhe. I see Five Nights at Freddy's, A Silent Place, The Blair Witch Project, The Black Phone, Get Out, The Exorcist, Cabin in the Woods. Alright, that's what Marie's doing right now. Mona, what about you?
Mona is going to let out one of her very large screeches at specifically Reginald II.
Okay. Yeah. Give me a trick roll. We'll say with all of these horror movies with advantage.
Alrighty.
Us is a good one. Silence of the Lambs, perfect. The Woman in Black. Llamageddon, I'll take, I guess. The Nun.
I need to know what Llamageddon
I
is.
rolled a 5 both times, so that's an 8 for me.
8, okay. you shriek in the general direction of Reginald II, and he uses his flippers to cover his ears. He doesn't look super foreboding, I'll be honest. He just kind of, as you just let out this shriek. Yeah, you are doing that. Franpa, what are you doing?
I'm gonna take out my trusty big scissors, comically big scissors. I'm gonna use some cravats to get up on these vines and start cutting away.
Okay. Oh my gosh. All right. Yeah. Roll me a trick check, I guess, with advantage as well because of the hormones. Although chat's slowing down, they're gonna come up with some more.
I don't need it. That is a 10.
10. You start flying from vine to vine, snipping and cutting as much as you can. You watch as these roots kind of fall off of this body, more grow to take its place. And the pumpkin kind of, you think you can defeat me with gardening instruments?
Yes. In the wise words of
the unison.
Marie. Yes.
Marie and Franpon just like playing Stardew Valley over here, like, yeah, I'll get the hoe and.
It's like, we gotta get it before winter.
Yeah, pumpkin spells for a lot. Let's go.
Oh my god. Connor, what are you doing as a centaur?
Think I'm just gonna freaking stomp on Reginald 2's feet.
Sassy, it's a good question. I have no time limit, 3 hours to 8 hours. That's our current gesture. We're
past 8 hours.
You stomp on its feet? Is that what you're doing, Connor?
Yeah. Basically, yeah, I want to stomp on its feet to like make it lose its balance and whatnot.
We've definitely been going for a long time. We're at the end for sure. But thank you very much, nonetheless. It doesn't have feet, so that's an issue.
Okay. Explain?
It's made of roots that anchor it to the ground as it sort of shifts around.
I misunderstood then. So the Reginald 2 is also made out of like the various tree and pumpkin things?
Yep.
Okay. And you say it's like 15 feet tall. Yeah, I think
Sharknado.
Yeah, I'm gonna go around and basically just try to like just take out some of the roots that are like, I guess, building it up.
Okay.
With my new fancy hooves.
Roll a trick check with advantage because of chat. Saw. No one said saw, Des. Wow.
Quick check.
I only know because of research.
Earlier, my trick and treat were reversed. Is that still true?
Yes, unless you've changed it back.
I certainly haven't.
Okay.
So it's a trick check, you said?
Yep. With advantage.
Okay, let me roll one more.
That's
well, I'm glad it's advantage.
Yep.
Because we haven't reversed them again. That's a 5.
Okay. Yeah, you start dealing marginal damage to the roots. Okay. Now
Centaur surprisingly ineffective.
Yeah, you should be surprised. Yeah, so you guys have all sort of done your rounds, and the pumpkin is going to lash out with all its roots. I need an integrity check from all of them.
Ooh.
All right,
11.
Marie, 11. Mona?
9.
9. Franpon?
6.
6. Connor?
5.
5. Franpon and Connor, you both take an integrity point of damage. As the roots, well, I mean, Connor, they just sweep your legs. But they hit Franpon as well. Mona and Marie, you guys able to get out of the way in time. As he's still lashing at it.
I'll thwart you and then rip that heart out of that cave.
Marie, what are you doing?
Okay, I have a question.
Yes. I know where this is going.
Dude!
And well, if it involves a certain creature, maybe.
He counts as a sentient creature, yeah?
Yeah? Yes.
Say I attempt
Yeah.
to use this power of love.
Yeah.
I would like to do that.
Roll me an integrity check for maybe the greatest upset in boss history. Oh my god.
Let's go!
Oh my god, Des.
Oh my god.
What's the total?
Oh my god, it's 12.
A
Oh.
12. You hit the
Oh my
12.
God.
That's the first 12 we've had.
I get to keep it!
You reach out with a tether, and
He's
you are
just part of the
actually
carnival now.
you are surprised to find out that Reginald II has actually been reaching out for love anyway. And you extend your invisible thread, and as soon as you make that connection, he is your pet to command.
Oh, see, I was aiming for the boss.
Oh no, he
something.
doesn't count. Reginald does.
Oh, okay. I'll take Reggie then. I'll take Reggie.
It's a good try though.
Okay. I'm gonna look at him, and I'm gonna be like, listen, hey, I don't want to hurt you. Okay? I like you. You're very cute. Okay? I need you to tell your friend that our heart doesn't want to get hurt either. We're here. And can you help us calm him down?
You say this, and Reginald II goes, he kind of nods with his big beak. And you watch as Reginald II just fucking bodies the pumpkin. You said, like, you need to tell the pumpkin to, like, calmly back off, and Reginald goes, okay, and just slams into the body of the pumpkin. The pumpkin, what the fuck? As he kind of like, staggers backwards a little bit. Reginald, my boy, what have you done? Mona, what are you doing?
How does Mona even match up to that?
You tell me.
Right?
Mona is going to summon her siren friend once more.
Okay, Pikachu?
It's Pikachu.
It's a summoning battle.
Pulls out a Pokeball. And
Yep.
summon...
Pikachu, I choose you.
You give a little whistle, and not a few moments later, the majestic beast of Pikachu, the thigh-bearing lizard, just bounds over the land and goes, "You called? Oh, sorry. You called?"
I found you the perfect mate in this pumpkin.
Oh.
She looks and she goes, he is a bit too big even for my standards. What makes you think we would ever work out?
Too big?
He's
That's a
already
problem.
obsessed with you.
She looks up at him and she goes, isn't that the thing trying to kill the heart?
No.
I'm sorry, Sleepy. Your answer to Mudkip's final boss battle is let's seduce the pumpkin?
We seduce every
Hey,
enemy.
it's for Moon Hunters.
She is a bard, technically.
Roll a trick check to trick the siren.
Okay.
Oh no, you
Not
did get a
terrible.
treat from Meta, if you would like to roll
Just
advantage
in
there.
time.
Yep. Roll a second one and take the higher. Oh my god!
Let's go!
Thank
the
you so
total?
much, Meta.
What the fuck is the
Hell
total?
yes.
The total is 9.
9? Okay. Well, Pikachu believes you, and goes, really? Is he the type that likes inside play?
There's only one thing you can do to find out.
You are so right. And Pikachu on all fours just bounds towards this pumpkin and enters its mouth. And you watch as the pumpkin just goes whoa, and just starts choking on the thighs of Pikachu. I remember a Genshin story like this. So, yeah, I'm reminded of Ganyu. So, sure enough, that's your turn, Mona. Franpon, it's safe to say that Mona, did match Marie's energy.
Oh my god. I'm gonna just look at Mona and be like, that was the hottest thing you've ever done. Lie to me more. And I'm gonna just reach in my skirt and get like a big pack of like the roll of Hubba Bubba bubblegum.
Okay.
And just start chewing like ferociously.
Okay.
And then I'm just spitting gum at his roots, trying to keep him from resisting the seduction that's going inside of his mouth.
You don't need to roll.
Okay, great.
You just start chewing bubblegum and
That's a defeated Kip if I've ever heard one.
You start spitting it at the roots of the pumpkin, because why not? It's a 40-foot tall pumpkin demon and you're spitting chewing gum at it. That's fine. That's what we're here for.
It's a lot of gum. It's a Hubba Bubba.
Connor, what are you doing?
It's 4 a.m.
Okay, what am I doing?
Oh god.
How the hell do I match that energy? So
better come up
Reginald was just bodied the pumpkin.
Yeah. Pikachu's gone inside the pumpkin, and Franpon is chewing gumming the pumpkin.
I think I'm gonna call on the lions to start like just eating at the foundation of the pumpkin.
I would
Catboy
like
included.
to point out, in case anyone in chat asks, Reginald is not fighting because you guys made him fucking terrified of pumpkins. And he is cowering in the corner right now.
Forgot about that.
So there's
funny.
no aid from Reginald there.
That's fine.
That's okay. We have Reggie.
We have Reginald too.
We have
Yeah.
Reginald.
He's the new ringleader.
I could not have. I mean, I did plan for it, but the fact that all of the puzzle pieces fell exactly the way they needed to was incredible. Yeah, well, you gave me a fear of cats, Calm. Is that not what you did? Ayla is just going strong with those horror movies over there. Connor, what are you doing?
I am gonna lead the lions on a charge to eat and swipe at the foundation of this pumpkin.
Sure. Okay. Roll me a treat check with advantage because of all of Ayla's horror movies. I'm the voice of everyone calm. But certainly not the voice of reason.
That's a 10.
A 10? Fuck me.
Yeah.
We got
Okay.
a 6 in there.
6 on the die.
I didn't see that. Okay, sure enough. You go back and lead the charge of the flame-breathing lions towards this pumpkin, who is like, what is actually happening right now? As it is being burned from the outside, tickled from the inside?
Hey, we don't need to ask what's happening to it from the inside.
Oh my gosh, Franpon. Gummed at its roots. And just bodied by the love Marie has for Reginald II.
Let's be honest, we all love Reginald II.
I cannot believe this right now. This is not how I thought this would go. Man, the pumpkin is not... I will give each of you a final... Well, I guess, you do all need to make me another integrity check.
Can I take my soul vial before I do that?
Yes, you can.
I will also be doing that.
then make your integrity checks. Oh, Marie.
Oh.
Do you have any sparks, Marie, or no?
I don't think so.
What am I correct in remembering a mechanic of invoking the heart?
Now I do.
Well, you can invoke the heart, which costs integrity, but allows you to reroll. Yes.
Well, I guess the result of failing this roll would be
Yes.
losing integrity
Yes.
anyway.
Not
Okay,
quite the place
gotcha.
to invoke them. Yeah.
Also-
Marie, you now have a spark. If you would like to
Yeah.
reroll that one, I'll allow it.
Okay. Oh, thank you so much.
All right, Marie, what'd you get?
10.
Mona?
10.
Franpon?
5.
Connor?
7.
You both take another point of integrity damage, but Mona and Marie, you guys are fine. Again.
Mona and Marie just be winning.
You really do be winning, you two. I'm gonna let you all do like a final coup de grace move together. You tell me how you coordinate this, and I tell you what happens to the pump.
Okay. Well, first and foremost, Marie is gonna go to Fran and just kind of shove her soul vial in her hand.
Sure.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I had to spit out my gum first before I do it.
Yeah.
Then I pick it up off the ground and then put it back in.
What are you guys
Oh
doing?
my god.
Okay.
With your powers combined.
Is Reginald, like, when he bodied him, is he standing back up, or is he still like flopped on him?
He's
or
kind of
something?
flopped over.
Okay.
I feel like maybe the move is a big coordinated attack in which Reginald 2, that is, gets Franpon in range to explode the shit out of the pumpkin.
Yeah.
Sure. Marie is going to like coo Reginald 2 over.
Mhm.
Come here.
He walks over to you.
Okay. Now you have to very, very carefully, gently take Franny and get her all the way over there.
Franpon, he eats you. And he starts waddling over to the pumpkin.
I'm fine in here.
Hey.
Connor, Mona, any assists?
I'm used to the dead fish.
Well, I was gonna offer somebody could ride Connor, but that doesn't seem to be relevant anymore.
Mona's got no assistance here.
You should probably get your friend out of the mouth.
I don't really care about her that much.
That's amazing.
I'm
All right,
actually
we're just
doing
cool.
okay in here. It's very warm and mushy.
I'm about to blow this thing to smithereens.
Oh my god, I love that. I guess if I can gather like more like discarded explosives just to add to whatever
Tell you what you can do, Connor.
Franpon is gonna do.
You can use your lions to ignite the bomb.
Oh, you know what? That's a very good idea. We'll have like a circle of lion fire
Yep.
to set it all off and add to it.
That's
Reginald II brings Franpon over, regurgitates Franpon onto the top of the pumpkin, who's struggling with Pikachu inside of him. Franpon, you just empty your clothes worth of explosives inside on top of in the root, wherever. And you give Connor the signal. You jump off like a graceful jester. And Connor, you let the alpha you are, the lions roar. And with a sickening,
You can't. I am eternal.
and there's a huge explosive sound. As you watch this boom, from the chest outward, the roots and the pumpkin bits just all over the sky and the ground, and there's just this eruption of pumpkin. Just absolutely everywhere.
Can we collect all the seeds?
Yeah, you can. It just explodes, and not moments later, you see Pikachu kind of roll out in the pile of pumpkin mush, and just goes, "It was a very explosive finish."
Oh God.
Glad you enjoyed yourself.
As Pikachu says this, she turns to you and she goes,
But Mona, you promised me a mate.
It's not my fault you killed your mate.
within the lion pack,
Cat boy.
you see
Oh God.
a smaller stature individual come up
All right.
and go, did someone say explosive finish? And she walks over and she goes,
Oh, yes, I did. Why? Do you happen to know something about that?
and Catboy goes, darling, that's all I know about. And they embrace grossly. And just
Full
tumble
censor bar over both of the
Yeah.
characters now.
and just tumbles into the pumpkin mush. Catboy and Pikachu finding disgusting pumpkin love.
Marie claps.
Finally,
This
peek you.
is
Thanks,
bad.
Brandy.
Brandy, you're right, by the way. This explosion does restore 1 integrity to everyone. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank God.
There.
I'm glad Catboy got a happy ending.
Oh God.
Mona, as you are sort of like the closest here, the head of the pumpkin, which has pretty much been reduced to mush, begins to make noise. Would you like to investigate?
I suppose so.
You head over and you hear a faint wisp of a voice. Let me actually just make sure that we are on the scene. We do have a scene for this. Here we go. Chat. And you hear this voice and it goes,
How could this have happened?
say anything?
Can I tell where the voice is coming from?
It's just sort of like emanating from the pumpkin.
I'm not gonna say anything. I'm gonna suggest we get the frick out of here before Pumpkin Man comes back to life now that we've generated enough scare.
You hear as you turn around to
Wait,
Wait for what?
you bested me. It's only right that I cede my kingdom to your eternal ruler.
I don't know what you mean by that.
The invasion. You won. Isn't that what you wanted?
To be fair, I didn't come here for a fight at all. You gave us no option, but if it came down to dying or winning, then yeah, that is what I wanted.
He goes,
No option. You understand. This valley is inaccessible, right?
Sure, I guess I do now.
You coming here. Your Dark Lord had to have known of its existence. Why else would you be here if not to destroy another?
and he kind of like faints as he,
Eternal.
Oh.
Well, that is quite the twist.
Oh.
and he kind of
Why were you here?
Nobody ever told me why I was here.
look over to the side and you see Reginald kind of like scraping some of the pumpkin stuff off him. Yeah, he's kind of like, doing it ever so gingerly. Something doesn't add up, Mona.
Reginald, why
Oh, yes.
are we here?
Mona, we did it. Congratulations. Sorry, the mere sight of a pumpkin makes me a trifle with anger for some reason.
Reggie.
I feel like you have some explaining to do.
Explaining whatever do you mean? We won the day. Isn't it obvious? On to the next area and all that. What-oh?
How did we end up?
Well, you know as well as I do, Mona, it was the heart. Teleported us here, must have sensed a great deal of fear that we could generate, right?
But we all know that wasn't true.
Well, we're all wrong once in a while, aren't we?
Not the heart.
Mm,
You kind of
Never
catch
the
him for a
heart.
minute there, and he... Are all of you a part of this conversation now?
Yeah.
I think now we are, yeah.
Reginald kind of looks a bit sheepishly at you all and goes, what do you want me to say? You know, we follow the heart, we follow the fear, and evidently this time there was some other large creature that posed a threat to the heart, and, you know, what do we know? We defeated it anyway. So, what's the big problem here?
You're the big problem, Stinky.
What?
Well,
But what are you calling stinky?
You smell like pumpkin guts.
I suppose. Wow,
Not a
chat
pleasant
is...
smell to have.
This is the most important poll of chat's freaking lives right now. Oh my
God, I love it. When we came here,
400? Oh, jeez.
there wasn't fear to be had. The villagers were bored.
I suppose it would seem so, huh?
Yeah, and then they were.
So what drew us here in the first place?
Well, the heart works in mysterious ways. None of us could ever hope to understand it, right?
Right.
Stinky.
Don't you talk to the heart?
Oh,
Stinky.
well, I understand its power from time to time, but we don't really communicate. Look, why don't we all just head back into the cavern and we'll, do the whole fear thing and we'll move on to the next area, which I'm sure will have many more things to generate spooks from.
Oh, we can move on to the next area, Reginald. But I think we're gonna have to do it without you.
The smile kind of falls from his face, and he goes, Mona, I'm not sure what you mean here. I'm the ringleader of the Dark Carnival.
Democracy.
Democracy.
Are we about to unionize this carnival right now?
Mona for ringleader.
We're unionizing again on this stream.
Almost 1,000 votes.
Oh my god, from John!
Let's go.
Amazing.
I heard him
Sean, let's
aggressively
go.
clicking, and I was like, "What are you doing?" And
You
he
legend,
goes, "I'm
John."
voting."
Okay. And he goes, I'm sorry, you just come down into the cave and let's all move on together.
You're being suspicious.
Very.
He kind of grits his teeth. Look, we're a family, aren't we? Family don't turn their backs on each other.
Where were you when we were fighting all the things?
I told you I was here by the heart, making sure nothing could get in.
I
You
think
did
the
say
heart
that.
did that for itself.
I was just enforcing.
Maybe we should
Sounds fake.
check on the heart. I have a sneaking suspicion that he did something bad to it.
No, nothing's bad to the heart. Let's gather everyone and...
I don't know. You smell like fish.
You see him walk into the cavern.
Marie, tie him up.
Yeah. Okay. She just shoots a web at him.
Yeah. You shoot your strings out to Reginald. As they sort of approach him, he grabs them. And as he does this, he says, okay, the hard way it is then. And with a flick, he ties all of you up in Marie's string. And he pulls you, centaur included, into the cavern.
Centaur included.
Maria's just wiggling and it's just like, that's not how these work.
As you are thrust into the cavern, suddenly, all the light from the cavern fades away. Until there is nothing left but darkness. You wait to see if you can hear the beat. Then, in an instant, bright lights blind your senses for a moment, and you begin to hear some music on. You watch where the cold rocky floor once sat. Now sits a large paneled floor illuminated by multicolored lights. When your eyes adjust, you can see Reginald in the center of the room, holding onto his cane and grinning widely at you all. He says, "Well, as we monsters know, the only way to properly settle a dispute once and for all..." He pauses and begins to glow with an eerie blue light. "Is with a dance battle."
Right, okay.
Suddenly, a horde of monsters appear out of thin air.
Oh, no.
This is the 6 a.m. pod. Just as abruptly, music starts to permeate the cave. Strangely, you notice that it's beating in time with the heart. "Don't even think about using your powers here," Reginald states. "As long as I'm dancing, you have no control." Sure enough, you begin to feel every muscle and tendon in your bodies, or wooden or otherwise, begin to tense and convulse, as if forcing you to move. Dumbfounded, it starts with a toe tap, but then before you know it, you're all shaking your hips and bobbing along
This is so
to the
much
music.
dumber because I'm a centaur.
Mercy! Yeah, weird.
Welcome back, Mercy.
You're in a great time to come back.
Yeah,
I gotta
phenomenal
say.
time to come back. He kind of smiles wickedly and he goes, "You know, after all these years, none of you ever asked what type of creature I was. Well,
We didn't care.
now you know."
You're a boogeyman.
Well, I was going to say the demon of dance, but sure, boogeyman works too, Franpon.
That's so good, Ivy.
"Now the real fun begins," shouts Reginald, dancing along as well. "We'll see just how long we can dance. To the death," he says. Oh boy. All right, chat. We're gonna do this live. So here we go.
Oh boy, let's do it.
First of all, let
Can't
me just see the results of that poll. It was the question mark, thanks to John. Okay. This is nuts. Spam those dance emotes, chat. This is gonna be something new that we're trying out here. It's going to look something like this. We're gonna use interactive click maps. The way this works is I've asked all of my lovely contestants here to prepare a Just Dance battle. The way this works is there are 3 dance routines, you could say, that they have to do. Each one in a Pokemon triangle beats another one. Red beats green, beats blue, beats red. Or aggressive beats agile, beats defensive, beats aggressive. That is sort of the way. If you've ever played Ring Fit, that's kind of how this works. I'm gonna set this up. We're gonna see how this works. Basically, chat, what you're gonna do is you're going to tell which dance routine to give to our party, and that's what they're going to dance to the beat. We're gonna see how this goes. So we'll start that poll. Hopefully it loads and actually works. Otherwise, I guess you guys can just shout it in chat. I have no idea what it's even gonna... Oh, you know what I have to do, actually? There it is! you should be able to click and tap on your screen, I believe, to vote. I've never actually done this
Oh,
on that.
amazing.
Oh, wow.
I know.
Yes.
Vote away.
That's super cool.
You guys have to beat Reginald. He's also going to be performing these dance moves against you. But you guys are going to, you know, always sort of get to go first to see what he does. We have 80% to Agile right now, is the one that they want you guys to start with. So let me just inform my audience, because they kindly agreed to do this. The Agile one is along the beat. Basically, you have walls, and then you push out of the walls, and then you're in the walls again, okay? You go 1, 2, 3. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
You 4?
Okay.
Are you ready? I'm gonna count you off.
Okay.
Okay, ready? I'm gonna give you some beats. We'll wait for this to pass. Okay, and 1, 2, 3. Get ready, go now. 1, 2, 3. Good job. Okay, look at that, all in sync. Proud of you guys. I will do this legit. I will roll for Reginald.
T-posing.
Okay. So you guys did Agile, whereas Reginald is also going to do Agile. So you wait a couple seconds, just kind of like bouncing back and forth with the monsters here. And he says, "You really think you can defeat the Sultan of Swing?" And he puts his arms up. He kind of adds a little bit of flair to it. He keeps going. He's like, "You have nothing on me, bitches." It's
That's a very nice word.
it's going to be a draw for the first one. Chat, go ahead and vote it again, baby. Agile, aggressive, or defensive? This is, honestly, I've done a lot in my life. This is the weirdest thing I've ever done.
Probably on the weirdest change of fate you've ever done.
Absolutely. Chat thinks defensive. 1 and 3, chat. What's Reginald gonna do? Okay. For time's sake, we will go with defensive. There we go. Okay. So for you guys, defensive is the X in front of you. You cross your arms like this with your fists, and then you bring your fists to your forehead like this, like you're shouting at the sky, and then back to the X. Okay? X, fists, X. Everyone got that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm watching. I can see you, but it's on a delay.
Okay.
I love 4 a.m. Just Dance.
Me too.
Great.
Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'll give you that same count-in I gave you guys last time. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Ready, and go! 1, 2, 3. Look at that! All in sync! Wow. You guys are crazy. The power of dance. I want you to know I wanted to make a rhythm game for this. Anyway. You do it expertly. Sleepy, Iona Wee, and Just Dance. You'll need to ask when you visit. So true. Alright, so you've done defensive. Roll. Is going to do an attack. Okay. Defensive beats attack here. So as Reginald kind of like, you know, puts his arms together, and then he puts his palms out, and then he puts his arms back together, he's like, "Ha! Get a load of my moves!" As he's still kind of like shaking around a little bit. Perfect that I've dressed up for him for the occasion. I knew the whole time.
You look great.
And you guys do your defensive moves, and you watch as a piece of his soul leaves his body. And he's just it's dancing. It can't be. No matter. Ghouls! And you see like a big choreographed number begin with all the monsters come up behind him and all start kind of dancing together.
Oh, a flash mob.
No one can touch this. Not with me. Not with Reginald. As he's just busting a move. Okay. Chat, give us another one. Where are we going here? Defensive, agile, or aggressive? Place those votes. 100% aggressive. I like this touch click thing. This is cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it is
so
really cool.
Such a neat feature.
You can do interactive heat maps as well, but it requires a lot of setup. It's really bopping music, isn't it?
It's so bopping.
It is from Paper Mario.
Nice.
All right, aggressive it is. Okay. All right, for aggressive, that is you doing the flat arms over yourselves. Then you are extending your palms out in like a Y fashion, and then your arms back over yourselves. Okay? Yeah, like that, and then back. Yeah. Do a little roll. Okay.
Whoa.
We'll do another count-in. Make sure, chat, make sure you guys show these guys some insane love for being 4 in the morning and playing Just Dance with a maniacal DM.
With the boogeyman.
This is the true ending, Chad. You asked for this. All right, I'm gonna count you in. Ready? Here we go. Okay. 1,
Waiting for the drop.
2, 3, go! 1, 2, 3. Oh my gosh, look at that. Okay. Which was an aggressive, as Reginald does an agile, which is another defeat. As Reginald just goes, break it up, break it in. Ooh, I've trained all my unlife for this.
Unlife.
You watch as another piece of his soul flies out of his body. Like dance.
By Reginald's
All right.
soul.
You've proven yourselves worthy adversaries. It's time to kick things up a notch. Or as you say, increase the tempo. The way this is gonna work, you guys have approximately 2 runs of this song, and if you don't beat him in that time, you lose. There will be no more looping beyond 2 times. So we are very much going to up the tempo here. Chat, you ready for this? If anyone knows what this from, you are a real one, by the way. All right, chat, start the poll. You see as he gets all the monsters and ghouls behind him. He's just booking it. He's loving it. He's moving and grooving to the dance right now. Chat is almost split. They think agile is the way to go for the beginning. All right, guys, we're gonna stick with agile. You ready? We gotta do this one quick.
I don't remember it.
Agile is pillars. Break out of the pillars, back into the pillars.
Okay.
Ready? 1, 2, ready, go. Pillars. Break out. Pillars. Good job, good job, good job. Okay. Reginald is also going to do agility. And he goes in, out, in. We are all an invisible box. Go out, go back in. Reginald is having the time of his life.
How much this reminds her of mimes.
Slam those dance emotes, chat. All right, more votes coming in. Do any of you know what this song is from?
I don't recognize it.
It is a Nintendo title, believe it or not.
Sounds like Star Fox.
Oh, it's a good guess. Thank you, Calm. I'm glad you're dancing in solidarity. Okay, we are doing defensive. We have 50% for defensive. Okay, that is going to be the X, the fists, and the X. You guys remember? X.
Maybe. Oh yeah, yes.
X, fists, X. Yeah.
You guys are doing great. I'm proud of you. All right, ready? It's gonna be the same speed as before. Here we go. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, go. X, fist, X. Look at you go. Incredible. The Just Dance is just through the roof right now.
We're so slay.
You are so slay.
So slay.
Reginald ends up doing an attack as he sits and he's waiting for the music. Puts his arms out. You think you're going to have domain over this heart? You have no idea the things I did to get us to where we are today. He waited for a response. You guys didn't give him any.
We will not give him the satisfaction. We are grooving.
That's loop 1.
I just realized that Reginald has 6 fingers on one of his hands.
Don't count his fingers.
Don't worry about it. Hands are hard, okay?
His fingers.
Where'd you get that extra finger from?
Come on, chat. What's it gonna be?
We only got 1 loop left.
This is it. This is your last run. Aggressive again. Aggressive it is. All right, guys. That is flat over your arms. Bring them forward to this little Y pose, and then back flat over your arms. You got it?
Mm-hmm.
Right, that thing. Yeah.
Here we go. 1, 2, 1, 2, ready, go. Flat, Y, flat. Oh, that was even better. You guys are getting good at this.
We're ready.
Reginald is going to also do an attack. Goes. You getting tired yet?
No, it's definitely not 4 a.m.
Do you expect this at 4 in the morning?
Yeah.
Yeah. Fair enough. Let's see, Chad. Is this going to be the last one? They're almost at the end of the song.
That was such a Marie answer. Yeah.
We're so
I expected
close.
some kind of fuckery, honestly.
Yeah.
One of Reginald's dance squad members develops a fear of centaurs because of the dance-off. I believe it. Aggressive. All right. Chat, friends, potentially your last one is going to be aggressive. Same one. Flat, Y, flat. Ready? 1, 2, 1, 2, ready, go. Flat, Y, flat. Yes. Good job. Yeah. And Reginald does an agile. I've got you. Just where I want you. And as this sort of succumbs, you watch as another piece of his soul flies out of his body.
Yes.
Perfect harmony. As he kind of topples over at this, and the lights begin to flash around the dance floor. You guys have a phenomenal dance number as you just take to the floor, soloing. Everyone else from above comes in. Pikachu comes back down. Dr. Doofenshmirtz comes back down. Hu Tao comes back down. Yuri comes back down. And it's just a dance off. The siren, Catboy comes back down. It's just a party as all of you in tandem are just dancing and dancing. And eventually Reginald's like, no, this power, where does it hail from? I don't understand. And he falls over.
Good night, Reginald.
That's what you get for being stinky.
Self-actualization, bitch.
Yeah. Oh my god, he's dead.
Oh, look at him go.
Oh no.
The truth.
But like, don't look at his hands though.
Yeah, no.
No,
Also,
don't look at
never
his
look
hands.
at his hands.
Are you afraid?
Reginald collapses to the ground. As if a seal was broken, you can suddenly stop yourselves from dancing as the music grinds to a halt. Reginald groans as he looks up at you all, towering over, utterly different. I never thought I'd see the day old Reginald gets outdanced by a group of amateurs. Where did you get such power?
The power of
Power of
love.
friendship.
Power of family.
That's 3. Connor, bring it home. Come on, Connor.
You can do it.
Well, clearly a lot of different confidence in memory.
Look, you have to understand. What I did was for the good of everyone. It's true, I brought us here. There's a reason. Dark Heart, its power, it's too strong. You feel it too, right? Wouldn't you all like to be free from its eternal chains someday? That's all I was trying to do. Since there are few beings in this universe with as much power as the heart. Haven't you wondered, after all this time, what it's using all the fear we generate for? And it waits to see if you can say.
Nope.
Reginald, the heart keeps us... Well, alive isn't the word, but...
Well, that's just
The heart keeps us here.
It can't be just an endless loop of teleporting to new fear sources. Surely, think of the power this entity has. Why would it just conceal itself in an eternal loop under the guise of a carnival with monsters it could easily dispatch at any moment? Please.
He looks like shocked at all of you at this point, begging. And he says, you have to take up the mantle. It's for your own good. Perhaps for the good of the world as well. Find. And he kind of like, Mona, he tries to clasp onto your hands. He says, find another way to do. And as he says this, he sort of like looks up, his eyes grow wide. And as Reginald tries to get his words out, he seizes up with a shocked expression on his face. Blood slowly starts trickling down his mouth. Bewildered, you look to see the source of this. And sure enough, now sticking out the back of Reginald is a very large, veiny chain coming from the core of the heart. With a sickening the heart slowly starts to reel the chain in towards itself. As your last action, what do you all do?
Okay, this is gonna sound really crazy. Okay. What container are my Orbeez in? A very serious question.
Someone's got to respond.
I'm asking you, Kim.
Oh,
what
me? Oh,
container-
sorry.
Yeah.
What? They're in like a little plastic cylinder.
Okay, thank you. Maria's gonna take her Orbeez out and she's gonna like walk to Reginald and she's gonna pour one out for the homies on Reginald with her Orbeez.
The 3-foot child doll pours one out for the homies.
Yep, Orbeez style.
Orbeez style.
Well, Marie's made her choice. The rest of you?
So, right now, Reginald's being pulled towards the heart.
Yeah. He said some pretty interesting stuff, but you don't have any reason to trust him. And again, you don't really have any reason to doubt him.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna just let him go.
Sure. Yeah.
I don't really trust him. And I kind of like the life we're living.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a very fair point. This is
Yeah.
your character development here, people.
Yeah, Marie has no idea what the hell's going on. She's just like, all right.
All right. Orbeez. Boing, 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 boing. Grandpa?
Yeah, I'm like, there's no reason for us to doubt Daddy Heart. I'm sticking with my family, and I'm gonna go over. I'm gonna take Reginald's hat, and I'm gonna bring it over to Mona, and put it on her head.
And Mona very graciously takes the hat.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't know whether I can trust Reginald, whether I can trust the heart,
The heart's kept you all alive.
but I know that what matters is what we do now and the people I call my family. So I go over by my companions and I allow Reginald to be taken.
As a centaur.
As a centaur.
As a
Yes,
centaur.
as a centaur.
The four of you watch as Reginald's body is dragged up to the surface of the heart. And as it reaches that barrier, it dissolves, strangely, in particles of light. Bye, Marie. And as the light diffuses, it's absorbed back into the energy of the heart. And
Smell you later, loser.
you all smile at each other with newfound thoughts about your family, newfound stories to tell, confidence, validation, love, and memory. All together, you truly are the Dark Carnival, once and for all. And with that, we will end our eternal session there for tonight. With all of our lovely anti-hero monsters heading back out into the carnival itself, just Grand Pond, all the clown noises. Oh my gosh, wow. That was a doozy.
Great
Wow.
job.
That was extensive.
That was
Oh, yeah.
amazing.
That was extensive. From start to finish, the Halloween special of Change of Fate meta! Holy shit.
Meta.
You can't make an
What a
NPC now. The
sweetie.
game is over. Thank you for 1,000 bits. We all put so much effort into this for you guys. These guys stayed up until 4 in the freaking morning just to play through my silly little game.
It was too much fun.
I'm glad you enjoyed. Thank you very much. All of your support. Just keep doing this. It's a dream, to be honest. Writing all these silly little puzzles, fitting all the pieces together, writing a cohesive story. Yeah, well, before we do our little wrap, I mean, Marie, Mona, Franpon, Connor, thank you guys so much. That was so much fun. You did fantastic, by the way.
It was so fun.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
It was amazing.
Yeah, my pleasure. What'd you think? Give me your sort of like as you're now coming out of everything that shit show was. What are your takes?
Oh my god.
It was a whirlwind of emotions.
Yeah.
Like
I
I didn't expect it to be so hilarious and also so emotional at the same time. And I haven't really gotten to stick around for an entire like Change of Fate before. I've only caught bits and pieces of them. So this was really, really fun.
I thought so.
Yeah, I mean, you know me. I love the intense emotional media things. It was so good. It was so cool. I teared up at every like one of those moments.
Yes.
It did
I
such a good job.
considered writing a script for those moments, but I was like, it's got to be like a heartfelt kind of. This is what it is, you know.
That
Yeah.
wasn't scripted?
No. I had the I thought it would be like too forced if I scripted it, you know.
Mudkip.
It was
You
perfect.
did that from your brain at the time?
Yes. Well, I mean, I had general idea. Don't give me too credit. Like I knew what I wanted to do. But yes, that was off time there because I thought a script would be too much. I thought it would take away from the brevity of the situation.
Oh my god.
That just makes it that more impressing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well,
Wow.
thank you. It was a blast to do. I spoke from the heart, as they say.
From the
From
heart.
the heart.
Get it?
Oh,
From the heart, exactly.
you're a
Um,
mastermind, friend.
Yeah,
my God.
honestly.
Tom, you are too kind. That is very, very sweet. I don't think I can live up to that. I'm glad you guys all enjoyed. Seriously, the troopers in chat that have stayed the whole time, I see you.
Honestly, yeah,
Thank
it's
you.
been
Yeah.
9 full
Yeah.
hours.
Man, you guys are the real
So
ones.
many of you have been here for so long.
Yes, we appreciate you. This is why we can do what we do. And of course, maybe you yourself will be up here on screen someday, in your own shorter Change of Fate. I felt like this one needed some brevity, but don't head anywhere just yet because I do have a special announcement for Change of Fate.
Special
And,
announcement.
at the very end, so you do have something to look forward to. Well, we will let
Lewis.
our fantastic, phenomenal guests rest. Seriously, guys, you brought it, especially for most of your first Change of Fate. You really got into character. That's all the DM could ever ask. Change of Fate. Change of Fate. Did we change some fates? Maybe? I think you did, Chad. I think you did a bang-up job of changing fates. So, that's not it, of course. We do have the reason of the vote and sort of what's happening to Change of Fate in the future is kind of important, and it's not something that I can just sort of say lightly. So as I kind of, bid you all farewell and have a good night, what I am very,
So, they think they can change their fate, huh? Well, they're not the only ones.